Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is day 2 of the Becoming the Best You Can Be Overcoming Challenges virtual conference. We're going to be starting shortly. Get you time to come on in, grab that pen, grab that paper, grab that favorite libation, and get ready for day 2 of the BTBY conference. Go ahead and share this out with a friend. Let them know that BTBY is on the air. Use the hashtag BTBY in all of your social media posts, letting the world know that we've got great speakers coming up today. We'd love to see you come in and do it again on day 2. So come on in and we will get started shortly. Hey, it is an unstoppable day. Welcome to day 2 of the Becoming the Best You Overcoming Challenges conference. Hey, I'm your host, Terrence, the Unstoppable Coach Leffridge. And next to me, I have this beautiful lady who is the founder, the visionary, and the brainchild for this 2-day event. It's Brenda Ringwood. Hey, Brenda, how are you?
Good morning. I
Good.
want to I want to ask you a question, Terrence.
What's the question?
Well, this is about becoming the best you, right? So it's always
Absolutely.
about becoming the best you. So tell me one thing that you do every day that makes that happen.
You know what? First and foremost, by the grace of God, I get up every day. Being here, sometimes we take this for granted. And what has happened, especially over the past 3 years with everything that's happened in the world, waking up is something that I and many other people no longer take for granted. Every day you've got breath in your body. Every day you can is a day of gratitude, and it is a day that you no longer can take for granted. So that's one thing I do. And then the second thing I do is I say it's an unstoppable day, because that's my declaration of war to the universe, that no matter what happens, hell, high water, technical difficulties, whatever, I'm letting the world know that it's not going to stop me, and it's still going to be a great day. So those are two of the things I do. What about you?
I try to look at things from other people's viewpoint. And I was on an airplane, and when and it brought something to attention to me that when you're sitting in your house, okay, or your backyard, you only see the view from where you're sitting, right? But when I was on that plane, I saw the view from up above, and I could see all the planning and the detail that went into developing those properties down below me. You can see the streets and all the houses and the layout. So I tend to want to look at things from the other side. I want to look at it from the other person's view. And then
I
it helps me to understand where they're at. So, sometimes you got to change your view.
Absolutely. Sometimes you can't see the picture because you're part of the frame. Sometimes you've
Right.
got to step outside. And, I love this new technology called the drones, where you can be on the ground, but you can still have a aerial view of the things around you.
Mhm.
They say that if you change the way you look, things change. If you change your perspective about how
Mhm.
things look, then your perspective about things will change along the way. And that's part of the things that we're talking about on this journey towards becoming the best you, being able to change your
Yep.
perspective. And that'll give you that extra needed oomph to overcome those challenges. So let's recap. How was day 1 for you, Brenda?
It was great. I love working with professionals because they show up on time. It's just a refreshing thing. So, you tell them this is your time spot, and then they show up. And that's how you have to do life. Because if you don't show up, what's the reason for your failures? You. What's the reason the reasons you're not going to be successful? You got to show up. You got to show up. And our guest that's coming on this morning, she's having a little bit of difficulties. It's saying it's circling, so we might run a little bit late with her. But there's Mr. Russo.
Hey
Absolutely.
guys.
Speaking of showing up, and just like that, the magic of TV brings the super producer himself, Anthony Russo. Good morning, Anthony.
Morning, kids. Hey, it looked like we were playing it on all of our channels except for the Becoming the Best You channel. So I added that, and people should hopefully see that in there, but it wasn't on there. So we should be good to go pretty soon.
Absolutely. Everything's looking like it's in the green. I know Facebook, that Zuckerberg guy, I guess I didn't pay my monthly fee or something. I have to go check my stock. But he was having problems over the past 2 days with us connecting. But no worries. We are here, and thank God you guys are here too. Let us know where you are watching us from as you are tuning in on all of these multiple platforms that we are broadcasting from today. You are in for a treat. Anthony, I was just asking Brenda to reflect on day 1, and she said what she loved about day 1 was the professionalism of all of our speakers showing up on time. What takeaways do you have from day 1? Other than, oh God. Oh,
Well, from day one, what I'm going to tell you. No, I think what it was professionalism. And the great thing is we've seen a lot of these speakers before. And I think just the evolution of the last couple of years of digital content and the ability to further their message and ebb and flow and evolve, I think has been huge. And I think that was great to see. We've seen a lot of the same speakers over and over, and each time they're growing and growing and growing, and it's been a little while, and I think we saw a really large leap in ability, talent, and messaging, and I think that was my biggest takeaway.
I love it. Just some housekeeping. You guys, since we are streaming on multiple platforms, sometimes we can't see your name as it comes across the screen. And so I know we just had someone who just said good morning to us, and morning fam, and we want to say good morning to you too, but we need to know who you are. So if you just put in the post a few times until we really get rocking and rolling, who you are and where you are joining us from, so that we can give you the proper recognition, because we love the fact that you are investing time in yourself to be here and to be amongst this great group of people that's going to help you become the best you. And you can always feel free to use the hashtag BTBY. So that's going to span all across the virtual spaces, letting the world know that you are part of the BTBY family. Hey, so yes, and just like that, we found out who it was. Heather Davis. Welcome, Heather. How you doing? Thank you for being here.
She liked the hat, so I got to keep it on.
Like the hat, man.
You know, and I was just about to ask her what was her favorite part of day one, but there it goes right there. We got Corey Fox from Topeka, Kansas, aka Top City, in the house. Welcome, Corey. And you know, I got to share this. As a speaker or an author or someone who is really making a difference in the world, trying to make a difference in the world, it's always good when you get feedback. And I'm sure Corey won't mind me saying this. I asked him about it already. Corey sent me a message last night, and he posted in the room last night that his 12-year-old son was going to school, and they had to take a book to school for one of their reading classes. And so Corey asked his son to just go over to the bookshelf and pick a book. And his son, Corday, went over to the bookshelf and he picked up a book. Do you know which book he picked up?
The Bible.
Some people do call it the Bible, but no. Try again. What book do you think he picked up?
Could it be a book written by Brenda Ringwood?
Brenda's part of it. Yes, you're warm.
Like my book.
You're warm. You're in the neighborhood.
Why don't you just tell me what it is, Terrence?
Oh gosh, you know, I thought with the 10-gallon hat you had more brain power than that.
No.
He picked up the book You Are Unstoppable. And Corey asked his son, Corday, why'd you pick up that book? He said, Dad, because I want to be unstoppable. Now, listen, I was off camera at the time, and, you know, I had a moment, and that was just beautiful, because it lets you know that even though you don't know who's watching, you know that somebody is always watching. Somebody is always watching what you do. Someone is always looking at what you put out there into the universe. And if you ever wonder if what you're putting out there is making a difference, then hopefully that story will empower you to continue to do what you're doing to become the best you. Because when you become the best you, it not only affects you, it affects other people on their journey to becoming the best you too. So shout out to Corday Fox in Topeka, Kansas. Read that book a couple of times in the class. Let the whole class know that they can be unstoppable, just like you. Is at 12 years old, he's already working on becoming the best you. Isn't that a great story, you guys?
I love it. It's a good way to start.
It's nice to see the youth actually reading something that is going to benefit them and not just the graphic novels or the cartoons or a fiction novel. Even though I'm a fiction writer, it's still nice to see people picking up at that age a book for self-help.
True story.
And it's good to see that they're picking up something other than a PlayStation or an Xbox. That's what really excited me about that. Good morning, Stacy Watke Laban, saying hello from Minnesota this morning. She's going to be one of our speakers today. So you definitely, guys, you have to stick and stay because we're going to be excited. What are you guys looking forward to hearing, seeing, experiencing on day 2 of the BTBY?
Well, I'm always a big fan of Catch and Patch Adams when he gets to talk, and I know Brenda's going to chat with him for a bit. I think that's going to be fun. Dean Storer always brings the heat. I haven't seen Velton in a long time, so I'm pretty happy about that. And Dr. Rick Fulton's always interesting to listen to. Marie Cosgrove will be around. We got a lot of really good speakers today, so I'm excited about all of them. Stacy, actually really excited about Stacy because obviously this is her first after taking the class with us, the speakers class, becoming the best speaker. We get to see what she can do in her 20 minutes. I'm excited about that as well.
I love it. And funny, you should mention that about the BTBS, becoming the best speaker. We got a video about it. You want to see it? Here you go.
Sure.
How you doing? My name is James Griffin, and I attended the Becoming the Best You speaker class hosted by Brenda Ringwood and Terrence Lethbridge, Anthony Russo, and I can say that class was amazing. That class provided me with flavor. I was trying to find my voice, and that class provided space for me to find exactly how I can communicate my message in a way that hits the hearts of the people. So I recommend that class to anybody who's looking to find their voice, who's looking to find their flavor.
Absolutely. If you're looking to find your flavor, if you're looking to get into the world of speaking, either personally for what you might be doing in your own job or professionally, if you want to take this to the full-time level, then this is a great place for you to start. The Becoming the Best Speaker You Can Be 8-week mastermind group is available for you. And Anthony, you were one of our coaches there. Tell us about what they can expect if they sign up for the next class.
Yeah, what's great about it is we each have our own flavor. Obviously, you can tell Terrence has a different style than I do, and I've got a different style than Terrence does, and we go back and forth. So it's a couple of the classes you'll have Brenda and Maud talking about more of the business side, and Terrence and I will pipe in on it. And then we'll do a lot of practice and repetition, things that you're not going to see in other classes. Everybody can speak. It's actually getting used to speaking and what is some of the trigger points that you want to cover when you actually speak to people. Utilizing things like great quotes can be turned into a great speech, and finding everybody's voice. And I think that was one of the things that he just mentioned. And I know Corey was the same way. He's in the comment box. It's finding their own, and that's what makes it different. And it's a very immersive 8-week course, and it's a lot of fun. And you get to hear tutelage of Terrence's and mine, and we work together to find a middle, and a lot of practice.
Absolutely. So again, classes are starting soon. So if you are interested in becoming the best speaker you can be, then go on over to btbspeaker.com. All the information is there where you can sign up and you can be a part of the class. Now, we love to keep the classes to a small, limited amount of people so that everybody can immerse themselves in the full experience of becoming a speaker. So with that being said, spots are going fast. So the universe rewards those people who take what type of action? Massive action. So go take action right now. Go on over to btbspeaker.com, and we'll see you in the next class for the Becoming the Best Speaker You Can Be. All
Hey,
right.
Terrence, before we get into, I think Dean might be going first. We'll see we might be making a quick shift. You know, I talked a lot about accountability yesterday, and Will Smith obviously has finally come out and he started to talk about what happened at the Oscars. But when we start talking about Will Smith in the winter, do you know how you find Will Smith in a snowstorm?
How do you find Will Smith in a snowstorm?
You
Anthony?
look for Fresh Prince.
Boom-ching.
I had to do one dad joke to start today. I'm sorry.
We practiced this, you guys, behind the scenes many times, so it's there. So let's see with the technical things that we have to do. Thank you guys for continuing to be here, but looks like we are going to be able to go as scheduled for today. We've got some exciting speakers available, ready to do the thing. So Anthony, are you ready to get started?
We are. I'm right. It looks like Charlotte's good to go. I think we're going with her first, it appears.
It appears. So let's go ahead and let's invite the challenger to the ring, the virtual ring. Her name is Charlotte White, and she is affectionately known in the creative space as Charlotte the Challenger. Challenging others to win in life has positioned her as one of the top transformative speakers in the educational arena. She's made it her life's work for others to help others transition so that they can be a real life changer in their communities. Today, Charlotte is a successful businesswoman. She's an author of 2 self-help books. But what she loves the best to talk about is that she is a mother of 3 young men, building kings so that they can learn how to walk in victory. And trust and believe, if you got your pen and your pad and you stick and stay to hear what she has to say, you are going to walk in victory as well. So let's welcome to the virtual stage, the challenger, Charlotte White. And just like that,
she disappeared.
Charlotte.
Yeah, this is not Charlotte.
We had her. I think she was going to put on her robe and do the eye of the tiger, that whole thing. So we are, hey, this is what live TV is all about, you guys. This happens, but no worries. We will keep the show going on. What we will do is we will roll to our next challenger, our next great speaker who can also bring the heat. Why don't you bring us up to speed on Dean Storer? Anthony.
We were going with Dean, weren't we? Yes, we were.
Yes.
What time was Dean supposed to be at?
Dean was 10:30.
10. Oh, he's right there. Okay, here we go. Fantastic. Ladies and gents, I'll have you go ahead and bring up Dean. I'll do the introductions. Dean, if you haven't heard of Dean Storer before, he was labeled as having a reading and learning disability as well as a troublemaker. And at one point, he was even called outright stupid. At the time, he lived up to the labels as well. He had a tough time in school, turning to drugs and alcohol early on in his life. Destroyed his love for sports, unfortunately. He was in and out of fights and even in jail. Eventually, he chose to be a successful adult individual, and he never looked back. At the age of 24, he taught himself to read. Yes, you heard that right. 24, he taught himself to read. And today he has a newfound love for humor and making others laugh. You guys are really going to like this. Ladies and gents, Dean Storer.
Team, looking forward to helping you today on this teaching that I'm going to do. And it's going to really help you if you really stay tuned in and all the way to the end. It's only going to be about 5 to 7 minutes, okay? But if you're here looking at this, you're here for a reason, because you're interested. You're looking for an answer, you're looking for a solution, you're looking for something, a purpose in life, or whatever it might be. I guarantee you this, you watch this section, this teaching piece that I'm going to do, and it'll revolutionize you and change your life. Who am I? I'm Professor Mindshift. What do? I'm a mind shift professor. And so let's get started, all right? I want to talk about the mind. Now, you and I think in pictures, yes? If I have to ask you to get a picture of your front yard, your garage, your refrigerator, your car, whatever it is, a picture comes in and then one leaves, and another one comes in and one leaves. We think in pictures. If I asked you to get a picture of your mind, what would pop up? Now, the majority of people in my audiences, who I work with, they'll say my mind or my brain. Well, see, your mind or your brain is no more part of the mind. Your brain or they'll be blank, right? And so what happens is if you're trying to figure out how to transform your mind, right? Like what Paul says in Romans 12:2, how do I transform? Don't be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of the mind. We have to have an image to work with, right? Because nobody's ever seen the mind. It's an invisible piece of you. It's the breath. It's the spirit. It's the essence of who you are. So Dr. Thurman Fleet in 1934 developed an image of the mind. It's just an image because he was trying to get his patients from point A to point B. And he found that it took them forever to get there. And once they got there, what happened, this is no lie, 80 to 90%, right, would rubber band back to A. Why would they go back to A when they were doing so well? You hear people smoking cigarettes and all of a sudden they quit smoking or on a diet or whatever, and the next thing you know they're going back to the same thing. What happens is they come back here. Why? What, even a drug addict, think about that. Even a drug addict will come back to this place because they know it. It's safe. It's comfortable. It's like putting on an old pair of jeans. Even though it's killing you, you'll come back to this place. So Dr. Thurman Fleet in 1984, excuse me, he developed an image to work with, the mind, okay? And how he developed it, he called it the stick person. Now, every time when I do this, people kind of chuckle because this is the stick person. This is going to represent the mind. This is going to represent the body. And they laugh because the mind or the head is so much bigger than the body, and a guy's going to fall over it, right? And so here we go. We're gonna not focus on the physical because that's really what we've been focusing on most of our lives. If you think about it, here's something that'll shift your thinking. That my hand is not solid. The floor that I'm standing on is not solid. If you look under a microscope of my hand, it's a bunch of molecules. If you look under a more powerful microscope, it's a dance of energy. Everything that's going on around us, it's an ocean of motion. Everything is deteriorating. Everything is changing. And so if you think about it, that's why we're going to take our focus off of the body, and we're going to shift up here to the mind. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut the mind in half. This is the conscious mind. This is the subconscious mind. This is where we have the ability to think. This is where our free will is. Okay? This is where we wish and nothing happens here. This is where we can come up with thousands of ideas sitting on the couch but never move. Yeah? And so if you think about it, this part of our mind is our feeling or our emotional mind. This is where our self-image is. Yeah? This part of our mind is conditioned. This is where our fixed habits are. Now think about this. I'm going somewhere. This part of our mind is where our belief systems are. Okay? And the thing is this really listen to what I'm saying, because this stuff changes your life. Don't just nonchalantly, really pay attention. Take some notes. This part of your mind, here it comes, this part of your mind cannot distinguish between what is truth and what is imagined. It just accepts it. It accepts it. It comes in here and it just says, you know, that's what you want? Okay, well, let's adjust it and do this, whatever. That part of your mind cannot distinguish between what is truth and imagined. It just accepts it. When I was growing up, I was stupid. That's what I believed. I was dumb. So let's do this. We're going to put a phone at the top of this, and we're going to put this word power, okay? Now, this word power, I have 3 types of people in my audience, so I'm going to let you off the hook today, okay? because I would call this power God, because I'm a Christian. Now, scientists would call that power energy. A spiritualist would call that power source. So whatever you want to call it, that's totally up to you. But I call it God. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to think of an idea. Right? Think of an idea do you want. What do you want? You want a stronger business? You want to double your income? Do you want to have a better relationship? What is it that you truly want? And then as you think about that idea, let's just say for fun, because most people can kind of focus in on money. I mean, it's just an easier thing to look at. Some people, real estate people, will say, I don't want to focus in on money. I want to focus in on maybe helping 100 people by the end of the year. I said, well, that's good. So if you want to do that, put 100 people at the end of the year. That's your idea. Or if you want to double your income, or let's say you want to make $350,000 or whatever it is that you want. Here's the kicker. When you get emotionally involved in an idea, and the way you're going to do that is you're going to ask yourself this question. Let's do it in red because that way you can see it. You're going to ask yourself this question is, why? Why do I want a stronger family? Why do I want a bigger business? Why do I want to double my income? Why do I want to move to another country? Why do I want to move to another state? Right? Think about that. Why? This is what happens when you ask yourself why and you really start to peel it back. Because see here, if I ask you the question why do I want to double my income? Well, so I can pay my bills and maybe go to the beach or, this and that. I would ask you again why. And then as you tell me again, well, I want to spend more time with my family. I want to spend more time with my wife. And then I would ask you why. And you would get to a point where if you ask me why one more time, I'm going to smack you. But I'll tell you what, as you peel this back, and you ask yourself why, this is what you're going to discover. It's going to discover your purpose. Right? It's going to discover your purpose. Why you're on this planet. And the other thing what happens is when you begin to develop your why, it comes down here, you get emotionally involved in an idea. Remember, this is the feeling part of your mind. This is when things shift. Because see, this is where your self-image is. There's part of your self-image that is dark and there's a part of your self-image that is light. And when you begin to understand this concept and understand that you will never ever outperform your self-image until you learn how to change it. Let me say that again because it's worth repeating and it's worth writing down. You will never outperform your self-image until you learn how to change it. Now here's the thing that happens. You get involved in this emotional idea, right? You get emotionally involved in this idea, and you begin to say to yourself, I'm going to give my subconscious part of my mind marching orders. Because you remember this part of your mind cannot distinguish between what is truth and what is imagined. It just accepts it. So when you get involved in your why, and you begin to act, here's one of those things you want to write down. When you begin to act as if you're already in possession of what you want. See the new car. See the doubling income. See the stronger relationships. Whatever it is. When you act as if you're already in possession of what you want, it begins to change things. It begins to shift the energy. It begins to come down here. All of a sudden your self-image begins to change. So your thoughts create a feeling that sets up a vibration. When you think about a vibration, you think about energy. Remember, we're energy, right? And you think about a vibration, you think about energy, you think about, what do you call it? A radio is a sending and receiving station. A phone is a sending and receiving station. If you look at yourself as a sending and receiving station, the very energy that is leaving you by law, when you understand the laws of the universe, the laws that govern this power, all of a sudden when you get in harmony with those laws, things begin to happen. So as you begin to understand that as you begin to change your energy, this energy, the very energy that is leaving you by law, right? It's like the law of gravity, the law of cause and effect, on and on and on. By law, the same energy that you gave out is coming back to you exactly the same. Okay, this is what happens. Your thoughts create a feeling that sets up a vibration that moves your body into action. That produces results. That's really what we want to see. We want to see different results. We want to see our life changed. But what happens? What happens is this part of our subconscious part of our mind, this here is the operating system. This is how you turn on a light and shut off a light. Until this is changed, this will never change. So this is what I do sometimes. I'll ask people, if you're going to change and get better results, where would you start in this model? Where would you start? And salespeople normally will shout out, it'll shout out right here. Action. If I just make more phone calls. If I just make more phone calls, all of a sudden it's going to, no. Because this here, you're just going to continue to do same thing over and over and over again. Right? Some people say, well, I got to change my self-image. Well, how do you change your self-image? How do I change the vibration that is leaving me with the vibration that I want to come back? You remember, I'm going to give you the answer today. Act as if you're already in possession of what you want. Act as if you're already in possession of what you want. All of a sudden, as you begin to emotionally get involved in this idea and you begin to understand your why that discovers your purpose, all of a sudden it comes down here and you give your subconscious part of your mind marching orders and your self-image begins to change and your life begins to change. You look at yourself, I'm an author, I'm a teacher, I'm a coach, I'm a speaker, whatever it is that you want. All of a sudden things begin to shift and things begin to happen and your vibration change. And as your vibration changes, that energy coming back to you is the same. And all of a sudden now you're getting things that you want because you're in harmony with the laws of the universe. I would love to talk to you about the Psycho-Cybernetics book by Maxwell Maltz. It's phenomenal, but I don't have the time today. Maybe in another teaching session I'll do that. But thank you so much for showing up. And hopefully this got some ideas to where you can really begin to move forward and change the way you live and change your life, change your relationships. This is Dean Storr with the Dean Storr Coaching and Training Team. Professor Mindshift saying thanks and goodbye.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, Dean. That was fantastic. Great job, as always, doing what he does best, teaching us and coaching us. And as you can see from the things, the comments, love this, Dean. Thank you, Dean. Dean Corey Fox says, Dean, you're the man. Thank you for that awesome presentation. He really brought the heat. You guys, you can check Dean out by going to his website, deanstorercoaching.com. That's deanstorercoaching.com. And you can get all the information. You can see his numerous books. You can check out some of his videos and his blogs and definitely understand how you can have a greater relationship with Dean as you become the best version of yourself. All right, so we're going to keep it moving. So hopefully you've just flipped the page and you will go into a new clean sheet of paper because we've got another powerful speaker that's going to be coming to the stage right now. And when I say powerful, you know, I want you to think of the Energizer Bunny or the Ever Ready battery. They are this big, but they pack a whole lot of power. And I want you to think about that when you think about our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Marie Cosgrove. Now, don't let the small size fool you. She is a power-packed queen, and she's got an amazing story. She's an author, a Christian speaker, and an entrepreneur who literally bought the company that fired her. Most recently, she did a year-long Christian radio program on 44 AM FM radio stations across the United States and Mexico, focused on the expository teaching of the Word of God to single parents, where she covered such topics such as forgiving the unforgivable. Marie has been a conference speaker for major corporations and Christian audiences internationally as well as in the US. And Marie has single handedly raised 4 children because dad lost parental rights due to domestic violence. So she's had a number of different trials and tribulations and obstacles that she's had to overcome. And she is here to tell you that with a little bit of resilience, if she can do it, you can do it too. So let's welcome to the stage Dr. Marie Cosgrove to the Becoming the Best You conference.
Grove. I am so honored to be here with you today. Thank you, Brenda, for putting together this amazing event. Thank you, Terrence Lethbridge and Anthony Russo and my great friends, Tina Marie and Pat LeBez. I am so honored to be here with you and all of the amazing speakers. So many. What an amazing 2 days this has been. And thank you for investing in yourself. I am so honored to be part of this group. A little bit about myself. I am the owner of Balance Back. We manufacture a diagnostic device and we also manufacture a treatment device. What we do is we specialize in dizziness, concussion, traumatic brain injury, balance disorders, and anything having to do with the central nervous system. And the reason I share that with you, I know that doesn't even matter, but I share that with you because at one time I was fired from this very same company. And about a decade ago, I purchased it, the very same company that fired me. And I'll get into that a little bit later, but I want to share with you some strategies that have helped me to become a resilient entrepreneur and a resilient leader and a resilient parent as well. And it started way before I was born. So I'm going to share this story really quick in 3 minutes. So it starts way back in 1969 on New Year's Day. On that day, there was a major car accident in Mexico. Johnny and his wife were traveling down this road and suddenly there was a sharp curve and he crashed. And it was in the middle of the night. And it was raining. It was dark. People stopped by, but they only stopped to steal and to loot and take everything. Finally, someone stopped to offer aid. Johnny's daughter was completely in bad shape. In fact, they thought that she was dead. It was so horrific, her head was completely crushed. They got to the local hospital and the doctor says, "You are so lucky that she is still alive." Well, her mother said, "Well, I don't really believe in luck. I believe in something much greater than that. What can you do to help her?" And they said, "Well, there's not anything that we can do. You don't understand. She's got severe bleeding in the brain and there's nothing that can be done. She's going to be dead by this evening." Well, she said, "Well, my faith is much, much greater. And I believe that there is something that can be done. I believe that you can do surgery and I believe that you can heal my daughter." They said, "You don't understand. We don't have a surgeon in this hospital who can do the surgery." She said, "Well, then do whatever it takes. Bring someone in who can do the surgery." And they said, "You don't understand. It's going to take hours for him to get here. By the time the surgeon gets here, for sure, your daughter will be dead. But even if he is able to do the surgery, she's going to be a vegetable the rest of her life, or she'll die on the operating table. So there's just no sense in bringing anyone in." Well, her mother said, "No, you're going to bring someone in and you're going to perform the surgery." Because her faith was much, much greater than having faith in luck or believing in luck. Well, they did the surgery. And she survived, but she was in a coma. The doctor said, we're going to have to pull the plug because there is no sign of recovery whatsoever. And she says, no, just give me one more day. That day, she got on her knees and she prayed and she asked that her daughter, that there be a miracle, that her daughter would survive. The very next day, before they pulled the plug, her daughter opened her eyes. She learned how to walk, talk, and how to do everything all over again. However, during her recovery, she was violently raped. The doctor said, there is no chance that this child's going to be born okay because your daughter is on so many medications. The child is going to be born with all sorts of abnormalities, physical, mental, and more than likely the child is not going to be able to be carried to full term. So there's only one option, and that's abortion. But her daughter looked at her and she says, I don't want to take away the life that is growing inside of me. God saved my life, and I'm not about to take away the life that's growing inside of me. Her mother looked at her with compassion, and she said, I'll help you raise your child. The doctors were just stunned because they didn't understand this. And so they told her mother, and they said, you know what, you're just going to have to abort because there is no option. See, this child, you're going to bring in this child into this world with abnormalities, with all sorts of trauma and adversity, poverty. And on top of that, think about the shame that is going to come up upon this family, bringing a child into this world out of wedlock and out of rape. Well, Frances turned to her faith and she says, it doesn't matter how this child is born, I'm going to help take care of it. And the doctor's like, you're too old to take care of a child with abnormalities, and you don't have the financial resources. Nonetheless, she turned to her faith. And because she turned to her faith, a child was born. And that child's name is Marie. And because of that faith, I'm here today. And I share this story with you because it reminds me about the power of faith. It helped me to understand that sometimes through adversity, we experience the biggest miracles in life. And sometimes we have to realize that life doesn't have to be beautiful, and life doesn't have to be perfect to have purpose. Because sometimes life can get pretty ugly. When you're talking about rape, you're talking about trauma, and you're talking about adversity, that's not pretty. But it doesn't have to be. Because sometimes when you realize that there's purpose in your life, then you realize that it can get ugly, it can get difficult, it can be challenging. You could have major obstacles, but there's still purpose in it all. And through it all, it can become beautiful. So the first lesson that I learned was having faith, even though it seemed so dark and there's no possibility of overcoming such challenges. So that's the first thing I want you to remember, is to have faith. And maybe you're not a person of faith. So some of the things that you can do, if you find it really, really difficult when you're going through whatever challenge you're going through, is write down a list of things that you have overcome in the past. Because all of us have challenges. I mean, even if you're a kid and you're 12 years old, talk to any 12-year-old kid and ask them, has your life been perfect? They'll tell you no. I don't care how rich the kid is. Every child has some sort of complaint that they have. And sometimes it's first world problems. And I've been to countries, third world countries, where I've seen a child playing in a heap of just trash. I was in Paraguay one year, and there was a little girl. She was on a heap of trash, and she was playing with the trash, just having a good old time playing with the trash. And in that small town, they had an orchestra, and the kids' instruments were made out of trash. And they were happy as can be. So if you think about your life and think about some things that you've overcome, realize that you are going to be able to overcome again and again and again. Because there was a time where I didn't believe this. So I remember when I was fired, and I was excited because I was a #1 sales representative. And one of the executives called me and he says, we are so excited to meet with you, and we're going to fly in just to have dinner with you. So I thought, wow, for sure, I'm going to get a promotion. This is great. Or maybe even a partnership in the company. We went out to dinner, and he hands over a piece of paper to me. And I look at it, and my heart just sank. Because what they wanted to pay me was what I was making on a monthly basis. And I'm like, no, I can't accept this. I'll just stay with the financial arrangements we're on now, and I'm okay. But thank you for the offer. And they said, you don't understand. You don't have a choice. If you don't take this offer, you can't come back. There's no negotiating. There's nothing you can do. Take this, or you can't work for us. Well, they didn't understand that I was a single mom of 4 kids. I had no one to fall back on. I had no rich family to support me. I had no child support. I had nothing. But if I took that offer, I couldn't support my 4 children and the nanny that I had to take care of my 4 kids. And we traveled all across the country, and we traveled together. That's not cheap. So you can't really do that as a single mom, traveling with 4 kids and paying all of your expenses on $150,000 a year salary that they were offering me. It just wasn't going to cut it. I would have had to file bankruptcy if I took that deal. So that didn't make any sense. So I was depressed, and it hurt. And I remembered my grandfather's words. Vengeance does not belong to us. Vengeance is the Lord's. So I learned the second principle, and that's forgiveness. And it's hard. Forgiveness doesn't mean that you forget. Forgiveness doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt. Forgiveness just means that you don't wish harm on the people that hurt you. You're able to forgive. You're able to let it go. And you don't wish any harm on them, and you don't wish to try to get back at them for what they've done to you. And that can be very hard, because I understand going through some difficulties. I remember surviving domestic violence and some things that I had to go through. One of the major things was my children getting beat. That hurt a lot, and that's why he lost parental rights. That hurt so much. That hurt more than anything that I had ever been through. And having to forgive that was so difficult. But I was able to do so by turning to my faith. And I just had to ask God, God, you show me. I don't know how to forgive. But I came to the realization that if I prayed for this person, and if they were able to turn their life around, another child would not get hurt. And so that was my hope for that person who hurt my children. And so all I could do was pray for the people that hurt me. And sometimes I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me, but it doesn't have to. I don't have to know why someone did what they did, because it's none of my business. That's their business. And that's the beauty of free will. If we didn't have free will, we would be like little robots. So when we have free will, people make choices that sometimes hurt us, and they impact others. So I had to learn those 3 things. One is faith, forgiveness, and the other one is don't worry about what other people think. Because we can't control what other people think. We can't control the decisions that they make. Those are their decisions to make. Just like whatever's going on in your mind is nobody else's business but yours. So I went to one of my good friends, Dr. Martin. And Dr. Martin was a client of mine. And he was such an amazing friend. I have to tell you about one of the first devices that I sold him. It was so funny because I went into his office and I sold him this device. It was $150,000. The equipment cost $150,000. And he bought it. And then after he buys it, he says, hey, do you know who did the research on this? And I said, yeah, look. And so I showed him the research paper and I showed him all of the names of like a whole huge list of research papers and white papers that were done on this device. And he points to his name and he says, can you read this? And I said, Dr. William R. Martin. Oh my gosh, you're the one that did the research on this. And he says, yeah. And that's why I bought it from you, because I know that it works. And I know that your company has taken it to a whole nother level. So I probably wouldn't have sold him the equipment if I knew that. I would have been too intimidated to do that. But that is how we became really fast friends, close friends. And he kind of mentored me, and I consider him family. He really took me, him and his wife, Rosie, are amazing. They took me and my 4 children and just mentored us and always there for us, whatever we needed. So he says, Marie, this is the best day of your life. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you don't understand. I've got 4 kids. I have 4 mouths to feed. And on top of that, 2 of my kids had serious health conditions at the time. Counseling for PTSD. One of my sons had an autoimmune disease that required physical therapy several times a week. It was costing me a lot of money to take them to their appointments, their doctor appointments. I couldn't just like go get a job that would pay me enough to take care of them. So I was really frustrated, and I didn't think he understood. And I said, that doesn't make sense to me. He says, no, this is the best day of your life. I'm like, how? And he says, why don't you start your own company? So he believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. Sometimes when you're feeling down, maybe call a friend. Call someone who's been there to support you. What we tend to do is when things get tough is we tend to call people that don't support us, people that maybe it's your own mother, and you call your mom and your mom's like, oh, well, it's your fault. You did this and this and this. And they don't support you and they don't understand you. And that's not always a bad thing. I'm just saying, call someone who does care. We tend to listen to negative voices in our life, and it just brings us further down. And remember that day I did call some friends, and the first thing they said, well, you know what? You've got to sue, because they obviously are discriminating against you because you're a minority, and they had no reason to fire you. I didn't have time to sue anybody. I'm a single parent with 4 kids. I didn't even have the money to sue anybody, nor the time. I needed a solution, and I needed a solution fast. So I was listening to Dr. Martin, and he says, start a new business. Well, I had no idea how I was going to do that, but I figured it out. Now, he didn't give me any money. He didn't give me any resources, but the most important thing that he did give me was belief. He believed in me when I didn't believe in myself, and that's all I needed. And that was the greatest gift. That was even greater than money, because what if I lost it all and I end up in the same situation? These principles that I've shared with you, faith, forgiveness, believing in yourself, are so important, so crucial, and then also having a support system. Every one of you has resources that you can tap into, and it's just learning to tap into those resources and how to tap into those resources. Sometimes our pride gets in the way, or sometimes we're embarrassed because of something that's happened to us. We don't want to share it with anybody, but you have resources. Now, everyone on this panel is here to help you. So you can reach out to anybody. You can reach out to a friend. Maybe it's a family member. Maybe it's someone you haven't spoken to in a while, but you remember they've been there for you in the past, and you can reach out to them. So always know that you have resources available to you. So that's what I did. Then I started on a journey on starting my own company. without any venture capital, without any investors. I just started it from scratch. I got FDA clearance on this product, and then I was able to scale it to the point where the owners of the previous company called me and they said, "We are interested in having you invest in our company. Do you think you'd like to do that?" And I thought, well, let me think about it. Let me fly over to the headquarters. So I ended up flying to Ohio with an accountant. We did evaluation. And after I saw their sales, I realized that I had done the majority. And I said, I don't want to invest in this company. I want to buy the company. And that's how I ended up buying the company that had fired me. A lot of people ask me, did you fire the people that fired you? No, I didn't. They say, why not? Because we all had the same goal in mind, and that is providing the best product to help patients, to provide better patient care. And so there is power in collaboration. And so that's another tool that you can use to help you as you grow and in your walk in whatever journey you're going through. So I'm going to summarize that for you again. It's faith, forgiveness, believing in yourself, tapping into resources, people that support you, and collaboration. So there are so many people that you can get to collaborate with you for whatever idea that you have or whatever challenge that you may have. It is so important to get a team around you, a support team in a group. So it's been an honor to be here with you. Thank you so much. Have an amazing day. And if I can serve you in any way, you can reach out to me, mariecosgrove.com. Have an amazing day.
Wow, 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 wow. That was fabulous. Thank you so much, Marie, for sharing that great information with us. You know, I gotta say it again. The points were just fabulous. She said faith. She said forgiveness. She said belief in herself. She said utilize your resources and then also utilize the power of collaboration. Great, great words of wisdom. What do you guys think about Marie?
Go ahead, Bren.
Her story is just, it gets me every time I hear it. And she has a way of capturing the audience. Even if you've heard it before, she tells it different, a little bit different every time. But which plays into, I'm going to talk a little bit later about miracles. Look at all the miracles that have happened in her life. Miracles. And she didn't dismiss them. She embraced them. She uses them, and she uses those miracles and those blessings to prepare herself and to propel herself forward.
And we're so glad that she took some time out of her busy schedule running multinational organizations, writing books, speaking, and even a comedy tour, y'all. She's going to be with Patch and Brenda and the crew Labor Day weekend in West Virginia. So you definitely want to have your face in the place if you're in that area and see all the many different aspects of Dr. Marie Cosgrove. But if you can't wait till then and you want to get in contact with her now, get copies of her books, book her for your next speaking engagement, simply go to her website, and that's www.mariecosgrove.com. Well, you know, you guys, we are really hitting on all cylinders this morning. Hopefully you guys are getting all of your nuggets on paper, or you got your recording device out there. Corey Fox said she did that. My part was when she said she bought the company that fired her. You know, that's what everybody says when they hear that story. You know, when you heard that story the first time, Anthony, what did you think?
Yeah, as I've gotten to know Marie more and more, the first time I heard the story, I was like, well, that's all that sounds kind of crazy. And then the next time you hear the next part about her, just her upbringing and her life and what happened to her and the trauma she's been through. And then you add the company, and then you add the everything that's gone against her. She's just such a story of resilience. That's why she's a resilience expert. And she's one of my favorite people. And if anybody has the opportunity to work with her, I could not encourage it anymore. Have her for your event. She is, if anybody's read the book, The Go Giver, she is the ultimate connector. She knows every single human being in this country. I swear, one way or another.
He's telling the truth.
Importance. She's unreal. I remember she spoke at the Great American Summit with me, and that was the first time I got to meet her in person, met virtually. And she had, I brought a friend from Wisconsin. She, of course, knows Barb, the main host of the event. My friend from Wisconsin, who works a little bit with like counter human trafficking and different. They knew each other from a completely different part of life. She knows everyone. She literally knows everyone, and she is so gracious with her time and her connections. Could not speak any higher of Marie Cosgrove.
And she likes to see people succeed. She actually helps them to succeed.
Very true.
Which is why she's a great fit for BTBY.
Yeah. And like I said, you know, she's, as Anthony said yesterday, she's 5 foot nothing, but she packs a power whenever she speaks. I met her the first time at when I was emceeing one of Les Brown's events, and hearing her story before I met her, I thought she was going to be unapproachable. This is one of these multi-millionaires, and it couldn't be further from the truth. She's like, call me Marie from the very beginning, and it's been that type of relationship ever since. So definitely check out Marie, get her books, book her for your next speaking engagement. Go to her website and just learn more about her, mariecosgrove.com. Now, we've got another speaker coming up who I really think knows, if he doesn't know as many people as Marie does, he's not far behind. And he's our next speaker. So are you guys ready for our next speaker?
I'm ready to kick the tires, light the fires, turn and burn, baby.
Well, all right, let's make it happen. Let's introduce our audience, our BTBY audience, to our next speaker. He is none other than Velton Showell III. He is the founder and the chief strategist of Leadership Dynamics International. Now, Velton, he is internationally recognized as a speaker, trainer, published author, and business consultant. He speaks, teaches, and trains all over the world, encouraging people to transform their thinking, to move their professional and performance from good to great. Affectionately known as the leadershipologist. Y'all got to write that down because that's a mouthful. He's the author of the book Leadership Dynamics, Principles of Leadership, and he is a student of what he calls leadershipology, the study of leadership. He has researched and studied leadership skills and principles for the last 30 years, and he has studied and talked to and interviewed numerous individuals in leadership positions, how they interact, how they impact, and how they affect other individuals in their circle of influence. He studies and works with individuals in their circle of influence, and he is recognized as being one of the top experts in the leadership industry. But more importantly, he's a down-to-earth friend and mentor to me. I love this man so much. You're going to love what he has to say. So make sure you've got your pen and your paper, because note takers are change makers. And if you listen to our next speaker, there's going to be a change that overcomes you, and you're going to see leadership in a completely different way, and how you can turn me into we for your leadership skills, trainings, and professional development. So let's welcome, without further ado, to the stage, the one, the only, the professor of leadershipology, Mr. Velton Showell III. Mic check, 1 2 1 2, Velton.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Terrence, how are you, my friend? Good to see
you. Man, I am awesome. If I had your hands, I'd cut mine off.
No, you wouldn't. You go back and get them, because you would well have made a big mistake. But hey, I'm so happy to be here to help people understand about becoming the best you that they can be, because you can only be you. Everybody else is taken.
Well, you know what? Since you are the master of leadershipology, and that's going to help our audience become the best version of themselves, I'm going to move out of the way so that you can take the stage and let our audience know what you got to say. So welcome again, Velton Showell III.
Well, thank you so much. The difference between successful people and others is not a lack of strength, a lack of knowledge, but a lack of will. And to be successful, to be the best you that you can be, you have to show up, but not just show up every day. Show up with your best self. You know, I had a boss who used to challenge us every day. And all he used to say to us, he said, I don't want you just to show up tomorrow. I don't want you just to show up the day after that, but I want you to show up with your best self. And I'm here to tell you, that's not easy. Showing up with your best self takes a special mindset. So the question I have for everybody as we get started is, what's your mindset? How are you thinking? How are you reacting to things that happen, things that challenge you, things that you need to get done? Because procrastination is the thief of time. But many of us don't do the hard stuff. We do the easy stuff and leave the hard stuff for later and procrastinate until it's too late to address that situation. So what I want to do today, I'm not going to really talk a lot about me personally up front. I really want to get into this because we're kind of limited on time, but I want to challenge you to challenge yourself, because it's not about me, it's about you. And it's about you being the best you possible. And to do that, you've got to give yourself some guidelines. You've got to give yourself some standards. You've got to come up with some issues that you have to address to make sure that you can definitely show up as the best you that you can be. So I'm going to share my screen. I've got a PowerPoint presentation here that I want to share with you. Let me see here. Oh. All right, I've got to try to upload this file because it's not here. Bear with me for 1 second, but everybody, and I'm hoping to get this done.
Yeah, Belton, you may not be able to do it from your end, so we might need you to give us what you do best.
All right, no problem, no problem. All right, I can do it without it. Let's go for it. So here's the question. The first question that I ask everybody, and I want you to write this down. It's not a question. Before I get into the question, write this down. Consistency beats creativity every time. Now, I just talked about showing up with your best self. Consistency beats creativity every time. So the question that I have for you is, how do you show up? Do you consistently show up with excellence? Do you consistently do your best when things happen? Do you consistently operate with good attitudes and with the best possible habits that you can have? See, because being consistent changes things. It makes you stretch yourself. It makes you rise to the occasion so that you don't leave anything on the table. So let's ask yourself, in the last week, let's go back only 7 days. Last week, how have you shown up? Have you shown up consistently with a high level of energy? You know, we just went through a pandemic for the last, we're not even totally through it. For the last 2.5 years, we've been somewhat secluded from each other and from life as we knew it. The question we have to ask you is, how has it impacted or affected the way you show up? Have you shown up with excuses of, well, you know, I couldn't do this because of this, and I couldn't do that because of that? Or have you shown up and said, in spite of where I am, in spite of the issues that I have that are confronting me, I've shown up with excellence. I've shown up every time doing what I could. No excuses. I do what I have to do because it's the right thing to do, whether I like to or not. No debate. Do you show up with excellence? And only you can answer that question for yourself. I'm not here to take you to task on it, but I'm out here to ask you how you show up every day. There are two types of people in the world. Those who show up with excellence, who produce results, and those who show up with reasons. Well, I would have done that, but I would have gotten to that, but the issue is you have to show up and produce results. There's some people who show up and they got a lot to say, but when you look at their body of work, it doesn't meet what they have to say. They will tell you about the wonderful things that they've accomplished, but when you look at the results, you have to ask yourself the question, am I producing those results? Are they producing the results? We call it the case of the big head, where their head is bigger than their body of work. And you, my friend, have to make sure that your body of work outperforms what you say. There's another saying that says, I hear what you're saying, your actions are speaking. People pay attention to your actions. So when you're being the best you that you can be, your actions have to reflect that you are the best that you can be. You have to see yourself as being the best. My good friend Delatoro McNeil puts it this way. He says, you have to see it before you see it, or you will never see it. You'll have to look at yourself as being excellent and continue to maintain that level of excellence. Now, there's a story about Michael Jordan. And Michael Jordan retired from basketball and then he came back. When he retired, he went to play baseball. When he returned, they changed his number from 23 to 45. And he showed up for a game against the Phoenix Suns. And when he walked on the court, one of the Phoenix Suns players said, Michael, what's that number on your sneaker? He said, that's 54. It's not 45. He's thinking maybe Michael's dyslexic. I don't know. So Michael said, no, that's the number points I'm going to score on you tonight. Michael saw the end before he began. He had a vision of where he was going. He had a vision of excellence, and he was pushing to achieve that goal. The end of the story is he scored 60 points that night. He eclipsed the 54, but that was the minimum acceptable response to where he was and what he's deemed necessary to perform at the highest level that he could. So how do you measure your performance? How do you measure how you show up? Are you just checking the boxes, or are you going for the gusto? Are you doing the things that other people won't? So tomorrow you can have the things that other people don't. If it was easy, everybody'd be doing it. If it was easy, everybody'd be great. But I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Most people don't go for great. They go for good. They want to be good. They want to get by. They want to check the boxes. The greatest enemy of great is good, because that's where people hang their hat or they settle. Think about the days when you were in school. There were certain people in your class who they were going for the A. They wanted an A. If they got a B, they were upset. Then there was that other group, the C-suite. They wanted to just get by. They got their C, and that was okay with them. They were happy. Now, the A group, those were the people who graduated magna cum laude, sigma cum laude. Now, the C, those were the people who graduated, thank you, Lordy. They almost didn't make it. The question is, when you are in your life from day to day, are you in the A suite? Are you in the C suite? How do you show up? I'm going to give you an equation that I live by, because we all have all of the principles that I'm talking about. I work with corporations mostly, and I go in and I talk to the leadership in corporations, and they all have one thing constant. They have some kind of resources. They have their products and services or their goods that they produce. So they all have resources, but not all of them have the results that are necessary to coincide with those resources. They underutilize their resources. They underutilize their strengths. The question I have for you is, you have resources or gifts that were bestowed upon you from the Creator. Are you maximizing those resources? Going back to being the best that you can be. Or are you minimizing your performance? So if you have resources minus results, I call it a culture deficit. That means you are existing in an environment or a culture where just getting by is acceptable, or failure is the norm, or substandard performance is the expectation. On the flip side of that, you take that same individual, no matter where they're from, whether or not they're from a very impoverished environment or a wealthy environment, and they maximize the resources that are available to them to produce excellent results. They go from average to outstanding. Those are the individuals who I say develop a culture of champions. They have a specific culture. If you watch them, they will be set apart in a room from everybody around them. They will walk a different way. They will talk a different way. They'll be looking for the next level up. They won't be standing there complaining or talking about negative issues. Those are the people who are making a difference and making a change in their lives. So my challenge to you, or my question to you is, which one do you want to be? Doesn't matter where you start. It matters where you end up. Which one do you want to be? Do you want to be that individual that everybody wants to be associated with because you're producing results? Or are you that person who's just comfortable providing reasons why your circumstances aren't better than they are? Because at the end of the day, we are the masters of our fate. We are the captains of our soul. So what we do in our body of work will determine where we end up, no matter what the size of our company is, no matter what size of our organization, whether you are a solopreneur or you are an entrepreneur or you're a business professional, you're in leadership, if you're not in leadership. Because I want to just say this to you. Many people say, well, if I was the boss, I would do this. If I was the boss, I would do that. For those of you who've been around for a while, you know what I'm saying. In most organizations, the boss is not always the leader. There's a difference between a boss and a leader. There are so many unofficial leaders in our organizations, in our networks, because they command respect based on their relationships and their body of work, because they are not only working to help themselves get better, but they're taking care of the people around them. They are reaching out and extending that hand. They're networking. You're here at this event that Brenda has put together. The issue is, are you maximizing your resources at this event? Are you reaching across the platform and talking to other people and inviting them to help you help them? Because together, everybody achieves more. Yeah, that's the word, the acronym for team. But the question is, are we putting it into practice, or are we just speaking the words. I'm excited about being here with you, and I'm going to leave you with a couple of things that I truly, truly believe with before I wrap this up. Everybody has a reason for doing what they do, and they call it their why. You have a why, the person sitting next to you has a why, the person down the street has a why. And why, while most of us view it as a word, is actually an acronym. Yeah, why is an acronym? And it has two meanings. The first meaning, and you can write this down if you'd like, of why is what hurts you. People respond, react, or act based on pain. What's hurting them? Maybe it's a divorce. Maybe they lost their job. Maybe they lost a family member. Maybe they lost a house. But something is hurting them, and they're responding or reacting a certain way based on what's hurting them. So if you're in a leadership role, or if you are on the road of being the best person that you can be on God's green earth, then understanding and helping people through that why is something that we all have to try to do. The second acronym, or the second word meaning of why, is what heals you. Everybody's looking for a healing. If they've been hurt, they're trying to get over it. So what will heal them? What will bring them back full circle? What will help them either leave that why around the corner, get through the why that's in front of them, or anticipate getting through the why that's around the corner waiting for them? Because there's always an opportunity for people to have a good time or a bad time. And it's usually based on their mindset and the environment in which they exist. We cannot always change their mindset, but we don't have to feed into negativity. If you want to become excellent, you must surround yourself with people striving for excellence. And those that are not striving for excellence, you offer them your guidance, your assistance. But if they're not willing to take it, you have to move on, because you are on a mission. You have been given an opportunity to fly, to soar, to be the best that you can be. And to be the best that you can be, you've got to get up every morning refreshed, energized, rejuvenated, and ready to do the best thing that you can. To show up, but not just show up with your best self. And I guarantee you, if you show up every day with your best self, people will start paying attention to you. People will start talking about you and talking to you. People will start wanting to do business with you. People will want to understand your secret. And the secret is very, very simple. I strive and I pride myself on excellence. Now, some of you might want to know, I know I'm coming up on my time, how to get in touch with me. Well, I work with people in leadership roles, as I said, but the first person that you lead in life is yourself. So you're always leading somebody. But because you spent this time with me today, I'm going to give you a gift, and that gift will also allow you to get more information on what I do and how I do it. Terrence gave you the word. If you text the word leadershipology, the study of leadership, leadershipology, like biology is the study of the human body, sociology is the study of how people interact with each other, psychology is the study of the mind, leadershipology is the study of crazy people like me. I'm just kidding. If you text the word leadershipology, your full name and your email address to 954-329-0281, 954-329-0281. Type the word leadershipology, your full name, and your email address. I've got something special that I'm going to send just to you for taking this 20 minutes out of your busy schedule, because you could have done a lot of things other than sit here and listen to me for the last 20 minutes. But because I am so grateful and I believe in you, I am going to give you something from me to you. And with that, I thank you again. I'm going to turn it back over to Terrence and to Brenda. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Hey! Oh, wow. I didn't see. Where's there he is.
What's going on, Velton?
Hey, brother, if I had your hand, I'd throw mine in.
Hey, Velton, that was 954-329-0281. Yep.
That is correct.
Awesome.
That is correct.
See that? Go get that gift.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, we have said throughout this conference that, you know, you didn't pay anything to be here, but you did invest in your time. And because you invested in yourself, that's why these great speakers like Velton are giving you a special gift. But now the only way you can do it is, again, by taking that massive action and letting your fingers do the talking. So make sure you take the word leadershipology over to 954-329-0281. Give us your full name and your email address. Otherwise, we don't know who we're sending this gift to. And you will get your special gift from Velton. You know, I like to call you Professor Leadershipologist. Professor Leadershipology. Tell us again more about that. I love that why, that creating that understanding of what's helping you, what's hurting you, or what's healing you as they create that culture of champions. Why is that so important for us to make that distinction as we become the best you that we can be?
Well, you know, one of the things that I learned in the 30 years I spent in corporate America, most people were promoted into leadership roles for three reasons. And those were their strategic thought process, their technological skills, or their fiduciary responsibility. They got into this corner office with the big mahogany desk and the floor to ceiling windows, and some of them failed miserably. And the reason that they failed is they had no people skills. They couldn't relate to the people around them. And when you're put into a leadership role, it's about the people. It's not about you. Don't ask me about my leadership style, because if I'm truly a good leader, I'm a chameleon. My style changes based on the circumstances that I've been confronted with. I'm more concerned with the learning style of the people I've been entrusted to lead. Their learning style is a derivative of their why. Why are they here? Why are they there? And what hurts you? Life happens. Everybody goes through hurts. Either you're just came out of a hurt, you're just going into a hurt, or there's a hurt around the corner waiting for you. It's unavoidable. Something's going to hurt you, or something's not going to sit well with you. And once you're hurt, as the leader or the person who's helping them, you've got to figure out with them what heals them, what will heal them, what will bring them back to center. How can I be a part of their accomplishment or their amen moment? And that's, to me, what it's truly all about. When you talk about leadership, you can talk about leadership, you can talk about friendship, you can talk about mentorship, any of that. It's all about the people that you've been entrusted to touch and heal or help.
Love it.
Said. Well said.
Before you guys start up some other questions, Velton has done something to completely change his life too. He has lost a ton of weight. That is a huge accomplishment.
A literal ton.
Yes. Well, you know, and see, Brenda, she knows the story because she and I laughed about this. I'm an old man, you know, and I say that with kindness. I'll be 64 this year. But a year and a half ago, when I turned 62, I had an epiphany. I weighed 291 pounds.
Woo!
And I said to myself, I don't know many 300-pound, 70-year-old people walking around. So I lost 53 pounds. And I'm on the road to losing another 20 to get down to a weight where I can live my best life and be the best me I could be.
Talk about a change of mindset.
Absolutely. You know what they say? The song says, when you change your mind, the rest will follow. And so he changed his mind and the rest just seemed to fall off. And Corey Fox says, don't just show up, but show up with your best self. And you're a perfect example of what we are talking about.
Well,
Once
thank
again,
you
you
so much.
guys, if you want to get that special gift from Velton, you know what you need to do. You need to text the word leadershipology to 954-329-0281 with your full name and email address so you can get that special gift from Professor Leadershipology, Velton Showell III. Velton, we thank you so much. And you guys, you will see him again live and in person in October.
That's
at
right.
our live event. So
that's going to be awesome.
And in
Absolutely.
February.
In February, yeah. In February, you know what? Can I just say this? You know, they talk about people are visionaries. Brenda's a visionary because she lives in the Midwest, where in February, I won't say what it's colder then, but she knows it's cold. I used to live in Nebraska. I know. February, she's bringing you guys. Should I tell them, Brenda?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
To Florida in February. Now,
Fort Lauderdale.
I don't know about you. When I spent my last February in Omaha, Nebraska, I said, I don't care if I have to walk to Florida. I'm going to be there by the spring. I'm getting out of this. But anyway, we're looking forward to that. That's going to be in February.
So you've got many reasons to go on over right now while we've got the special going. You see it right there on the scrolling screen. Get your ticket right now for the in-person event in October. I said event in October, Becoming the Best You. We're going to be in St. Louis in October. And if you get your ticket today, you can get it for the low price of how much, Anthony?
$250, sir.
$250.
I feel like you were playing Price is Right. I felt like.
Well, yeah, I was waiting for you to say 251.
If I was in the front row and it was, I'd be going for the dollar higher. Yeah, 250.
Yes. $200.
Okay, you know, Anthony, he's always got it moving and shaking over there.
We call them Special A for a reason. So yes, go get your tickets right now. Go on over to comechangeyourlife.com. You get to see all of our beautiful faces live and in person, plus over 20 other speakers and thought leaders. We're going to have entertainment. We're going to have comedians. We're going to have entertainment. We're going to have what's the group we're going to have there? We can tell them now, right?
You can tell them it is Diamonds and Whiskey. She is going, that's the name of their, I don't drink, so I don't, the alcohol part of the name. Unfortunately, sometimes that goes with.
But she does do diamonds. Let's be
you don't? Did you see how?
I was waiting for her to say I don't do diamonds.
She'll do diamonds. She won't do alcohol.
Yeah, we'll do diamonds.
Okay.
My girlfriend doesn't think I do diamonds, so I'll do the whiskey without the diamonds.
You better get with
woman
it.
after my heart. So you definitely want to be there for all of the inspiration as well as the entertainment. Go on over to comechangeyourlife.com, click on that October tab, and get your special price ticket. Remember to use the code BTBY. Velton, it's always a pleasure to have you in the house. See you real soon. Thank you for sharing the Culture of Champions experience with us today.
Awesome.
Keep happiness, everyone. Congratulations and good luck. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, brother. Take it easy.
All right. So, man, we're cooking with gas, you guys. Hopefully from all the comments we're seeing, Corey is giving a round of applause. Isabel Luz Camacho Black, who rocked the stage last night, she's saying amen. Corey Fox was saying, don't just show up with your best self. So we've got a lot of interaction going on in the chat. It's not too late for you guys. If you're out there watching, come on, give us a comment. Let us know where you're watching from and invite a friend, because we still got a lot more to go. So let's go to our next speaker. Anthony, are you ready to introduce who that is?
Well, are we doing Charlotte?
Absolutely.
All right, then I will get ready for her. Ladies and gents, we are going to bring her to the stage. We've had a little bit of technical difficulties, but it's okay because she is ready to kick the tires. Like the fires, that's 2 times in a row. I used a little Top Gun reference. So let's get ready for Charlotte. She's been inspiring others for over a decade now, known in the creative space as Charlotte the Challenger, challenging others to win in life, and has positioned herself as a top transformative speaker in the education arena. She has made it her life's work to help others transition so that they could be a real life changer in their communities. Ladies and gents, today, Charlotte is a successful businesswoman, author of 2 self-help books, and a mother of 3 young men. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlotte the Challenger.
Hello.
Hello. You look great. This is perfect. You're smooth. You're good to go. I'm going to give you the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm just glad to be here. I'm excited, of course, as always. And it's funny, the topic of my message today is expect a miracle. And I'm definitely expecting one right now. And so with that being said, I'm excited, thankful, grateful for Brenda to have me on her platform, Becoming the Best You. And I think I have a little bit of knowledge of becoming the best me. But I just really today I want to talk about the expecting a miracle part. And the reason why is because as you're expecting a miracle, sometimes the miracle doesn't look like the miracle, right? So how does that translate to business? How does that translate to your career? How does that translate to your family or spiritual life? I'm going to tell you. So one of the first things I want you to know as you are expecting and waiting on that next level in your life, I want you to know that you have to work out the kinks as you are working and going forward in that time, in that space, in that transition. And I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about somewhat of the transition or the season that I am in, because I believe that sometimes when I share, some other people can relate and vice versa. And so I'm going to share that. So I know I've planted. I know that there was some seeds that had been planted. And in that time of growing or expecting what has been planted, there's a season for that, for the sprout, right? I know it's coming because I planted it, but what do I do in the meantime? So the first thing I want you to know is to work out the kinks. What are the kinks that you need to work out? I think Mr. Belton, he shared about procrastination. Yes, you got to share how you can stop procrastinating with yourself, right? Share how you can be a better you in that season of how to stop procrastinating. So your work ethic, what does that look like? Is there a reason why you are at the place that you're in right now? Check your work ethic. Check your management skills as far as how you manage yourself. How do you manage your money, right? How do you manage your family? How do you manage your household? You're probably like, what does this have to do with my business? Well, it has everything to do with your business. I am called to leaders, and I'm called to youth, right? To youth and lead people in leadership. And so just excited to be able to share with others, hey, you can transition, you can transform. But here's the thing. We looking at the outside of what we want and how to get there and how to get it. But we got to, hey, go back into the mirror and look at ourselves. How are we managing ourselves? How are we dealing with our work ethic? How are we becoming the best us that we can be? The second thing I want to talk about is removing all the distractions. You know what distracts you. So as you're again expecting this miracle, you may have your issues of life that's going on, right? You got the issues of life. And then you also have the things that you are expecting, right? I want you to hold the thing that you're expecting because you're moving towards that thing. You're going towards. But here's the issues of life is still happening. So how do we, right? How do we continue to move towards the expectings with this with these distractions and things that life that's happening? And I'll tell you this, you got to stay focused. There's a scripture that I like. It's called in Isaiah 26:3. You know, if you keep your mind stayed upon what you want, paraphrasing, if you keep your mind stayed upon what you want, you will see the piece that you need in order to get to what you are expecting, right? So I want you to think about that. If you stay focused here, and yes, the distraction, it's waving. They were probably waving loudly like it was this morning for me. But you stay focused and focus on the course of what you're desiring, what you are expecting, and what you know that you planted that seed. You know, you got to keep going. You got to keep moving forward, right? So also with the distractions, getting the people out of your way. And that was one of the hardest thing for me to do, is removing the people out of my life. Well, you guys, I have had since the last time I have seen you guys earlier this year, I have had a tremendous transformation with my business and with everything that's going on. I created 9 youth authors. 9 youth authors. Of course, I know a lot of you are authors, but just imagine 9 youth authors that's going into the school districts and speaking to other little small kids, right? Imagine that, right? The impact of an 8th grader going to go talk to a 4th grader about their book that they have written, right? But in that process, of course, there was things that happening. But again, I know what I'm expecting. I know where I'm going. I know that I have to stay the course in spite of all that, right? So there was people that fell off, meaning people that I would talk to every day, get an encouraging word. They would pray with me. And we'll talk about some other stuff that didn't have anything to do with business or our jobs or our families, and they just fell off, right? And I think it was because I wasn't going to let them go. Like, hey, I need, can't talk right now. They want to talk and talk about their problems. I'm just being real with you guys. I'm talking about leadership and going to the next level and becoming the best you. So these people, we will talk about nothing. I love them. I care for them. I really, really do. But right now, understanding the mission and what I have just planted, I got to go. I got to keep going. So understanding where you are in this season, there's seasons in life. So I told you I have planted, and now I know for a fact where I am going. When guess what? There's no lagging. There's no lagging. There's no lagging. There's no procrastination. So you got to possibly, Lord, help me in this area, but remove all of the distractions so you can go to the next level. And so now, okay, we talked about removing the kinks and we talked about removing all the distraction. Guess what? Now, what is your routine? What does that look like? I know there's a lot of people talk about early bird gets the worm. I am a believer of that. And I do like to get up early, but I also know some people work best late at night, right? So it's impossible for you to get up at 4 a.m. if you just went to sleep at 2 a.m., right? So what works best for you? Make it a routine and be consistent in that routine, right? The doctor just said it earlier. He said that we are creative, but are we consistent? Are we consistent in that thing that we know that we supposed to be doing to explore, get our creativity out there? Are we consistent in that? Are we being the best you that you could be? Are we being that? Are we actually doing that? And I think that's when we have to check ourselves. So as we are expecting this miracle, we are checking ourselves. What is our morning routine look like? And what I have started doing, and maybe this will help someone, whatever area you're working on, one of the things I do, I set an alarm to do an extra workout throughout the day. And so I do my workouts in the morning, then at 8:15 at night, it's a random number, right? It could have did 8 o'clock, but 8:15, okay, you do a workout. And it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because I stop whatever I'm doing, right? And I was like, okay, because this is what I said I wanted, right? So I stop and do a 15-minute workout. And it's like, I'm just there doing. My kids looking at me like, what is she doing? I just stop what I'm doing, even if I'm in the kitchen or whatever. I stop what I'm doing. I do my little workout. And so you gotta be creative, make it fun on this journey as you are expecting. But I also want you to see the miracles that are happening daily, because you remember we have this life over here going on, right? Remember? But there's miracles. I can't even explain. Yes, I can't even explain how miraculous when you are in your purpose, when you are in alignment with what you know. because you're not focused on this, even though it's right here. And you normally use your will to get these things done, but something is pulling you in this direction is pulling you strongly. If you're not there, I say get there. But it involves consistent. It involves knowing yourself. It involves and I believe a lot of you there. I just believe that. I just believe that you are there. It's pulling you. Stay the course. Don't be choked. There's another scripture talks about planting seeds, right? And when you plant the seeds, guess what? Some fall on rocky ground. Some fall, I'm paraphrasing again, in thorns, and they get choked up. So you just said you want this $1 million, but because your bank account said -0, it's choking the life out of you. Instead of you moving towards the action step and doing massive action, you're choked up. But this cannot get you nowhere. You're not going to go nowhere with that. So I want you to think about the next step. I want to talk about mastering self. Right? You got to master your thoughts. You got to master it. And this is the incredible, miraculous part when expecting a miracle. You're speaking over yourself. So mastering self requires you to be a mental surgeon. There's a great I think thought leader. He has a book called The Power of the Subconscious Mind. And Dr. Joseph Murray, he is the author of that book. Amazing book. But he talked about being a mental surgeon, having the mental picture, being clear in your visualization, and you'll be going towards whatever that is. And you won't be, it's like I'm in that season, so that's how I can talk about it. It's a knowing, it's an assurance, it's an unstoppable feeling. It's a just amazing feeling to know that you are in alignment with your purpose, when you are in alignment in what you know you're called to do, because you're helping so many people in the lives that's going to be impacted. And it's you getting out the way. I just heard a TikTok this morning, and the guy said he was terrified to speak. A lot of us wasn't we? Terrified to speak. But here's the thing. When you remove you out the way and think about how the healing message that you're going to deliver to somebody and how it's going to help them, you is invisible. I'm invisible. Because I know that someone's life is going to be really changed. I know that words changes lives. Words. I'm speaking words. Even though I'm speaking words. You're hearing words that are just transformative. And even if you're reading a book, those are words. That's transformative. So you're doing yourself a disservice if you're in fear, hiding, and those people that are watching, if you're doing yourself and others a disservice, if you're not being the best you that you can be, mastering yourself by actually visualizing what you see and getting yourself out the way, because that is placed there for a reason. That is placed there for a reason. You have that desire for a reason. But now again, work out those kinks. You got to work out those kinks. You got to move out the distractions. You wonder why it's not happening, because those distractions are still there. You got to remove that. You got to check your routine. You mastering self. And the next point is not being afraid to pivot. This is again for my business owner. When you see something that is not conducive, not producing money, not impactful, hey, we have to know when to pivot. So, and I like to think that my life is full of pivotal moments to where it made me better, right? So by now you should know that life is going to happen. These things are going to happen. So by now, you got to be open and clear to when to pivot in your life. And so last year, I was doing something totally different. Last summer, I was doing something totally different. I was doing a program called BAM, Books and Money. And I'm sharing this because it could be you I'm talking to that might need to pivot in your life. I'm doing something totally different, invested a lot of money in it. However, I felt when I did a commercial, I knew that this is not what I was going to be doing. I felt it. I didn't say anything, but I felt the energy of it. Like, I know this is not it. And this summer, though, when I was working with those little kids, And they said one of the little kids, he was an 11-year-old little boy. He's in the 6th grade now. And he said the words to me. He said, I know that there will be no other kid in my school that has a book. They can't say they are author. And now that it's done, he said, I can't believe I'm an author. Do you know what that does to me? Do you know that the impact of that from versus last year to this year? Last year, I had a program called BAM Books and Money. I was working with adults. The different energy, meaning they was complaining, they don't have time. The adults didn't have time. It was just, and not to talk about it, but it is frustrating. It was frustrating for me. This year, I can't say it was easier. But it was better, right? Because they got it done. 9 of them got it done versus last year. That's something not to talk about. But knowing when to pivot and not being afraid to pivot. Do what works best for you on this journey. Whether if you need to get another job, it's okay to pivot. It's okay to look, hey, this is not working for me. Let me try a whole new career. You guys, for my birthday was August 2nd. And for my birthday, I did my first stand-up. Unbelievable. But it was always something that I wanted to do. My friend said, it's not a career path, but it was something I want to try. I just want to see if I could get a laugh. And you guys, I had a 15-minute plan, right? But when I got there, I never went to anything like this. When I got there, they said I only had 5 minutes. So you can imagine, I'm just lost. I'm like, what? I don't even know what to say. So I just freestyle. And I am happy I'm happy because I did got like 2 laughs in 2 different spots, right? But some people didn't get no laughs. This is amateur night at the Improv. Some people didn't get no laugh. Listen. I'm not pivoting to that career, but you don't know what works best for you. Try it. If you have that desire in you, people's like, you're funny, but I'm like impromptu funny. Like if we talking and you say something, I can say something back. I'm like that. I'm not Dave Chappelle. I'm not them yet. So with that being said, pivot. You don't know what works for you. You don't know how. You're still speaking. You're still in a speaking career. You're up in front of people, still doing what you want to do, but you don't know unless you try. You don't know. So with that being said, in that pivot, how do you do this? How do you expect a miracle? How do you wait? How do you do this? Right? Be open. Some of you have been getting miracles out there, but you haven't recognized it because you're so caught up in the issues of life. And I'm speaking from experience because I have those phone conversations. They was getting miracles, but they didn't look at it as a miracle. Expect it. Understand what it is. Money comes from everywhere. Families can mend together. You're like, wow, I didn't think we would ever talk again. This is all towards your success because in order to be on an excellent level, yes, you're going to have to do some forgiving. And so you can be focused and clear. Be open. Be open. This is how it's happening. You got to be open to listen and knowing what seeds you planted. So we know we're planting, right? We knowing what seeds you planted 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Look, you're reaping the benefits of that. If you don't like what you see, you can actually plant new seeds, but you got to know to wait. And in that waiting process, you're becoming the best you by what? Working out the kinks. You're getting rid of the distractions. You have a morning routine, right? You're mastering self. You're becoming and knowing when to pivot. So these seeds that I have just said with the words of my mouth, right? I hope they land on good, solid ground, knowing that, hey, if you wonder why it's not happening for you, about 7 years ago, I was like, why is it not happening for me? It was because of the seeds I planted the previous. But now I know the seeds that I'm planting now of becoming the best me because there's only one me. So I might as well be the best. So if you don't know how, just know to be open to listen to what you have already spoke out into the universe of what you're wanting in this season of your life. And I think that's my time. I really appreciate you guys for tuning in, and hopefully that helps someone. Look, the miracle happened, you guys. It happened. I stayed on the whole time.
The miracle is real. Thank you so much, Charlotte, the challenger. I love how you rose to the challenge. You know, we many times, and we talked about this yesterday, many times when you are doing live events or virtual events, you're at the will of the technology. But just like a boxer in the ring, you got to be up to the challenge. You got to be able to take the body blows that the internet will send you, but not get knocked down without having the ability to get back up. And you got knocked down a couple of times, but you got back up, you showed up, and you showed out. So thank you so much, Charlotte, for being here. We want to make sure that you guys get those notes that she was talking about. She said, work out the kinks. Then she said, remove all the distractions. Then she asked you that question, what is your routine? And then how are you mastering yourself? And last but not least, she always reminds you that don't be afraid to pivot. Pivot, yes. That's the one thing they tell the challenger in the ring when they are fighting the champion. Be ready to pivot. Be ready to pivot. That's how you're going to stay alive in the ring, and that's how you stay focused and upbeat in the game of life. So, Charlotte,
Yes.
somebody's going to want to have a conversation with you. Somebody's going to want to know how they can rise to the challenge. There's some other young author that wants to be number 10, 11, 12, 13 working with you. So how can they get in contact with you?
Oh, they can reach me on my cell. Yes, I'm giving my cell out, 214-779-7443. But also they can reach me on social media, Instagram, Facebook. I'm Charlotte the Challenger. I think the name is right there on the screen. And also, you guys can go to thereallifechangers.com and you can see everything that we have going over there with the youth.
Love it.
Love it. We're just going to ask you once you drop off to put that information in the feed. We're also going to type as fast as we can to put it in the feed as well. But you know what, you guys, she also is going to grace us with her presence in October in the Lou. So you guys, come on. If you like what you heard today, come on and get that ticket right now at the low price of what, Anthony?
$250, sir.
Okay, $250 for the Becoming the Best You in-person event, October 21st through the 23rd in St. Louis. Charlotte, thank you so much for rising to the challenge. Have a great day, sweetie.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Charlotte. Great job. All right, T. We're pretty much on schedule, but I know that we're going to keep things moving. We've got Dr. Lotus Richer ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to let you take the floor, get her introduced, and get her up on the stage.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And you know what? To being a man and being a co-host along with Anthony on this great stage, it really is wonderful to see all these powerhouse women dropping nuggets, bringing knowledge, helping you to ignite and take flight on your journey towards becoming the best you possible. And we can't help you to ignite if we don't have the igniter in the house. And yes, we've got the igniter in the house ready to light your pilot so that you can flame on and flame out with your greatness, with your ability to move to the next level of your greatness and become the best you possible. That is none other than Dr. Lotus Richer. She's an experienced trainer specializing in creating dynamic change and in igniting others to discover their own personal gifts so that they can be their best and reach their highest potential. Her zone of genius is training entrepreneurs on the use of technology such as Zoom, StreamYard, and social media marketing so that they can thrive in their role as a successful entrepreneur in today's world of technology. So if you are ready to ignite and take flight as you move to a trajectory of becoming the best you possible, then get your pens, get your pads, and give us some virtual applause as we bring to the stage Dr. Lotus Richey. Mic check, Doc. What's happening, Doctor? Hello to you, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking, and I'm super happy to be a part of becoming the best you can be. So thank you for having me today, and thank you to all the speakers that's been here so far.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? The stage is yours. Go ahead and light that pilot so that we can ignite and take flight.
Awesome. Fantastic. So let's get right into it. Becoming the best you that you can be and overcoming your challenges is really, it can be a difficult thing, right? Well, I've learned that through a lot of my struggles that I needed self-confidence. Let me share a story with you. Years ago, not too many years, right? When I worked and I lived in Japan, I was working with clients who were having challenges with substance use disorders and mental illness. And a lot of them were, of course, military. And they were voluntold that they had to get their lives together or else. Now, many of you may have been in this same situation where you've been told to get yourself together or else. If that's you, go ahead and put a number 2 in the comment, because I know I'm not preaching to the choir, and I'm not preaching. I'm sharing life experiences, life-changing experiences that will empower you and embody you to dig deep inside, to become the best you that you want to become to be. So when I was in Japan, sharing stories with folks, with my clients, I used to help these folks with substance use disorders and mental illness. So in short, they were my patients. But little did I know that I was my own patient, and I was a patient of the world. And here's why I'm telling you that. While I was working with a lot of these people, I didn't want to share my story of many of my family members struggle with drug addiction, with alcohol addiction. And I was in the right place at the right time, because sharing substance use disorder trainings and skill sets and teaching a lot of the classes, it put me front center with my own reality that I was too ashamed to share. How many of you are ashamed to share your real story, the down dirty of what's been happening in your life? I would imagine that many of us are, because of the theys. The theys tell us all the time, don't share that. Nobody wants to know that. And guess what? That's not the truth. Because I always say your story is your power. And so as we get started, I want you to get your notebook. I always say note takers are money makers and note takers are change makers. But here's the thing. You've been watching this broadcast since yesterday. And I would imagine that you've taken some notes, and I hope that you have. But if you haven't, you definitely want to write these notes down that I'm about to share with you. Because see, my patients in Japan, they have been all over the world working for the military. And I have been all over the world when I was in the military and after I was out of the military. And now being out of the military and being able to work with people who have substance use disorders and mental illness, I could give them the best of both worlds. I could give them what I knew about being in the military, and I could give them what I knew about being a civilian. And many of the folks that I work with, they had history in substance use disorders and mental illness that spanned years and years ago. But guess what? I did not know that they had these issues. And guess what? I tell you, they were so alarmed when I was able to share some of the information with them about their own lives. And you might be saying, Dr. Lotus, how was you able to do that? Well, I was able to do that because I listened to them. I did the full body listening that it took to hear their story, to embrace their story.
I believe as though we had a little technical difficulty. I think she was getting a FaceTime call. So give her a split second and she should be right back.
Absolutely.
She was killing it through whatever that FaceTime was. She was like, I'm just going to go ahead and just keep talking. No problem about it. And I was checking every device I had. I was like, is this my device?
Right. I'm like, is this me? But that's the power. Her message is harnessing your thoughts. And apparently somebody wanted to add their thoughts into her presentation, but that's okay. We will stick and stay, and hopefully she'll be able to make a connection back with us. While we are doing that, let's make sure that you guys get the information about our previous speaker, Charlotte the Challenger. You can check her out at thereallifechangers.com, thereallifechangers.com, and she goes by Charlotte the Challenger on all social media platforms. So you definitely want to check her out on those platforms. As we pivot, let's go and let's just talk about what's going to be happening again on October 21st through the 23rd. Let's give them a promo about the upcoming event, and then let's give them a testimonial about how they can be a part of our Speaker Academy. So Here we go.
And then we'll bring Dr. Lotus Roche back up.
All right.
I'm going to wear some.
Hey, it's Izzy, the Intentional Healer. I just want to jump on and just give a shout out to the Becoming the Best You Speaker Series. That was an amazing series that I just went through. It was 8 weeks. And when I say in that 8 weeks, probably what I took away the most, because, okay, I want to say this. It was my second speakers class. So for me, I was building on some other awesome things I had learned. But what stood out for me, what stood out to me the most and what has helped me the most, and I have used it ever since, every speech that I'm putting together, and that is the great Terrence, the Unstoppable, said, never tell a story without making a point, and never make a point without telling a story. So that is on my checklist now, because before that I was just rambling on, and I had a point somewhere. But with the help of the Becoming the Best You Speaker Series, I now can put together a nice speech. So I highly recommend the Becoming the Best You Speaker Series. Join now.
Absolutely. It's not too late to join us for our next session that's starting soon. Go on over to BTB Speaker, btbspeaker.com, and you could be a part of the next class of speakers that are becoming the best version of themselves. And you could be rocking the sunglasses.
You can. Or you could do the whole thing, because we're ready for Dr. Lotus Roche to come back. So I'm going to go ahead and pretend like I'm ready to go skiing and wear the cowboy hat all at the same time.
He's a multifaceted speaker. Dr. Roche, are you back in the building?
I am back in the building and so happy to be back. And I'm going to start where I left off. So thanks, Terrence. You're awesome.
You are unstoppable. The stage is yours.
Thank you. And so, look, thank you for welcoming me back. Let me continue with my story. And for some of you that's just joining us, go ahead and tag a friend and tell them to come on in, because we want to share this amazing message. And as I said before, don't forget to get your notepad and your pen and come on in, because you've got to take these notes. So I was sharing with you that when I worked in Japan, I worked with people who had substance use disorders and mental illness. Yet I was not sharing my own story with them. I was not sharing about my family members who suffer from mental illness and substance abuse. And I was running scared. Just to think that someone might know that I have these same troubles, I have these same problems. Well, guess what? And I said this before, guess. You may have some of these same problems, but you do not have to run scared because your story is your power. Many of my patients that I had then, they suffered from alcohol abuse. They suffered from over-the-counter drug use. And they suffered from sometimes being abused by their parents or friends or even teachers. And so they use alcohol or drugs to really deal with that, to numb that pain. And even though I wasn't numbing my pain by not telling my story, one day I started out helping my patients, my clients, and some of them became great friends because I was able to share my story about my family members, how they were on drugs, how I had gone to shooting galleries in New York. And for those of you that don't know what a shooting gallery is, it's an abandoned building where people go to use drugs. And I'd gone there. We had to go and look for my aunt after my grandmother passed away. And my mom and dad, they didn't want to leave my sister and I in the car, so they took us with them. And I saw all types of things going on in this shooting galleries. I saw people with their arms swollen from pus holes where they just couldn't shoot drugs anymore. And I remembered those things. And I started to share my stories with those that I was serving. And then they started looking at me differently. They started looking at me to say, Lotus, you know how I've been feeling, maybe. You know some of the challenges that I've been through. You know some of the obstacles that I'm facing. And finally, after all the months of doing great work, I began to do brilliant work. I began to harness my own thoughts. And so that's what I want to share with you today. You don't have to be ashamed of where you've come from. It contributes to who you are in the now and where you're going. I remember years ago when I talked to my mom. One day I was crying in the kitchen and she said, "What's wrong?" And I was crying. I couldn't get it together. And I said, "Mommy, they talking about me. They saying they lied on me." And my mother looked at me and she said, "They talked about Jesus. So who are you?" Yes, I was floored. I was devastated. I was like, how could she say that to me? But that helped me through the rest of my life, for the best of my life, because it taught me to harness that thought. Because you all may have heard this. Napoleon Hill has shared with us, everything starts with a thought. And when I was in Japan sharing with my patients, with my clients, some of them became my friends, I realized that I wasn't just helping them to save their lives and save their careers, but I was saving my own life because I was sharing my story. So write this down. Your story is your power and your power is your story. But how do you share your story with power? You share it from harnessing your thoughts. And becoming the best you really starts with a thought. You know, I want to talk to you about when I started transitioning from Japan after helping thousands of sailors and Marines and folks in the Army save their careers, save their lives, and save their families' lives. Let's face it, many of us have families. And what we do and what we don't do is a trickle-down effect. It has a trickle-down effect in every part of our life. That's why I always say ignite and take flight in every area of your life. And the area of your life that you have to start taking flight in is your thoughts. You might say, Dr. Lotus, well, how does harnessing my thoughts? Isn't that your new book? Yeah, that's my new book. And this is why I'm so grateful to share it today. Because becoming the best you that you can be starts with your own thoughts. What you think about yourself, write that down. What am I thinking about myself? Okay, what am I thinking about myself? Do I think that I'm great at what I do? Do I think that I am the best me that I can be? Well, if you don't think that, here's the opportunity during this broadcast, even yesterday's broadcast, to write down these nuggets of golden change opportunity. Write that down. Am I the best me that I can be? You got that? Okay. If you got it, put a number 3 in the comment. Now that you've written that down, I want to give you a couple of items that's going to help you become the best you can be by harnessing your thoughts. Write this down. Alexander the Great, he once said, I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep. I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion. So the first thing you want to do when becoming the best you that you can be is understand that you have to have the courage of a lion. Les Brown said it amazingly great. He said, you got to be hungry. So the question is, write this down. Am I hungry? Am I hungry? And now right below that, ask yourself, what am I hungry for? What am I hungry for? Are you hungry for the passion of your purpose? Are you hungry for the passion of your purpose? Yes, this is a part of becoming the best you that you can possibly be. Well, Dr. Lotus, I don't know my purpose. I challenge you to get a journal and write every day in it, and it will avail itself to you. But because you may not have days to write right now while I'm on in front of you, write down what you love to do, what you would do if no one paid you 1 $10. What brings you joy? What puts a smile on your face? What helps you help other people solve the challenges in their lives? Because guess what? Each and every one of us are the solution to someone's challenge. We just have to understand our purpose in the world. So write this down. What challenge am I solving with what I love to do? What challenge am I solving with what I love to do? Because when you begin to solve challenges with what you love to do, and I heard this said in a movie, girl, if you sang and you love to be a singer, then girl, you're supposed to be a singer. How many of you want to be writers? Then do the work and become a writer. How many of you want to become a dentist, an oral surgeon maybe, a brain surgeon, or a host for shows just like the one that you're viewing today? Write that down. Whatever it is you love, whatever it is you want, you can have, you can do, and you can be. But it takes, like Alexander the Great said, you have to be a lion. John C. Maxwell said, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Write this down. Who's leading you? Who are you surrounding yourself around? Who are you engaging yourself with to really pour positive energy into you? Who is that leader? Write down your 2 top leaders. And if you really want to gain some more power, write down your 3 top leaders that you follow. And now, if you're a leader, put a 5 in the comment, because many of us are already leaders in our own way, especially when we're walking in the journey, especially when we're harnessing our thoughts, especially when we're viewing broadcasts like this, being the best you that you can be. Who are you leading? Are you leading your church? Are you leading a missionary group? Are you leading in school? Are you in college and you have college friends that you're leading? Are you in school? Are you a teacher and you're leading children that are looking up to you? Are you a motivational speaker? Are you a trainer? What do you do to help lead others? And how does that add value to their life? Write that down. How are you adding value to their lives? And here's the kicker. If you really want to harness further thought, how are they adding value to yours? Because let's face it, Great leaders need great leaders. I always say great mentors need great mentors. That's a part of harnessing your thoughts, understanding who you're being led by and who you're leading. And then write this down. You don't want to miss this. Someone once said, and I believe his name was Dr. Eric Thomas, he said, you have to want it more than you want to breathe. He talked about the story when he was meeting someone that he highly admired, and they said, meet me out at the beach. And he went out there, he had his suit on, and he looked at the guy, and the guy didn't have on a suit. The guy just had on plain clothes. And the guy took his head and dunked it under the water. And he was like, okay, he's crazy. But the question becomes, when you're underwater, when you're under stress, when you think you're operating at something less than your best, how bad do you want it? How bad do you want it? That's a part of harnessing your thoughts to become the best you that you can be. Becoming the best you starts in the mind. Here's another question I want to ask you. Are you holding yourself accountable? Henry Ward Beecher said, hold yourself responsible for a higher standard than anybody expects of you, and never excuse yourself. Are you giving yourself excuses? Are you giving yourself reasons to fail rather than reasons to succeed? Write that down. Am I giving myself reasons to succeed? What thoughts am I harnessing in my mind to cause me to fail? I dare you to write those thoughts down that is causing you to fail. Identify them and face them, because that's a part of becoming the best you that you can possibly be. That's a part of harnessing what you think about, because when you think about something every day, right? I've heard it said, we become what we think of every day. Our thoughts become things. And so if you're harnessing all these negative thoughts about you, about around you, about people that you're engaging with, about, oh, my life is so hard, oh, my life is so bad, then you're harnessing that negative energy, and it's dwelling inside you and it's emitting outside of you. And you have to hold yourself responsible and accountable for good thoughts. So if you write those things down, it will identify them, and then you can work on them. And you can write something that's called a Lincoln letter. Write those negative thoughts down. You can take it, you can ball it up, you can throw it in the ocean of forgetfulness, you can burn it, you can do anything you want to, but you have to harness your thoughts, because it helps you to become the best you that you are trying to become. And as we near the close, I want to share this with you. Ronald Reagan said, when you make them see the light, make them feel the heat. Today, Terrence said, I'm known as Mrs. Ignite and Take Flight in every area of your life. Are you ready to feel the heat of becoming the best you that you can become? Are you ready to be uncomfortable, to get comfortable in the life that you know that you deserve? Well, if you are ready, hey there, Janelle, I see you. If you are ready to become the best you that you can possibly be, it starts with a thought. It starts with having the courage. It starts with being hungry. It starts with looking yourself squarely in the mirror and saying to yourself, self, I love you just as you are. Self, I'm with you on this journey to becoming the best you that you can possibly be. And I hope that all of you have taken these notes. I hope that all of you have been with us since yesterday, writing these notes down. because it's unequivocal. Note takers are money makers, and note takers are change makers. But you can't make any changes if you don't write those notes down and take action on those notes. So please, if you would, in the comment, let us know what life-changing thing you're going to do today, because you can start today. Write it in the comment. What are you going to start changing today? What are you going to help your business do today that you were afraid to do on yesterday? But you listened to our broadcast yesterday and maybe you got the kick in the pants that you needed, or you listened to something that one of our illustrious speakers or myself has said to you today for the jump start, the ignition that you need to become the best you that you can be. Write that down. What are you willing to give? What are you willing to do that you've never done before? Are you tired and sick and tired of not harnessing your thoughts? Are you tired and sick and tired of doing the same old thing and getting the same old results? I challenge you to harness your thoughts. Take the reins of life. Change your life for the better and win. I thank you for sharing this moment in time with me. Again, I'm Dr. Lotus Rashay. Hey there, Anthony.
Hey, Doc. Great job. Loved it. Yeah, you have an impressive ability to stop and start and literally not miss a beat no matter what happened. And I don't know if you heard me, because I think you had to get that or whatever, you switched off. When that phone was ringing, you were stone cold. You didn't miss a single word. You have an ability to just plow through. So I would have been distracted. So great job.
Thank you so much. And that was our folks in Africa actually calling. I'm like, make sure you're joining us. So we're being seen right there in Africa right now. So thank you so much, Anthony. You're always amazing. You do a fantastic job as usual. Always great to see you. And of course, Mr. Unstoppable, you are simply unstoppable. And thank you for sharing this space and time with me and helping me to share my message, harnessing your thoughts with the world. Thank you so much.
Well, when you harness your thoughts, you set off the ignition for your actions to move forward. And you are the igniter. You light the switch no matter where you are, what you do. And we're so glad that you were able to join us here virtually. And little birdie told me that, we might be able, if we ignite and take flight, we can see you in person in October at our live event. Is that correct?
Yes, that is 100% correct. I had the wonderful pleasure of seeing Brenda. Most recently, I was in Kansas speaking at a conference, at the Mental Real Estate Conference. And of course, Brenda said, you're still going to be there in October. And of course, I would not miss the chance to be with you, Terrence, to be with you, Anthony, and of course, Brenda, and all the other fantastic folks around the world that's coming together to join us. And audience, viewers, I hope you get your tickets already. I hope you've gotten your tickets. Don't debate. Don't be late. Get your tickets. Why wait?
Ooh, I like that. Don't debate. Don't be late. Get them tickets. I like that.
Why wait?
She's a poet and she didn't know it, but yet another reason for you guys to join us October 21st through the 23rd at the BTBY in-person conference. Yes. All you have to do is click on that link right now, comechangeyourlife.com, go to the tab, put in the special code BTBY, and you can get a ticket today and today only for the low price of what, Anthony?
$250, sir.
He's so excited. Yes, you can't beat that with a stick, to see the fabulous mustache man, to see Miss Igniter, and to see Mr. Unstoppable, plus a bevy of more thought leaders and speakers that will continue to help you ignite and take flight on your trajectory to becoming the best you. We're going to be there. We just need to see you there. So go ahead, take massive action right now. Click that link below, and we will see you in St. Louis. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Lotus.
We love you. Dr. Lotus. Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
I got her. I'll put her down. Oh, you got her. Perfect. All right, T. Let's keep the ball rolling. We got a little break, which we'll after this next speaker, which we'll be able to close the gap on time. We're only about 5-10 minutes behind with technical difficulties. Not too shabby. So, T, I think you got this one as well for the woman, the myth, the legend herself.
Absolutely. The woman, the only other woman other than my wife that I dream about.
Oh,
yes.
This just got awkward. I'm gonna go ahead and exit the room. I am out of here. I am.
And thank you so much. We dream about this woman, not just me, but women all and men all over the world. We dream about this woman because she helps us get in focus with our dreams. She is uniquely and divinely gifted, and she has this voice that is just so soothing and so calm that it will put you in a state of calmness, quietness, and put you in a state where you can begin to reflect on your life, your hopes, and your dreams. That's how authentic she is. That's how powerful she is. And that's why we have her here. We have Erin Page coming to the stage. And after years of silencing her true, authentic voice, she now uses it to live a life based on fullness and releasing and becoming who she was brought to be in this life, and to help you do the same. Through a heartful connection, Erin speaks to guide audiences back to their heart so that they can radiate their own unique gifts, creating a ripple effect and igniting the world. So we're going to welcome to the stage another powerful, phenomenal speaker here for you today at the BTBY. Let's welcome Erin Page to the stage. Erin, mic check, 1, 2,
Hello,
1, 2.
hello. Can you
Hello,
hear me?
Erin. Yes, we hear you loud and clear. How are you?
I am phenomenal. I am so excited to be here with you today, Terrence. This is just moving me. And well, that was quite an introduction, sir. Thank you.
Well, you know what? Our heart is open for the fullness of which you're going to share with us. So the stage is yours.
Right. Hello, everyone that is watching and will watch this and will find a space in their heart, a little nugget to possibly take with them to continue to be the ripple that they were brought here to be. My name is Erin Page, and it thrills me beyond words to be with all of you today. And as I do with no matter where I am and who I'm speaking to, whether I have 1 minute or an hour, I always start with centering ourselves through the breath. And so if you would please imagine that, focus on that heart center. And if you would imagine that you're breathing in, yes, you will be physically breathing in through your nose and your mouth, but if you would imagine and embrace a breath through that heart space, through that heart center, breathe in for 4 seconds and hold it for as long as you can. And when you're ready, breathe out. There's been a lot of amazing energy transpiring over these last couple days. And so taking that time to center yourself through heart space and actually breathing in and reminding yourself of who you are is imperative, especially when you are in a situation where you are needing to be most present. Whether that's professionally through your business, or maybe it's personally, and that's through a relationship. Maybe if you're a mom like me, you need to stay centered and take that, yes, it does exist, an adult timeout, and breathe so you can show up in your best version of yourself for your children and your partner and those that you surround yourself with. So I'd like to ask everyone out there, and please put it in the chat, how many of you know what 2 ticks on your timeline, think of your timeline, go all the way back to history class, what 2 ticks on your timeline are shared by every single person and being in this universe, in this world. Anyone want to take a guess? Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you. We all share our birth, and we're not getting out alive. And if you imagine that timeline, there's this line that connects from our birth date to the time in which we leave. And that line is your soul. It is your unique self. It is yours and yours alone. It is only yours. And for as many people who come into your life and try to take you off course, that line, that soul, never shifts. It is a constant. So when you think about your life, yes, there's going to be ebbs and flows. There's going to be high times and low tides. But if you can always imagine that timeline and that consistency, that soul, that uniqueness that only you possess, you can breathe in through heart center at any time and get back to that one, get back to that center. I know that a lot of people deal with a lot of different things. I have been, for as much as I radiate positive energy, there have been some really tough times in my life. I had an accident where I flipped my Blazer 3-4 times. Who cares? I was heading one direction. I flipped it and it was heading the other direction on its side. I had a passenger with me, and thank you, God, he survived that with little to no scratches, and so did I. And the little known fact about that accident was that I had alcohol in my system. It wasn't above the BAC, but because I had had an accident, I was charged. And I knew it wasn't me. I just knew this wasn't who I was. But you know what? It happened, and it happened for a reason. So for every high, it happens to you for a reason. And for the lowest of lows, please believe me, it is happening for a reason. It is happening for you to take a look at your life and decide whether or not you want to change. And that's what this whole platform is all about. The BTBY movement is taking flight. It is igniting. And it is about becoming the best you. Because every single morning we wake up and we have a choice. We can go this way or we can go that way. And the best part about it is that if you decide to go this way and you're feeling a little wonky about it, take a moment to breathe. It can always go this direction. I'd like to take a quick minute. I keep talking about this heart-centered breathing and all of that and that heart-centeredness. And I know growing up, I always felt this call to my heart center. But it wasn't until I educated myself more on the energetics of the heart and how important it is that I really started to embrace it. And I'm hoping that some of you out there, after me sharing a little bit about the heart, you might embrace that beautiful organ that never quits on us. I hope that you look at it in a different way. So we all think of the brain. How many of us out there are in our brain and in our thoughts all the time? We overthink, we over-embrace, we overdo everything, and it starts with our thoughts. And we can end up pretty much on overload. But here's a little science lesson for you all. Do you know that it has been proven that the heart communicates more with the brain than the brain communicates with the heart. So while we think this manages all of this, it actually begins in our heart space. And there's also scientific research that proves that the heart itself has its own brain. So when you embrace that, think about it. Think about kind of that centered space. Think about your gut. It's not your brain that gets a little wonky when you walk into a room. I bet you anything, your chest gets tight, your gut gets tight, and those are your soul's warning systems, letting you know that you need to make a change. Or vice versa. You feel elated. You feel that chest open, ready to give and receive love. Your gut, that beautiful space called the solar plexus, if you know anything about the chakras, is your self-empowerment, your self-confidence. And when that's in alignment, that's when you can radiate and be the ripple that you were brought here to be. And that's when your soul, that line, is at optimal frequency. And it's called coherence. So think about the word coherence. So the coherence is optimal balance between your heart, brain, mind, emotions, everything. Incoherence is the stress, is the frustration. So when we can take a minute to breathe in through heart space, we can ignite so much of what we might be closing off. It's an interesting fact that 70% of workplace mistakes is actually through miscommunication. And think about that. I bet it's even higher in personal relationships, quite frankly. It's the miscommunication. So if we're not communicating with the heart brain, which then is communicating with our head space, then we're going to be out of alignment. Then the dreams that we want to ignite will not be there. They will flounder. They will kind of get all in that muck. So be very clear. Be very clear about what you want. What do you want to ignite? Dr. Richet said something very important, and it is vital. You are who you hang out with. You are who you hang out with. I think it's Jim Rohn that says that you are the average sum of the 5 people you hang out with most. So I'd be starting there. Take a look at who you're spending time with. Who is providing you with what you need, and therefore you provide them a little something of what they need, and then there is that even exchange. If it is an imbalance, you won't go anywhere. You'll be stuck. And that's what I help people do, is ignite their dreams. And DREAM stands for Dare Radiantly Every Day and Moment. And when you can breathe in through your heart space and you can embrace the beautiful, oh, I just am just covered in goosebumps and filled with so much love just thinking about all of you watching and the uniqueness. It's actually making me get all teary-eyed. How beautiful you are. You are so unique. So pay attention to who you're spending time with, because if you're not spending time with people that know this and embrace it and nurture it and uplift you and send you to the highest stratosphere and assist you, they need to go. They need to go. Life is too short. Listen, I talked about the timeline. I am about at that halfway mark if I were lucky enough to live to 100. And that timeline is going to get shorter and shorter. Don't wait. Take action now. And my acronym for love is let optimal vibrations enter. Let optimal vibrations enter. Take a minute and breathe that in. Yeah. Let optimal vibrations enter. And the best part about that breathing technique is that you can use that at any time. No one has to know that you're breathing in through heart space. And if you need to, as I said, we all need an adult timeout sometimes. If you're in a meeting or if you're in a scenario and you need to remove yourself, remove yourself. Take a minute, go to the restroom, stand in the stall, feet flat on the floor, hands at your side, and breathe. Breathe in love. And then breathe out love. Be kind. That's free. And go out and be the absolute blessing that you are, the spark that you might need to ignite your dreams is there. It just may get covered up by people's opinions and perceptions. And just like me, sometimes you let that stuff just keep on stuffing on top of each other. And the weight can be so, it can be insurmountable sometimes. I get it. I've been there. I completely understand. But someone once said, inch by inch, life's ascension, yard by yard, life is hard. So inch by inch, one step at a time, make the effort and the decision. You have to decide. And that's up to you. Decide if you want to take that first step. If you want to take that first step to becoming the best you, if you want to continue watching the rest of today, if you want to continue that ripple effect and educate yourself and learn and be that sponge like you were when you were a young baby, and you want to be of service to others, and you want to fill up your cup, then you'll join us in October. You'll find out when the next event is, and you'll join us then. Continue to let optimal vibrations enter and continue to wake up every single day and decide to dream, dare radiantly every day and moment. Again, I'm going to say it, dream. As we wrap up, dream stands for dare radiantly every day and moment. Thank you so much for this time. Go out and be the best version of you. Go out and change the world one step at a time, one ripple at a time. And I can't wait to see you guys in October. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. And it makes a lot more sense now that I know that Terrence was talking about dreaming about you. And now it's so not awkward anymore. Thank God.
You guys need to go get her tickets to her dream party. It's this Sunday. And even if you can't come in person, go on over to erinpage.com and get a virtual.
That's right. Happens this weekend. And Brenda, Anthony, and Terrence, I have to tell you, this is my second annual. And if I could just say this, that last year, I had the privilege of standing on stage and seeing the room shift. And it gets me emotional when I think about the lives that will shift on Sunday. So I hope that some of the people out there will take the time to join us virtually or in person, because we would love, 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 love to love on you and to help you dream.
Love it.
Absolutely. So going over to erinpage.com, you can get all the information about that life-changing event that's going to happen this week. And then again, come check us out in October, because the Dream Igniter will be there as well, helping you to continue the process of igniting your dreams so that you can dare radiantly every day and moment. Thank you so much, Erin, for being here. Blessings to you. Have an unstoppable day, okay?
Thank you so much. You do the
Bye,
same.
Erin.
Erin.
Thank
Great
you.
job. She's fun to listen to. She's so good.
I told you that voice is just so calming and so smooth. It just helps you get in focus so that you can reflect on where you are and then move forward to where you want to go, towards becoming the best you. And as we are coming to a pivotal point in today's festivities, let's take a moment to recap on how the first half of this day has gone. Give us any takeaways, breakthroughs, breakouts. You can also put that in the comments, but we're going to go with ladies first. Brenda?
You know, I again have to go back to people just showing up. Everybody's talking about stepping up, showing up. How is it that you live your life? Because how you live your life is how you're going to do things, right? So if you're half doing things, that's going to reflect in your career. It's going to reflect in your success. I mean, who wants a half successful life? I mean, think about that.
I understand that. You know, there's a commercial. I don't know if it plays nationally or plays locally here, but they're talking. It's talking about, do you want to buy half a pair of pants? Do you want to buy half a suit? Well, then you don't want to buy half a house either. So
Right.
they talk about building your house on a strong foundation. And that's what we're really doing here right now. We're helping you build your physical house, your mental house, on a strong foundation by having you focus on what it's going to take to become the best you possible. Not just the good you, not even just the better you, but the best you. Don't play small, play full out. And if you are hanging with us over yesterday and today, then you are well on your way to having all the tools, all the tips, and all the strategies necessary for you to build that strong foundation and become the best you. Anthony, takeaways that you've had from this morning.
Yeah, I love seeing Velton speak. I haven't seen him speak in a while. I think the last time I heard from him was the Real Men Speak, and I loved his message. I love where it's transitioned to again over time. Lotus Richey, I always find her fascinating to listen to. And overall, it's the overriding message is mindset on this one, and I think that's the whole philosophy of overcoming challenges. You have to have a strong mindset, otherwise you're not going to be able to deal with the stuff ahead of you. And I think the consistent messaging and the professionalism of all the speakers have made it enjoyable, fun, entertaining, and just fun to be a part of.
Absolutely. Well, you know, in order for your mind to function, you got to feed the rest of your body and your soul. So with that, we are going to take a brief lunch break so that you can go on over and purchase your tickets for the October event. You can go on over and purchase your tickets if you want to be a part of the 8-week speaker academy that's coming soon. And you can go get refreshed and recharged, because we've got some powerful speakers coming at the second half. So everybody set your clock. The time now is 58 after the hour, afternoon if you're Eastern time, after 11 if you're Central time. I think it's after 8 if you're on the West Coast, and in Africa, you're 6 hours ahead of us. So wherever you are, let's set our clocks to be back. Let's say, you know what? Let's go on and say be back at.
It starts at 12:25.
Yeah,
12:25 Central Time. So that's 1:25 Eastern.
You got 25 minutes.
Yeah, be back in 25.
Be back in 25 minutes. In the meantime, we're going to be playing some music in the background. We'll be playing some commercials, some testimonials, so that you can be a part of the BTBY experience now and later. But until then, you guys go ahead, have a break, and we'll see you back at 25 after whatever hour you are at. This is Becoming the Best You.
See you in a little bit.
You know, when you find yourself,
Hey, it is an unstoppable day. You know, preachers preach, teachers teach, and speakers speak. And whether I am speaking from my office doing videos like this virtually, or whether I am speaking at resorts doing retreats, whether I am speaking at family events, or whether I am speaking in front of large audiences. Speakers speak, and that's what we do. But depending on those situations, you may not have the confidence, you may not have the skills, or you may not have those necessary tools to be able to speak effectively in each one of those different arenas. Well, we've got you covered here at the Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. Yes, Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. We have an 8-week speaker course where we will help you get the tools, the tips, and the strategies to not only become a better speaker, but to learn the business of speaking so that you can be effective in all those different arenas that I just told you about. I'm blessed to be able to be a speaker. I'm blessed to be able to be an MC, but I didn't learn those skills overnight. I had to get the training. I had to get the strategies. I had to get the tools to make me a more effective speaker. And we want to share those tools with you as well. So if you are a new speaker, if you are a new author, or if you're a new entrepreneur and you're looking to add speakers into your toolkit to make you a more effective entrepreneur, speaker, or author, then we invite you to come on over to www.btbspeakers.com www.btbspeakers.com and sign up for our next course, which is starting soon. Who knows, in 8 weeks, you could become the best speaker that you were created to be.
You know when you find yourself, pushing and scrunching yourself down, putting you into this small little space instead of freedom and feeling safety and healed like you're doing your best work? Well, how do you get to your best work if you keep having your mind coming at you? At the show, I'm so excited because we're going to be talking about your timeline and how to see how to heal your body, how to heal your mind, and how to stop being a naysayer to yourself. Hi, my name is Rhonda Liebig. I'm a vitality coach for superstar speakers. And before you can get there, you truly want to find the authentic you.
What's going on, everybody? It's Anthony. We are back with the Becoming the Best You Overcoming Challenges conference event. I'm going to let a couple people start making their way back to the room. If you want to share this video, if you're watching on YouTube or on the Facebook group, you got to copy the link, paste it wherever you want to go, because this is a private group. We'll let them in. They get to watch it on the YouTubes. It's not private. They can just come watch, but you do got to share it. So share what we're doing here with other people today. You're about to get a big time treat. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Patch Adams, is in the building, virtually, of course. And we are going to have him come out with Brenda Ringwood in just a couple seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is pretty exciting. I think some of you saw him in Kansas City, and you'll be, I believe, seeing him again if you're going to West Virginia. I'll, of course, have Brenda talk a little bit about that while she's got him up there. Patch has got a whole 20-something so minutes that he is going to bring the heat to you guys, talk about his life, talk about all the different things that I'm sure some of you have seen in the movie with Robin Williams about his life. Truly amazing individual. And it looks like a couple people are starting to make their way back in. If you can help the algorithm and go ahead and say, put a 1. Go ahead and put a 1 in the comment box if you are excited to see Patch as our next speaker. I'm going to be looking for those in the comment box. In the meantime, ladies and gents, I'm going to first bring up Brenda Ringwood, and then I'm going to introduce Patch Adams to the stage as well. Brenda, I'm bringing you up. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. I always enjoy seeing Patch in person. He's got such a positive outlook on life. He says that he made the choice because it is a choice to never have a bad day in his life. And so I said, this guy can't really be living like that. Who does that, right? So I go out and I meet him. I go see his Gesundheit Institute in West Virginia, and it's true. He does. It's how, yes, bad things happen, but it's how you respond and what you do with it that determines the outcome. And he's got this beautiful property. It's all paid for. He's got buildings that are up on it. He's got the teaching center that's about half finished, which is why we're doing some fundraisers so we can get windows and siding going on that, get that building open so they can start seeing patients. And that is in Ronceverte, West Virginia. It's only about 40 miles from the actual property. It's at Island Park. It is an amphitheater. The backdrop is the river, but the main attraction is going to be Patch Adams.
Love it. And you've been talking about it for a while. That's going to be a great event. But without further ado, let's go ahead and bring Patch up. We're pretty much on time for the day. We've been doing a great job thanks to all of our speakers. So let's go ahead and keep the party moving. I think he doesn't really need an introduction, but I know a lot of you have heard of him. Patch Adams. He graduated from Medical College of Virginia in 1971. He then began his lifelong mission, the Gesundheit Institute. It was a pilot project at the time, ran from 1971 to 1983, saw over 15,000 patients visiting his large 6-bedroom communal home, shared with friends, fellow doctors, patients, and it was a radical hospital idea that he created. And it took friends, it took people working for low amounts of money and people that truly just wanted to help others. And Patch realized that he wanted to make this hospital a reality. He's going to tell that story. So a guy that performs 200 days a year, let's get him onto the virtual stage. Ladies and gentlemen, or I should say, Dr. Patch Adams.
Howdy.
What's up, Patch?
Well, I'm here with you.
I love it. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave Brenda up on the screen. I know you got a lot to talk about, and Brenda might have some questions for you. Patch, the floor is yours.
Go ahead, Patch. Tell us a little bit about you and why it is that you do what you do.
All right. I was born May of 1945. I grew up in a military family. My father was an officer in the Army. From 54 to 61, we lived in Germany on the military base there. Then my father died. We moved to my mother's home in Virginia. I was 16 and shocked by segregation. I was put in an all-white public school in an area that had a lot of black students, but they went to a black high school, and I was beaten up a lot of times. I spoke up, and so at 17, I've had 3 mental hospitalizations. I didn't want to live in a world of violence and injustice. And then I was present at 18 for Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, and I instantly changed forever and decided at 18 to never have another bad day, and that I would be 6 qualities: happy, funny, loving, cooperative, creative, and thoughtful. And I've been a crazed activist ever since. And I went to undergraduate school living at home. I went to George Washington, and then from, 67 to 71, I went to medical school in Richmond. And everything that I did confirmed what I was mentally thinking and doing. And I became a clown at the beginning of this, who is a doctor, not a doctor who is a clown. And I'm a nut, and I love it. And I have lived this exciting, vibrant life for what I think is called 51 years. And I'm shocked that the hospital has not been built. The movie was extremely popular all over the world and promised to build us and gave me nothing and didn't answer my 5 letters.
And that's a shame, because that was a big undertaking. I mean, you actually got to live a couple months with Robin Williams, didn't you?
Well,
While he was
I lived
creating
12
this.
days in his house.
Yes.
And as I'm an extreme extrovert, he kind of hid in his house because he couldn't go anywhere without people going, "Oh, Robin, I want a photo."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would imagine that would wear on you after a while.
Well, it's happened to me as well, but I'm not an introvert. I'm a crazed extrovert. And so I engage people whether they want it or not.
Absolutely.
And I have continued my dream after 12 years of having a very radical medical environment, everything for free, because I've been a free doctor for 51 years. I realized before that I had refused publicity. Getting close to Robin, I saw how damaging publicity can be for your personal life, but I knew that fame is what pays for things. And so I went public and have lectured in 82 countries in every state many times. I was for 33 years on the road, 250 to 300 days a year, not the 200 that he mentioned.
That's a lot of travel.
Well, I want a different world. I'm very healthy. I'm 77 and feel 35. And,
you know, guys, he's right. I saw him. This guy, he lost his foot. He can tell you a little bit about that. So he has a prosthesis. He gets around better than I do. He climbs the stairs. Yeah.
As soon as I learned I had to lose the foot, I lost the foot. And then I had a great prosthetist and I became a 2-footed one-footer.
And you do well. You also, you work out.
And I do. And I want to tell people that are listening that I've never used a computer or a smartphone, and I don't plan to ever use one. I answer my mail. I've written over 500,000 letters to all over the world, probably 130 countries, and I am caught up, and I don't get discouraged over the amazement that we are not finished. I have fun every day. COVID stopped the 9 clown trips I was doing a year for over 30 years, and now they're starting up again, going in less than 2 weeks to Costa Rica for a week, and then after that, in October, we'll do a week in Morocco.
That's right. He's actually going to be coming into Kansas City and speaking and flying out to go to Morocco. Same way with his festival that's coming up in West Virginia. He's coming in. He's going to meet as many people as he can. He's going to speak from the stage. You'll get to see him in person. And then he's flying out again to go on this mission. He spreads joy and laughter. Patch, can you talk to us about joy and laughter and the whole clowning business?
Well, I was a weird nerd, dweeb, dork, sissy boy. I was never what I would call and jokingly say a manly man. And I found out after I went through my struggling period, I found out that if you used humor and love and play, then the world opened up to you in a actually very beautiful way. And so I keep a lot of toys in my pocket. I have them right now in my pocket, and I only wear clown clothes, and I goof everywhere I go. And
it's refreshing.
I love to do it. And it's amazing. You can be on an elevator and nobody's interacting with anybody. I mean, sometimes there's a person that will, but you can walk down the street and a lot of people are making sure their eyes don't meet somebody else. And the loneliness, the number one prescribed meds are antidepressants. I never disliked a patient enough to give a psychiatric medication or diagnosis.
You've got this teaching center that you want to get finished so you can start seeing patients. So talk to us about that and what that vision is.
Well, when we closed our practice and I became famous, I was on the road all over the world to lecture. I did things, what is your love strategy? Living a life of joy, the joy of caring, humor and health, and those kinds of things. And then I thought I need to do care, so I added clown trips to my life because we take 5 times we've taken clowns into war, and I love doing it. And with an extroverted personality, I found out that being a nut, a goofy, loving nut, that I had more safety than any other personality.
You
And
know,
it
that's probably very
also,
true.
and so you know, it was easy. I grew up watching humorous movies, and I did, you know, I was an extremely good student, and there again, hearing the hostility towards good students or whatever, I more and more became a nut.
But you're a very happy nut.
I
So
am
you
an
know,
extremely happy and dangerous nut.
and you know what I really love about you? I love your love for Susan. I
Well,
love that
I
you
say
talk
I'm the
about that.
luckiest man in history that Susan loves me. I was married once before Susan to a wonderful woman named Linda and have 2 sons with her. And I found out that she was not the right partner for me. And I think she found that out too. And then, as a single person, I met Susan, and I feel that we've had over 30 years of bliss, not up and down, but continual, wonderful, crazy bliss together.
And I have
I think
witnessed
of
that.
her as the smartest person I know. The teaching center is also because she and her group have created this idea of teaching. And so the teaching center was for the School for Designing a Society. And it was much cheaper than a hospital. So we said, let's put a clinic with a doctor and a nurse in it so that we can also see patients before the hospital is built.
Which is a wonderful thing. Can you tell me why you picked West Virginia?
Well, it's the poorest state, duh.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an amazing natural setting. We have 312 acres with 3 waterfalls, 4-acre lake, a mountain of hardwood trees. I was just there for 5 days, and it literally feels like paradise. You go outside where you're living and you see this monstrous woods and beauty. And so it seems so natural to get a hospital there.
And you also do something else that's extraordinary, because most people don't let them come on their property and stay for a donation or even for free. And I have witnessed you open your doors to people to come in and actually experience the Gesundheit Institute.
Right. I mean, there are volunteers that come there and they are not paid and they work for Gesundheit in what we're trying to do. We also have events there where people do pay for. The Laughing Body was just there. 2 Italian friends, Ginevra and Italo, had it there, and I was there and engaging with people. And so we are crazed to raise funds. I hope everyone listening to this says, you know, this is a country where your number one reason you lose your home is your medical bill. And the number one prescribed medicines are antidepressant. And if you have food and a friend, what are you depressed about? It's an education of the TV and our society that you are not satisfied, you're not happy with your life, you don't think you're pretty enough, and all of those things. And so they don't want to get rid of the number one prescribed medications. I don't think anyone is ever depressed. I think they're lonely, but you can't give a pill for loneliness.
You know, that's true. And there's something to be said. We are social beings. We need people in our lives and to be
We're tribal people.
Yes, we are.
We aren't just, you know, the worst decision I think of history was nuclear family.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work in any country. It's so rare to meet a couple and to find that both of them are happy. you know, a lot of times the man is the boss and often can even hit the woman and they stay together for some reason. I
Yeah.
don't understand it. We eat up so much of our environment. This week is a special week for our nature, our environment. And you can go to a city and see wealthy people build houses that can hold 20 people, but it's just them and their kids.
Right. Or even just the two of them.
Even just the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's wrong. It's socially wrong. It's environmentally wrong. And it's not who we are. Tribes of people. And yet huge numbers of people that are married don't even feel tribal with their partner.
I agree. I agree. You know, you said that you were present when Martin Luther King made his I Have a Dream speech, and that changed your thought process, and you're still living that today.
Well,
how do you do that?
Well, I make me, and I want everyone listening to this, I decide who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as that is conveyed to children in schools and that sort of thing, people don't grow up thinking that they make themselves. They feel depression invades them. You know, we have labels like paranoid, schizophrenic. Who wants to call anyone those horrible names?
Right.
It's like saying you're a piece of poop, but let's call it a diagnosis. And I've never found one school in the world in all my travels that teaches 1 hour on loving. So most of my gender doesn't know anything about it. It's really a female thing. And it doesn't mean that you have it if you're a female, but a lot more females have it than don't have it. And a lot of it is because the raising of children is left up to them.
You contribute a lot of your mindset and your way of life to the way that your mother loved you and the way you were raised.
Right. I didn't know my father. Korea clearly destroyed him as a person. And I remember him as a man who sat in a chair and drank a lot of alcohol and smoked a lot of cigarettes. And my mom was a 5th grade school teacher, and I never really saw her angry. She was a loving, playful mother who cared for her children and got her love from her children.
Yeah, you know, that's something to be said for her, because she had a very tough life. She really did. And to still bring you up in that environment of love says a lot about her. And it says a lot about you to carry that forward.
And you know, if we look at it, I grew up in military families. And so inevitably, for almost all of them, the man was the boss.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There weren't that many women in the military when I started. And I mostly knew military families, and you'd go in the house and there would be the father bossing people. And if he was transferred to Guam or wherever he was transferred, his wife and children followed him. And I saw a fair amount of domestic violence. And, you know, for me, if I see domestic violence and hear it from a patient, I say, leave them.
Yeah, there's no excuse to beat on somebody.
There's no excuse to beat on somebody except the mental crap that is handed to humans when they grow up in our society. If love isn't mentioned, if humor isn't really mentioned, except you go to a funny movie,
right,
but that's not integrating humor with your life. And if you're nutty in school, they say you're a problem. And it's you know, I'm so happy we don't have a TV, that I don't use the computer. The computer has stolen our youth.
I have to agree with that. And people, because of that, we're so on our phones and we're watching TV and social media that we really don't even know how to carry on a conversation with another person sitting right in front of you.
I love to go to a restaurant and see a cute young couple, and they're both on their smartphone.
Yeah.
If I was
don't even know
on
how
a
to
date
talk to each
with
other.
somebody that was on their smartphone, I'd get up and leave them.
Yeah, that's true, because it says you're not paying attention to me. You're more interested in what's going on that phone. So, well, Pat, you have this huge event coming up in West Virginia, close to the property. It is a fundraiser for the Gesundheit Institute. You can go to your website. Yes. You can go over to patchadams.org and find out anything you need to know about Patch. You can even contact them. And you can make a donation right there on their website, patchadams.org. You can go over to Things by Bren, BREN, thingsbybren.com, and get tickets. We have tickets starting out with virtual for $29, and they go all the way to $239. But that's a VIP ticket for 2 days. You get to meet the man in person. You get to spend some time with him. There might even be some mooning going on, I heard. So come on over to Picnic in the Park with Patch. Have fun with him. See what he's about. And help him get this hospital built. Let's get window siding on there. Yes, let's get it going. I'm telling you, I've heard lots of people say, oh, it's never going to happen. Nothing's going on over there. I've seen it. That building is in the process of being built. Let's get it done. Let's get it so people can
great
come.
things do go on there. You know, these 18 people that Ginevra and Italo brought there for the Laughing Body, they felt very rewarded by being there. It's not a hospital, but let's say that it's a delight, a social delight.
It absolutely is. And it is healing for the body, for the soul, just to be there, that nature that is there. Yeah. All right. I see it coming, Patch. Come on, give it to us. I see the fingers going in the mouth. There we go. That's the Patch we all know and love. You can come get your pictures taken with him. He is only going to be there Saturday because he's flying out to do what he does best. He's going to another country to promote whatever it is he's standing for. Let me tell you, he's doing it. If he's saying it, he's doing it. And that's a question I want to ask you guys.
It's a clown trip.
Yeah. It's a clown. Yeah, it is. That's right. It is a clown trip.
Taking ages 5 to 92.
Isn't that amazing? 5 to 92. See, age
most
is just a
people
number.
come on a clown trip never took a class on clowning.
That is amazing.
But when you look like a nut, people think you've got lots of experience.
Well, you know what? I do believe you have lots of experience being a nut.
51 years.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Well, thank you so much, Patch. I really have enjoyed talking with you. I can't wait to see you next weekend. That's just a week away. And thank you again for coming. I know you're very busy. And guys, you can hire him to speak. Go on over to patchadams.org, find out about that, and find out about how to donate. Thank you, Patch.
Thank you,
Patch. Appreciate you.
Great job.
Live,
Patch.
love, and fun.
I love it. Take it easy, brother. All right, ladies and gents, always good to have Patch up on the screen. Brenda, great job talking to Patch, getting some questions answered we all want to know about. We want to know what he's working on. We want to know what's coming up. So excellent. Where we got coming up? What do we have? Jessica, I believe.
I do. I think Jessica's got a treat with her.
Yeah, she looks like she has more than just her in the mix. So get ready as we continue with the great event called Becoming the Best You. Coming in now is our next speaker. Are you guys ready for the next speaker?
Apparently there's a treat. I don't know what's more awkward. You know, you talked about the dreaming with Paige or Aaron, and now we've got a treat. I saw them laughing below. They're like, how about that? It's going to be good. I'll let you do the introductions. I have not made the awkward slip yet, so I'm sure it'll be coming later. I don't know on who. Let's see.
Yeah, that's why we always turn your mic off. That's
probably a good idea.
All right. Coming to the stage right now is a woman who knows how to inspire and empower people to live out their dreams. Helping them have time and financial freedom fuels her soul as she helps others fuel their soul. She helps transform their lives with solutions for weight loss, for muscle building, for energy, for athletic performance, and for endurance and healthy living. Don't we all need more of that? Her experience with public speaking, building presentations, mentoring, event planning, professional networking groups, nonprofit boards, and staff, as well as finance, banking, and social media and leadership skills, brings additional value to her business professionally and philanthropically. That's a mouthful, but she is down to earth. She is genuine, and she is here to help you become the best version of yourself. So let's welcome to the stage none other than Jessica Moderer. And look, there's the special treat.
Yes, surprise, right?
Surprise. Welcome, Jessica.
Well, I'm coming to you live from Austin, Texas. I live in Kansas City, and this weekend I get to spend time with Adrian Ruiz. And I was like, what? I'm going to be doing this event online. I could record it and send it to you, but I'm like, it's not as fun. Life is always better with friends, right? So,
Absolutely.
I always say when you're starting a new routine, when you're starting something, like, you just need to involve yourself with community and friends. And Patch Adams was not awesome. He was just talking about that, right? We need community. We need people. And thanks, Terrence, for the amazing introduction. Thank you, Brenda, Bren. We love you all. Thanks, Anthony. But we're so excited to be here with you today. I actually came into Austin yesterday, got to spend some time with Adrian and her amazing husband, George. And you might have met George, actually, at the in-person event, Become the Best You, that was in Kansas City. So if you remember George, he was on stage. He obviously, English is his second language. So sometimes he gets so excited and everybody's like, what was he saying? And I'm like, I don't know, just like, it's exciting. And so I get to spend time with both George and his amazing wife, Adrian. She's just incredible. And I'm like, you guys have heard from me if you listen to anything online or in person. And I'm like, I feel like today we want to paint a picture of what's possible in your life. Because I think sometimes we see our current life and there has to be some hope there, right? Because with hope, you can do anything, right? And I like the words empowering freedom, but I feel like hope and freedom is what we want to bring to you today. So I hope after this little session here, you have, some hope and freedom in your life. So I feel like people do better in her job introducing themselves than you introducing them. But what I love about Adrian the most is she makes amazing food. She's very, very welcoming, very, very kind. We were just, here yesterday and she was like, I'm so excited you're here. Like, I just feel re-energized. So I feel like sometimes when you're like working on something, whether it's goals for your life, for your business, for your health, just having somebody you can run with, you can do life with, it makes it even more fun, right? And we like to have fun. George and Adrian actually have a huge rank that they've received in our company, and they get to speak on the convention. And I was like, I'm going to be in the background, like cheering you on. We get to be on together. So I want to paint a picture for you. So I have two small children. I have a 4-year-old. I have a 6-year-old now. She just turned 6 a couple days ago. And Adrian is the opposite. She has 2 daughters who are actually in high school, and the opposite realm. So we were just talking, and she has pictures behind us. We could see them. And she's like, these are of my daughters, like when they were young. I need some new pictures out. And I was like, actually, it's great because it shows me a vision of what is to come. I'm getting God bumps from this as I'm talking, but what is to come? What is possible? So I'm going to do this more of like a interview process. So George and Adrian were obviously in online business, online sales, network marketing, direct sales, MLM, whatever word you want to use for it. There's so many terms out there, but in life and creating something, for an entrepreneur, I want to just ask Adrian, can you maybe just share your story first so that people kind of get to know you better, and then we can just go into some questions.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Jessica. I'm so glad you're here in Austin. I have to give her a big hug. We've been having a lot of fun together. She is just the absolute best, and it was really sweet. She called us and said, hey, I'm gonna come down here, want to spend some time with you guys. And I was like, okay, bring it on, come on down, let's hang out for the weekend. So we've been having a blast. Did not expect to be asked to come and share a little bit about my story with you, but I'm super honored to be here. And what a great thing that you guys are doing. This is really great. This is something that I wished I had, gosh, 15 years ago when I was first getting started. So to paint a picture for you, yes, George and I, my husband George and I, we've been married for 8 years now. We met in this industry, in this profession, and we've had a really good experience. That doesn't happen for everybody, I'm well aware. So I always like to come in and kind of share, like, what are some of the things that really maybe change the game for me personally? Like, how did we actually get started in this? So I did not grow up thinking that network marketing was like a real profession. My parents never said, hey, go to college and then become a network marketer. That's not something they did. And so I went to some college, but I actually got married very young, culturally where I lived, and the religion that my parents were a part of. It was very strict. Like my role in life was to be a mother and a caretaker, and really that was it. And so very interesting. That's a whole nother story, but it was really restrictive for me. And I thought, okay, so, got accepted into radiology at tech school, and to find out I was pregnant with twin girls. And I was like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do 12-hour days with twins on my hips? And I didn't really have a lot of family support. You can hear me getting kind of emotional. But I didn't really have a whole lot of family support to be able to make that happen. So my only choice was really to drop out and be a good mom, and that in itself is a huge blessing. But I found myself in a situation where I was going to be a single mom when my girls were about 4 years old. And we just heard from Patch talking about certain situations that people really need to leave and get out of, and it's so much easier said than done, especially if there's a lot of cultural belief involved. I really was having to say no to my community. I was having to say, hey, this isn't acceptable to me, and I'm not, stay in this situation. And, it was hard. It was hard. I mean, my former mother-in-law basically told me that I ruined their entire family for time and all eternity. And I thought, whoa, I didn't know that choosing me and choosing a path that fits me better would make you feel that way, right? We all have these really interesting challenges, that come up in life, and this was a big one for me. It was me having to say no to something that, I was raised in. It was like not okay for me to get divorced. But I did it anyways. I forged ahead, lost quite a few friendships over it, things like that. But I had the best thing from that marriage, which was my daughters. And so I find myself working, 2 jobs, right? Anyone knows what that feels like? You have your one job, you work in the morning, and your other job, you work in the day. So I was a part-time personal trainer. I did personal training for a lot of early risers first thing in the morning. And then I went out and I actually sold radiators and AC parts was my business. So I put together sales teams and taught them how to sell radiators and AC parts, and just made it a lot about, really seeing a need. Entrepreneurs, what they do is they see a need, fill a need, right? They solve problems for a profit. And that's really what sales is, if you come down to it, whether you decide to sell for somebody else or sell something for yourself. That's the difference right there. Taught a lot of great people how to do a lot of great things. I had really great mentors. I did not learn this on my own. Certainly my background was not that. It was like in nutrition and wellness. It was, studying biology and, all those kind of things. So this was totally different for me. But I feel like it's the path that I was led down for a reason. And that's because working like I was working, like a lot of people are working right now, a lot of single moms too. I was so tired. I was the person, like Pat said, going to my doctor saying, what can I do? And they're saying, gosh, sounds like you're really anxious. Let's give you some anxiety meds. Hey, sounds like you're really depressed. Let's give you some depression medication. Hey, sounds like, just all the things, right? So I did try those. I want to be real and say that even though I had a background in health and wellness and like understood the value of good nutrition and, you know, all those things, I still believed my doctors at my lowest points that they knew what was best for me. So I tried some of those things and found myself in a place where it was hard for me to see myself stopping those things and overcoming what I needed to overcome those challenges. So it's interesting that just a few years later, I was like, I can't keep doing, you know, all of this, right? Like the 2 jobs. And so my neighbor introduced me. Now, granted, I grew up in Utah. So a new network marketing company in Utah every 30 days. So I would watch people rise and fall, right? So I did not take it seriously. I thought network marketing was for people who didn't know how to have a real job. I was having 2 real jobs. So when he said, hey, I'd love for you to come take a look at what we're doing, I said no respectfully multiple times until finally one day I had a really low moment. And I was walking out my door one day and my nanny came in the door to be with the girls. Thank goodness I had a nanny. There's definitely a time and a place for that. Nothing wrong with working moms. I want to be clear about that. We do what we have to do, right? And we do it well. And so I walked out the door though, and she came in, and my kids went running to her, and I thought, oh my goodness, I'm not the mom. She's the mom. And I really wanted to be the mom. I wanted to be able to choose the time that I had in my day to be with my family or to produce. And I didn't have those options at the time. So he just happened to hit me up at the right time, right? And I said, yes, I'll come. I'll take a listen. You know, can't make any guarantees because I'm just not sure about this, but I'll come and take a listen. And I went and I listened. And I was the person at the end of the meeting. So this is the funny thing. I never consider myself really great at math. And like any of my teammates would have told you that. They're like, she's not a person. But I understood money math. I understood leverage. I understood compounding, right? You know, those kind of things meant a lot to me, having come from sales. So I sat down. I was the person. I waited till the entire presentation was over. I sat back and I said, show me how to make money. And the person who happened to walk up to me at that time is my husband now, George Ruiz, which I never would have looked at him like that. I could barely understand him. He was speaking Spanglish to me, but I was so determined to get out of that place. I was so determined to have just have hope and faith that this was the right thing if I decided to go forward with 100%. So I did. I went forward with it. I did have a rough start. For those of you who may have not had the best experience so far, I get it. There were a few things that happened, like the person who got me started dropped out. I mean, they're just like all the things, right? It took me about 18 months to really understand like the concept of how to build this and how to bring it together, and that there's a system for it, you know, and that I didn't need to reinvent the wheel. That was the biggest. Being a creative person, I was always trying to reinvent the wheel. But if you don't and you follow instruction and you plug in, you can create success. And so as soon as I did that, it went from, you know, a couple $100 a month to over $6,000 per month. And I was like, oh my goodness, this could be a real income. This could be something I could really do something with. This maybe could allow me to let go of one of my jobs so I could be home with my girls more. So that was my drive and my desire. I consider myself very fortunate. I do prefer to work from inspiration versus desperation. And you're maybe thinking, wait a minute, she just shared a really desperate moment in her life. And that's true. But I was very meditative about who I called. I was very meditative about who I shared with and what I was doing. And my passion came from, hey, this is what I'm going to do. May or may not be for you, but I want you to take a look at least for me. And it just changed the game. And next thing I know, became a 6-figure income earner. George and I ended up getting married. Lucky him. I'm teasing, but no, you know, he is just the best. He's the best ever. But together we were able to earn a little over $8 million, and we've been going up from there. So I consider myself very fortunate to have never given up. I wasn't lucky. It wasn't anything but persistence and consistency and just like having ultimate like faith that I would have the freedom. And that's really where it came from. And, it's been a wild ride, but yeah.
That's
So that's
amazing.
my story.
I keep getting like God bumps, like literally, I think like multiple times, Adrian.
Oh,
Like,
really?
yes. Like, it was
Good.
incredible. Like
Yeah.
emotions, right? I was
Yeah.
like ready to cry. I mean, literally, I can imagine, because I've never experienced that. But just if you've listened and you've had a hard moment in your life and you're like trying to get past the, like what's going on right now, maybe you've lost a job, maybe you are just looking for a community. Like sometimes I think like people don't realize what the community can do for them. Maybe you have been successful. Like I was successful in financial services, and I was just coming to this because I wanted to stay home. So people, I think too, like you don't have to be in desperation. You can be an inspiration where you've been successful, but financially it makes sense because I mean, I can go sell 1 million books, right? But I'm not duplicating myself. It's not me duplicating anything.
And you're not paying it forward. Yeah. And for me, I could have sat back and built 1,000 teams across the country who sold radiation AC ports and things like that and been, happy. But, I will tell you a story, another driving thing real quickly. I don't know if I have time. But okay, I'm on drive time. Okay. But it was really interesting. I remember bringing on, maybe you guys have heard of Allied Insurance. I brought on Allied Insurance to this like big thing. And I was expecting this commission, right? And I didn't get a commission. I got a flat screen TV. I'm like, I'm not even home because that's how hard I'm working. I don't have time to watch TV, folks. I'm bringing on these big accounts. I'm not getting paid what I know I'm worth, what my value is, what I'm bringing to the table. And that was the transition gap for me too, where I was like, I could go out and, do this thing, but I have this passion for health and wellness, having got off the drugs, having used nutritional supplements to do so, having healed myself and healed my body doing that. I want to pay it forward. I wanted to meld the two. And this is the one platform that it doesn't matter your background. It doesn't matter if you didn't complete college or not. It doesn't matter if you have your degree or not. What matters is that you care about people. You're creating a culture of people helping people, and you can create huge amounts of money doing that. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah.
That's interesting. I thought screen TV.
Like, I know. I'm like, wait, where's my commission you promised me, guys?
Right. Like, I want the money. I want money. Yeah. So I think it's important. Like, it's like if you're working for something, it's like working for what you need. Not. I'm sure Anthony works for hats, right? He always has a good hat on.
I got my BFD hat on because I'm a BFD. Get it? Yeah. All right.
Right. Like for me, it's trips. Like you put a trip in front of me, and I'm like, I'm going after it. Right? TV. I'm not going to be excited about it. So yeah, you definitely. It's fun that you can work for whatever you want. Right?
It's what motivates.
What's motivates you? Yeah. It's
if you put a trip in front of me, Jessica, I'll probably fall. Anyways.
Oh wow. But now, if you give me an 85-inch TV, flat screen TV versus a $100 commission check, then we might have something to talk about. But
everybody has a different love language, right?
Yes, absolutely. Ladies, fabulous. I know our time was brief, but you guys made a lot of impact in a short amount of time. And that's what it's all about, letting us know the possibilities that are possible when you decide to become the best you. It doesn't matter what your education level is. It doesn't matter what your degree is. It matters what your desire is. And if you desire to be more, to do more, and to have more, you can be anything that you want to be. And more importantly, you ladies show us that you can be the best at what you want to be. So if they want to have a deeper conversation with you, if they want to continue to hear some of these great stories, if they want to hear about the opportunities that you guys can provide to them in your business, how do they get in contact with you?
I'm just going to go ahead and give you my cell phone number. You can text me, 816-797-5869.
9. You guys need to have a like a little show podcast of some kind. You guys remind me of like that All Things Considered bit in Saturday Night Live back in the day with like where they'd be like, salty chocolate balls. They are delicious. You girls with a little added laugh to it.
Oh, wait. So Anthony
to come over. So anytime you want to come over, we have lots of food, lots of fun, lots of laughs. Bring your wine and cheese.
Yeah, you guys are right. Well,
Anthony
I'm in.
said
I'm
before
down.
you guys got it started that he hadn't said anything awkward yet up until
Yes.
crazy
Good for
balls.
that, right? He's good for
Okay.
You took it that way. I'm quoting a Saturday Night Live bit, to be very clear. You're the one that took chocolate salty balls in a weird way.
Of course.
You guys
'cause there's-
introduced and said she had a treat. So, you know, you started. You started.
yeah, there you go. The chocolate
You guys
salty
are awesome.
balls and the treat. All right. Before we get way off the rails on the BTBY train, let's thank you again, Adrian and Jessica, for being here on Becoming the Best You Conference. You guys are welcome. We look forward to seeing you guys, if you can, in October at our live event in St. Louis. And you too, audience, you can be there to see and hear and get all this great knowledge. All you got to do is get your tickets. Go to comechangeyourlife.com. And if you order your tickets, when, Anthony?
Right meow.
Right now. Right
meow.
now.
Right
You
meow.
can get your ticket for the low, low price of what, Anthony?
I believe as though it's $250.
$250. You can't beat that with a stick. Going over to comechangeyourlife.com, and we'll see you in October in St. Louis, hopefully with Jessica and with Adrian in the house, and maybe we'll have some chocolate salty balls as appetizers. Yeah,
it was a treat. It literally was a treat. Okay, bye, ladies. All right, T. I think we're ready. My bad. We did a disc. I'll do it. I got it. Stay down there. We got it. Boom. All right, ladies and gents, we are ready for our next speaker. Still running within 5 minutes on time. Killing the game. Oh, we're 3 minutes. We are killing it. T.
We are pure professionals. Hire us for any of your production skits. We have rates that are affordable, but we can afford to get some.
I come for the low price of
some
relatively
chocolate sweaty balls.
Chocolate. No, whoa. I said salty. I did not say
sweaty. I'm
sweaty.
sorry. Is that what you said?
Sweet heavens to Betsy. All right. Get out of here. All right, ladies and gents, we are ready for our next speaker. We got Tommy Morgan coming up. He was born in Chicago Heights, Illinois, raised in University Park. Straight out of high school, he enlisted in the U.S. Air Force as a parachute packing specialist and decided to make it a career. He retired from the United States Air Force after serving 20 years on September 1st of 2021. While serving, Tommy found his passion in fitness through seeing how much influence he's had on bettering the lives of others through training and encouragement. Tommy is an ISSA certified personal trainer, nutritionist, master life coach. He's certified in all of the above. He's done 6 fitness competitions. The guy is an absolute beast. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the virtual stage, give it up at home, maybe stand up, maybe flex for Tommy Morgan. What's going on, Tommy?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I see you, Terrence. Okay.
Mine doesn't look like that.
I see you. Love the muscles.
Mine doesn't look like that.
You'll look like that after Tommy's presentation. That's just how good he is.
Boom.
There you go. Into existence. I like it.
Sorry, I just kicked off Terrence, but I had to say, I have been asked, is Tommy leaving his clothes on?
I believe so. Yes. In this environment, I'll leave my clothes on just for this. I can't.
Well, look who finally joined
wow.
us.
It's amazing. It's amazing who shows up when Tommy shows up. I think it's that 708 that is really and now we're getting kicked out. Somebody said something that kicked us out of our Facebook stream.
We'll get it. We'll get it figured out.
Tommy, you're just dangerous.
The ad broke the internet.
Absolutely.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think
that's
so.
That's your new tagline. Abs that broke the internet.
It's all showing. It should be all good. I don't know what that was about. We should be good. All right, Tommy. I think Brenda's getting ready for you to take your shirt off. She's getting ready to take a picture. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna go ahead and bring everybody.
I'm just getting ready. That's what these ladies are gonna do. I'm just.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna take everybody down. Tommy, are you ready to go? The floor is about to be yours.
Here you go.
All right. I love mod driving. And I'm out of here. Have fun.
Go. Hello. What's going on, everybody? Hopefully everybody's enjoying the Becoming the Best You event. Everybody's doing great, but I do want to do something special. I want to commend each and every one of you all for being here, because you could have been anywhere else in the world, but you chose to be here. That tells me something. That tells me that you care about your personal development, you care about your professional development, and so I commend you for that. As Anthony read through my bio and kind of explained everything to me, he did tell me that, he did say that I did retire at the United States Air Force. Actually, I just moved down here to South Carolina 2 months ago. Like literally just moved here 2 months ago, and I actually closed on my house yesterday. So really excited about that. Excuse my attire, because I literally just got done with the movers and just kind of had to come over here, get settled in so I can speak to you all, because I'm really, really excited. But no, so I'm excited to kind of plant roots here in South Carolina, just kind of dive into the community and get a better understanding of everybody. I did start a business, which is an online coaching fitness business, and it's called Next Life Coaching. It's no T, it's NEX Life Coaching, which stands for No Excuses. And I like to say that because I am pretty passionate about what I did or what I do now, and I had to make a decision, and I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about that. So in the military, first of all, let me just say, the Air Force is by far the toughest, roughest branch of service in America. No, I'm joking. Sometimes they do call us the pampered force, and they even might call us the chair force. So I will say that we are pampered, and yes, we might sit behind a desk more than the other branch of services. But I still loved it, had a great time, great experience. However, I do want to say I appreciate everybody that's in the branch or in the military, past and present, regardless of what branch of service you're in. I do appreciate you all. Thank you for your service, and I will salute you. You all are absolutely amazing. Now, one of the biggest things that the military gets thrown at us, or throw at us right away, is they give us a lot of responsibility out of the gate. It don't matter if you're 18 years old, 19 years old, even if you had a waiver and you came in at 17 years old, they give you a lot of responsibility right out of the gate. Now, with this responsibility, they embed into our heads, into our brains, that we need to learn how to make a decision. And I get it. Sometimes it can be difficult to make a decision, but the Air Force or the military gives us different guidelines and regulations that give us the opportunity and an ability to make a decision. And I told you about this decision because a lot of people I talk to, they want stars to line up perfectly. They want all the I's dotted, all the T's crossed, perfect weather before they do make a decision. And I get it. Sometimes it can be difficult. I want to ask you all something. Are we family? I feel like we're family since I've been on here for a couple minutes. I feel like I know you all really, really well. And I feel like we're family. And since we're family, I'm going to share a particular part of my story. I can share a lot of it, but I don't think we have enough time on here. But I'm going to share a particular part of my story to let you know how I had to make an impossible decision possible. In 2010, at the beginning of 2010, I had the greatest news. I was going to become a dad for a second time. So I already had a daughter, but guess what? This time in particular, I was going to have a son. I was excited. I wanted to scream and tell the entire world. Now, at this particular time, I'm actually stationed overseas and I'm in Japan. But I don't want to call my family and tell my family that I'm having a son over the phone. What I want to do is I want to actually fly home, surprise them, and let them know that I'm having a son. Talk to them face to face so they can feel my energy and my excitement. So I decided to, August time frame in 2010, fly home, take a 14-hour flight from Okinawa, Japan, all the way to Chicago, Illinois, to surprise my family and let them know that I'm having a son. But there's one person in particular that I cannot wait to tell that I'm having a son, and that's my grandmother. Now, I don't know how your family is, but in my family, grandmother is the glue that holds us together, the entire family. She's the sweetest woman I've ever known. Just an amazing, beautiful soul. So I fly home, have a great vacation, nice little break away from the military, and I'm there to tell my family about my son. They're excited. And I see my grandmother. And I go up to her, I say, hey, Grandma, guess what? I'm having a son. She says, what? She said it just like that in that voice. What? She said, baby, I'm so proud of you. And I can't wait to meet your son. I can't wait to meet him. And I said, oh man, kind of just made my heart melt. And that really just made my vacation complete. But now it's time for me to fly all the way back to Japan and do the military thing again. Vacation time is up. Now on the flights, I did not know that would be the last time that I would see my grandmother alive. 3 months after returning to Japan, I get a call from my mother. And my mother says, hey, your grandmother had a heart attack. She's in a coma right now and it's not looking too good. The first thing that I do is I started looking online, looking for plane tickets to buy because I had to make it back home and say my goodbyes to my grandmother. I'm calling different airlines trying to figure out if I can get a plane out of here right now. And while I'm calling and while I'm looking online, something pops in my head like, my son can be born at any point in time. What do I do? Because it's not like I'm flying 2 or 3 hours and I have time to just fly right back if my son is ready to see the world. It's a 14-hour flight. And it's kind of like, well, what if I get stuck at the airport? Or what if they cancel my flight? All these different things happen when you travel so far. So I had to pray about it. And I took a day to pray about it. Ultimately, I decided to stay there so I wouldn't miss my son's birth because I knew I needed to be there for him. So I said my goodbyes over the phone. I told my mother to say it because my grandmother was in the ICU and you couldn't have any phones in there. So I told my mother to tell my grandmother goodbye. I love her. And she's my biggest fan, and I'm her biggest fan. And it was devastating. 3 weeks later, my grandmother passes away. God calls her home. And I'm really, really down and out and just kind of going through a little bit of depression. I'm looking through old pictures one particular evening. I'm flipping through old photo albums, just looking at pictures of my grandmother and all the great times that we had. At this point in time, I get a phone call saying, hey, your son's ready to join the world, say hello to the world. I hurry up and run, drive as fast but safe as I can to get to the hospital. 3 hours later, I'm here holding this beautiful baby boy. And I'm looking in his eyes. He's looking in my eyes. And the craziest energy shift happened. Crazy energy shift. As I'm looking at this beautiful baby boy, all of the pain, all of the sadness that I was feeling turned into pure joy. And it's like something came over me that knew I needed to raise this young man to be a man, to be a better man than his dad is. But I know I needed to be there for him. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you today, I've been there every step of the way for my son, actively involved in his life. He's 11 years old. He actually just started middle school last week. Honor roll student, always got good grades, the sweetest boy. And every time I look through his face or look in his eyes, I see my grandmother's face. But there's no more sadness. There's nothing but pure joy. And I found out that, and I want you all to write this down. In order for it to get through, you must go through. In order for it to get through your mind, you must go through a process. Now, for lack of better words, that process may suck at the time, but there's growth and there's development when you go through that process that you're going to find out on the other end of that process. Just like I found out that if I'm able to make a decision that's so difficult, that seemed impossible at the time, with staying back and watching my son be born, then I don't care what the world gives me. I can make any decision you throw at me. I was tested. In 2020, since I've been coaching people in health and wellness for 8 years at this time, I said, I'm gonna start an online fitness business. Now, I get it. I had a few things stacked against me. First being, I have zero sales experience. Second being, I don't know really anything about social media. And then third, I don't know how or what direction I'm going to go in order to create this business. But I know that I needed to do something now, and now is the time. And I made a decision to do it. A lot of people in the military, all of my different peers told me I was crazy, or it's a pandemic going on. How dare you? You might as well stay in the military, ride this thing out because there's too many uncertainties in the world. But I didn't want to live a life full of regret. So I knew I was going to keep moving forward regardless of what everybody was telling me. I'm here to tell you right now, I've transformed hundreds of lives. Right now I have 40 different clients all around the world. I expedited my social media content development. I expedited how I was to approach social media so that I can understand that I'm helping people. So that I can understand how I'm helping people. I expedited my business to a six-figure business when everybody else said, how can you do this? Nobody's going to invest in you. Nothing is going to happen. You're going to struggle. Just get a job. I said, absolutely not. And I wouldn't have been able to make this particular decision if I hadn't made that decision in 2010. Decision that I thought was impossible at the time, but then I made it possible. Just like I created my business and I made it possible. You see how that happens? When you really have belief in what you're doing, when you really have a goal, when you really have something that you're trying to do, matter of fact, let's nix the word trying, that you're going to do, there's nothing that can stop you. But the one thing you have to do is make a decision. No matter if the stars are not aligned perfectly, the clouds, perfect weather, all the I's dotted, T's crossed, just make a decision. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is my time. Thank you for you. Thank you for everybody. I appreciate all that you're doing. And hope you continue enjoying the Becoming the Best You. Anyway, y'all have a good one. Gotta flex one time.
Well, I was actually going to come back on screen with my shirt off. I was thinking about doing that, but
thank God for technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Yeah, I got the chest hair. It covers up anything that, I really do. I've got an 8-pack under. You just can't. No, I don't. That's a lie.
No, that's what you do. You shave the hair. You shave 8-pack.
No.
That's how you do it.
It's like a chia pet. It's scratch. It's good. It's. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tommy, thank you so much. Thank you for representing the 708, even though you are now in the 864 probably. Always great to hear from you. Always great to hear your story. Tell them how they can get in contact with you if they want to be a part, hear more about your story, if they want to be a part of your virtual coaching platform, if they want to see you on your, no, I'm not going to say it. If they want to just have a closer, if they want to see you and all the things you do, how can they get in contact with you?
No doubt, absolutely. So I'm on Facebook. You can reach me at Tommy Morgan. In parentheses, it's going to be Next Life. My handle for Instagram is at Next Life Coaching and nextlifecoaching@gmail.com. So no T, just NEX Life Coaching @gmail.com. You can shoot me an email. We can network. We can conversate. Hey, we can get these guns right. Fall shredded. That's what I'm talking about. Fall shredded.
He said, boss ready. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Tommy, appreciate you so much. Thank you for being on the BTBY platform this afternoon. Much success to you. Go ahead and continue to move those boxes, get settled in, and we will hopefully see you again in October. All right? All right.
Have a good one.
Later. So, Tia, were you upset on that one that he did not have an OnlyFans? Is that what I heard out of that? I think you were about to write it down. Or
did you say? Oh, what? What's
you
that?
You said OF. I know what you were talking about.
That's
know what
of.
Oh, got it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Of.
This is what happens when your wife is gone. This is what happens. Okay. All right, we're ready for our next speaker. I'm ready for this one. T, do you want to step in back? I'll go ahead and introduce. We're going to have a good time. I've had the pleasure of meeting this lovely lady. Our next speaker is Alicia West. She was born in Korea, been raised in Tampa, Florida. She's an abundance coach. She helps people raise awareness in both their business and personal life to the abundance that they have and what they can have. And then she just helps them take it. She also has a phenomenal story. I don't know how much she's going to share of it. I got to see her when she was in Dallas. I don't know if no, you don't live in Dallas. You flew into Dallas to be with Marie Cosgrove, but fantastic story. Lovely lady to meet, and introducing to the stage, Alicia West.
Hello, how are
Hello. Hey, I just want to make sure did you bring some water? No coughing episodes. Are we good?
We're good to go.
So Alicia came for the Marie Cosgrove event. She was speaking with on her new podcast, and I didn't know we hadn't been introduced yet, and she started coughing. And that was you had the single greatest coughing episode in the history of coughing episodes. She left the room, and I remember I was with a friend of mine, and we're turning around. I'm like, is she dying? Is she going to be okay?
Everybody backstage was just like, is it COVID or do we help? And I'm just like, no, it's what do we do here? I'm just curious.
Terrence is afraid of catching COVID. That's why we can't have Democrats on the stage. Just kidding.
Oh.
Just kidding, Terrence. Just kidding. All right, Alicia.
It's cough drops, honey, lemon. It'll definitely do the job.
Boom. And a little bit of sunlight.
Yeah.
Alicia,
Right.
the floor is yours.
Hey guys, how are you? So my name is Alicia West. Before I get started, I want you to think about this. Think about that whatever you focus on expands. And with that being said, once again, my name is Alicia West. I am the abundance coach. I help entrepreneurs and those aspiring entrepreneurs raise their level of awareness and help to take aspects in both their business as well as their personal life from that of scarcity or lack and transform it to abundance. So with that being said, I am going to give you today 3 tips that will help you transition and just really reframe those areas and bring you and allow you to step into your abundance. The first thing that I will go over is forgiveness and how that plays a part and how that is so detrimentally important. The second thing is happiness and how you have to choose happiness and be intentional about choosing happiness every day. And then the third thing will be the importance of surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals. Oftentimes we will make decisions and then stay in the same crowd or associated with the same individuals who are only supportive of the things that we have moved away from and aren't able to really embrace the new us. So with that being said, let's get started. The first thing is forgiveness. So many of us have walked into areas to where we have been mistreated, or we may have even mistreated ourselves. And it is so, so important that as we choose to move away from the pain and the hurt that was caused to us, we have to be forgiving. We have to be forgiving of the individuals that did it to us, as well as to ourselves. And there was a study that showed that forgiveness is actually linked to health outcomes, to mental health outcomes, which is reduced anxiety, depression, as well as major psychiatric disorders. And there's also been studies that have shown that forgiveness leads to fewer physical health symptoms. So essentially speaking, as you choose to be forgiving, it literally helps to heal not just your mind, but also your body. I remember when I was 16, I had found out that I was not, my parents weren't my parents. And, for a while, like as soon as I found that out, it caused me to just have such a negative mindset. And it caused me to have so much resentment towards my parents because I was just like, well, why wouldn't you tell me? How did you let me believe this thing for so long? And I carried that into my adulthood, and it caused me to just have this mindset of where I constantly felt as if I wasn't good enough because I was lied to, on top of the fact of like not belonging. And there's been so many of us who have gone through things, and because of those past traumas, we bring that forward and we hold everybody else accountable to it, instead of understanding that the things that occurred were not our fault, were not their fault. It was just something that happened. So we have to choose to be intentional about seeing it for what it is and understanding that we have the choice ultimately to move forward. And the best way to go about forgiving is to, one, accept that it happened, and choose to look at it from a different perspective. Instead of saying that happened to me, let's change that. Let's change that verbiage and say that happened for me. And that's okay. And I'm appreciative of it. Which leads us to number 2, which is choosing happiness. So a lot of people don't realize like it's a little bit of a chore to be happy like every day because so many things happen to us on a daily. Like we could be driving, somebody cuts us off in traffic, and it's just like, how do you choose to be happy when that happens? Like, I'm a little irritated. Like, no, it's okay. We have to be able to remove ourselves from the scenario and say, you know what? That happened. I'm still going to choose to be happy. Because once you're able to do that, you realize you have so much more control over your life, and it's absolutely amazing. So surveys, and don't mind me reading here. So surveys asking Americans what they believe to be happiness, and the response was when you can recognize and appreciate the good things. I have found so many instances of where I'm going on throughout my day and one small thing happens. How many people have you talked to and you've been like, what's one thing that can like throw your whole day off? And they can name a million and one things that can completely annihilate their day when we've woken up and with a roof over our heads, with food on our tables, with an operating vehicle, with an opportunity to just walk about and choose our destiny, right? So we have to be, once again, intentional about choosing what we're going to focus on. And that's the point of my statement in the very, very beginning was whatever you choose to focus on actually expands. So when you choose to focus on the things that make you happy, you naturally attract more things that are going to bring you happiness. And when you choose to focus on the things that are negative, you naturally attract more things that are going to tick you off. So you have to choose on a daily basis to be happy. And the 3 best things that I've realized that I could do to be happy, to choose happiness on a daily was 1, not take it personal. There's so many things that happen and we naturally just want to take it personal and you just can't. You can't take it personal and you just have to say like, hey, that happened. It may not have been great, but I still get to choose my feeling and my attitude towards it. And then the next thing is don't let it stick with you, right? Because you're going to feel it in the moment, but the sooner you let it go, the sooner you're free to put your focus on something else. And then number 3, listen to a song or pet a dog or a cat. If you're a cat lover, choose an activity that brings you back to that state of happiness. When something negative happens, don't stay there. Don't stay there. Just move. Just move and find that thing or that person that you can call that will bring you back and bring up your frequency to get you back to that state of happiness. And then my 3rd thing, and this has been absolutely substantial for me in regards to changing my life and really helping me walk into my own abundance, was surrounding myself with like-minded individuals. And this is so, so, so essential because your environment can influence other people's behavior as well as your behavior, as well as the motivation to act. So once you decide, okay, I've been here, I don't like it here. How many of us have turned around and said, you know what? I don't want to feel like this anymore, right? Like so many of us have just made that decision to say, I don't want to feel like this anymore, but how do I get away from it? One of the best things that you can do is to now watch who you're hanging around and what you're talking about. And this may seem difficult because oftentimes when you make that transition to better yourself, the individuals that are around you are not ready to take that step with you. So it's okay to move forward, find other individuals that are like-minded and say, hey, you know what? These individuals support the growth that I want to go for, or these individuals are in positions that I would like to see myself in. And you can be unapologetic about that. I remember for the longest time, I felt absolutely terrible because the conversations that I wanted to have and the material that I was reading and exposing my matching that of what I was aspiring for at the moment. And for the longest time, I didn't want to let them go because I felt that that would be like disloyal or that would be a problem. But in reality, it's just growth. It's just growth. Your environment is so essential to your success. And at the end of the day, you can't be happy if you're in a room that literally just attracts and adores negativity. You have to choose and make the choices to be in an environment where you can thrive. So I know that mine was fairly quick, but I want to leave you with these words of encouragement. At the end of the day, if you want to change your life, LIFE, you have to extract and remove the lie, the LIE, and focus on the F. And that is your future. And once again, guys, thank you so much for having me. My name is Alicia West. I am the abundance coach, and thank you.
Come on, man. Y'all gotta give it up for her. Just for that last tidbit alone. If you want to have a better life, you've got to learn how to extract the lie from it and focus on the F. Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna give you credit for that 3 times, but then look, I'm gonna be using it. That's a tweetable. I love it.
Tweetable.
Alicia West, thank you so much for bringing that unexpected antidote into the Becoming the Best You platform. How are you this afternoon?
I am absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Brenda gave me the call and I was just like, I can't wait. I would absolutely love to hop on.
Absolutely. That's living in abundance. And, you know, we say here for speakers, we say, if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. And
That
you
part.
were definitely ready. You're ready to come, ready to slay. And hopefully you're ready to stay and be a part of the family, the BTBY family going forward in the future. I was just in Tampa a couple of weekends ago. And if I had known, I would have definitely looked you up for another event. But that's
I'm definitely here.
All right.
We know when you know better, you do better, you know.
Absolutely. And when we all know Brenda, we're all going to get better. So thank you. Thank you for being a part of it. Alicia West, if they want to get in contact with you and learn how they can live in abundance and stop living the lie and start living life, what do they need to do?
Well, for those of you who are ready to step into your abundance, I can be found on Facebook under Alicia West. My IG tag or my IG handle is Alicia West Speaks. I'm on YouTube at Alicia West Speaks. I'm very, very consistent across the boards. Or if you just like to send me an email and just contact me from there, it's aliciawestspeaks@gmail.com.
Now I know why I emailed you, but it was at Alicia East. It was very confusing. My bad.
You got to think Kanye West. We got to get that.
And you,
I'm start calling you Yee.
Really? Tell Anthony, I thought you said you weren't doing dad jokes.
No. I never. There has never been a time in my life I said I would not be doing dad jokes. That is literally.
He said he wouldn't do anything awkward, but you know. Okay.
Well, we know better. Thank you, Alicia, for rising to the call because you have filled a spot. We had a guy, Gary, who was supposed to be here. Our blaster had to get on a flight. They changed it, so it was nice that we got to see you.
Absolutely.
I am so grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be of service.
Absolutely. Make sure you drop your information in the comments afterwards so that people can reach out and connect with you. And audience, like we've been saying all day, don't just look, interact. There's somebody that has said something to you in this live over the last now 15 hours we've been on the air cumulatively. If they have impacted you, if they have impressed you, go ahead and reach out to them. They're giving you their information not because they just want to throw their information out there, but because they want to connect with you and help you to continue on your path to becoming the best you possible. So take the opportunity, reach out to Alicia, reach out to Anthony. Well, maybe not Anthony. Reach out to me, reach out to Brenda, reach out and connect with that person, because that may be the person that helps you get to the next level of your greatness. Thank you, Alicia. We appreciate you.
Thank you. You guys continue to be blessed.
You too.
Bye.
You know, she said blessed, and we bring up God once in a while, and I just have to ask the question, Terrence, do you know what you call a bundle of hay in church?
Do you know what you call a bundle of hay in church? God help me, God. Praying. What, Anthony? What?
Christian Bale. Okay.
Boo.
The Ric Flair thing's not doing it? No. Okay.
You know, I really would like to bail on this show right now,
Oh, that was good. That was
good. We've got a little bit more to go. You know what? Charge it to his head, not his heart, ladies and gentlemen. His heart is in the right place.
Should we should we have Stacy's video play first about it, because she's one of our students from the inaugural the launch pilot of the Becoming the Best Speaker. Should we play her video before we have her come up?
Absolutely, because you know we want people to see exactly who they can become once they go through the BTB Speaker 8-week academy. So go ahead and drop that video, Anthony.
Hi, I'm Stacy Laban with Laban Life by Design. I'm a recent graduate of the course Becoming the Best Speaker You Can Be. Thanks to the amazing coaches, Anthony and Terrence, as well as the support team of Maud and Brenda, I got through those 8 weeks and feel very rewarded and confident with what I learned and what I took in from this opportunity. We learned each week through homework assignments how we can craft our own message, find our own rhythm, and get really focused and detailed on how we want to present those. We were gifted with wonderful feedback, suggestions, and different ideas on how to put together a speech, how we can learn to expand that idea or shrink it depending on the audience. We also learned the business end of being a professional speaker, the marketing, the networking, the relationship building, the timing, the branding, all of the things that go on behind the scenes to becoming a professional speaker. If you're on the fence about this course, don't be. You get incredible value for the price. I took so much from this course. I can confidently say I'm ready to walk out and step out onto a stage today, which I was not able to do 8 weeks ago, and I credit it completely to this class and the people that put this together. So thank you.
Yes. So if you want to be a part of this wonderful experience that Stacy just let you know about, you can too. It's not too late. Our session is going to begin soon. So go to btbspeaker.com to be a part of the Becoming the Best Speaker You Can Be 8-week mastermind course. And as we are talking about Stacy, and Stacy gave you that wonderful testimonial, let's introduce you to our Life by Design architect. She's a transformational strategist, intuitive energy healer, singer, songwriter, and speaker. So she's a multiple threat, you guys. As an owner and master designer of her business, Laban Life by Design, she travels deep into your energetic patterns and crafts a strategy to assist you towards living your best life. She bases it on 5 key values: love first, love always, energize your mind, believe in yourself and be present, overcome and organize obstacles, and never give up and be unstoppable. She is going to bless you here now with her presentation that's going to help you learn how to live life by your own design. So without further ado, let's welcome to the stage the Life by Design architect herself, Stacy Laban. Mic check, Stacy.
Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you loud and clear. How are you this afternoon?
Good. I'm good.
Good. Ready.
I'm ready.
The stage is yours. Welcome again, Stacy Laban.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Stacy Laban. I'm owner and architect of Laban Life by Design, and I help people craft and create an inspired and intentional life by design. So, overcoming challenges. The title of my presentation today is Undiagnosed Resilience, Building Resilience in a World of Unwanted Chaos. And we are in some chaos. We have been in for some time now, aren't we? My story starts with a moment in time where I was in a very low place. And I have a question for you. How many of you have ever had to plan a funeral? How many of you have ever had to plan your own funeral? The day that I started to plan my funeral, I had given up. I really had no energy to continue on and to keep going. I was struggling with what to do next, but I could feel that in my body, it was giving up. I had sent my child off to be taken care of, to live with her dad, because I just couldn't do it anymore. I didn't want her to see me that way. I had sheltered myself into a space because I didn't want to be around other people. I just didn't really know what I was going to do next other than give up. I picked out my plots. I had made arrangements with my life insurance. And I remember calling my mom and asking her, please just keep talking to me. I was afraid that I wasn't going to be able to wake up in the morning and somebody was going to come into that space and find me dead. I knew I was going to die. My struggle had actually started months before this, 13 months before this, when I had my first experience of not being in control of my body. It was a normal day. I was shopping with my daughter and we were going out for dinner and I was sitting with her and I could feel a sensation happening in my body that I hadn't felt before. And I wasn't quite sure about it. And I kind of just tried to shake it off. And I was sitting there with her and it kept building inside. And I could feel this pressure coming up from the insides of me all the way up into my neck area. And then it was wrapping like a snake around my head and coming down to the sides. And I had tingling. My hands were numb. My adrenaline was now pumping because I really wasn't sure what was going on. And I'm looking at my 15-year-old daughter and I'm thinking to myself, well, how am I going to tell her? I want to tell her, but I don't want to scare her. And what is she going to do? I was worried about what was going to happen to her while I was having this experience. So I told her, I said, I'm okay, but I need to tell you this. I don't feel really well. And I want to tell the server that I'm having some issues so that you have somebody there to support you. And so she's looking at me like, what? Like, my mom, this is not my mom. She's never had issues. She's always been, strong and never had any health issues previous to that were to this level. We ended up going to the emergency room. And that was the first of many experiences with these episodes, I called them. And the reason I call them episodes is because nobody could diagnose me. Nobody could tell me what was going on with myself. This went on for weeks and days and months, 13 months. I was sitting in these places where I was scared to go out in public and I was not sure what was going to happen. My body was literally on fire. Everything inside was inflamed. My eyes were burning. My ears were full. Other things started developing because it was progressively getting worse. And I was swelling up and I was tired. I was so tired. I had been in deep depression and high anxiety for a long time. And if you've felt exhausted in many situations, it's really hard to get that energy to kind of kick yourself back into gear. And I was spiraling down into a deep place. It wasn't too long after this planning of my funeral that I had a wake-up call. And you know those moments when you're just laying in bed and you're just kind of resting and you're in peace and reality really hasn't hit you yet? There was a voice that I heard. And it was very loud, but calm and stern and clear. And it said, "What are you doing? Why are you not fighting for yourself? Get up and fight. You are a fighter." It was so clear as day. I knew it was divine. I could feel it going through my body, sending me chills. And I asked myself, what am I doing? Like, I am the girl with grit. I'm the girl with fire. Like, this thing is kicking my ass. I don't know how to get out of it. And I'd helped many, many people transition and change into different things in their life. Why could I do this for myself? And I got really clear on, what was I going to do about it? But the reason that was sitting in my mind was like, why is this happening to me? What am I supposed to learn about this? I was afraid of dying because I was afraid of not living the life that I wanted. It was regret. And now I'm sitting here thinking, well, if I died tomorrow, have I done everything that I wanted to do? Did I matter to anybody? What is my purpose? I decided that I had to make a choice. Was I going to die? Or was I going to live? Was I going to sit in this misery until it just took me away and took me out? Or could I have experiences every single day and find something joyful in each and every single day? How I was going to do that? I had to choose to do something. So I chose to reach out and start looking for people that were going through something similar, but I was looking for something specific, an attitude. I was going through all these support groups, looking for people that were having these illnesses or things that were going on with their body with no explanation. And I wanted to find the person that was kind of matter of fact about it. Like they weren't giving up. There's a strength in them. You could feel it. I was looking for them. And I found someone. I found many actually, but this one in particular really stood out to me. She was a young girl that was going through a similar situation, only to a even higher degree, where she was paralyzed from her neck down due to her issues. And she was struggling with that. But I watched what she was doing in her struggle. She was inputting joyful moments in her day. She was wearing headbands with stars and glitter and sprinkling it all over her day. And she was getting through each day and she was healing herself. And I wanted that. I wanted more of that. So I reached out and asked her if she would be my coach. I had to choose to take action and to make a difference in my situation. When I sat with her, we decided we need to look at my story. It's really hard to see the picture if you're sitting in the frame. So she helped to make me step back and take a real good look, asked me lots of questions. And I had to ask myself those questions too, because I had just shut down. Having her to help me be accountable to my situation was integral. Once we started looking at my story and we started researching, like, okay, what is my story? What do I need to let go of that's no longer working? It was all of it. Then she asked me, can you let go of your story? That was even more challenging because I had to make some major, major changes in my life. See, I had a story that I was holding on to, a dream and a legacy that was really causing me to be sick. I had to grieve that process, not only that dream, but the people that I was surrounding myself with, the location that I was in. And then we had to look at my beliefs. Like, could I believe that I could heal myself? I had to choose to do that process, and I had to choose how I was going to handle the outcome of whatever that looked like. We had to do an inventory. I did an inventory of all the challenging things that I've ever experienced in my life, and then all the gifts that those challenges brought to me because they were right there in front of me. And here I had everything that I needed for my 48 years of life, the tools that I needed to get through this challenge too. They were made for me for right now. Then I had to choose not only if I was going to live, but how I wanted to live. So these were decisions. I had to make decisions around it. And this was very integral as far as how I'm going to get out of bed, what I'm going to put in my body, what I'm going to listen to, what I'm going to look at, who I'm going to be around, where I'm going to be. All of these were choices. And you make that decision, but how many of us have made many decisions or a decision and you just didn't do anything about it? I've done that on several occasions too. And how you do one thing, you do many things until you know better. The next thing I had to choose was what action steps I was going to take. One small step towards your purpose, one small step towards bettering your life creates an after effect of all different kinds of things lining up behind you to help support you. One of the action steps that I took is I decided that I was going to step away from traditional medicine. I've been to over 13 specialists. None of them could give me a diagnosis. I was always right within the guidelines of what normal was, but it was not normal for me. And I was getting worse. So I made the decision to step away from traditional and I went to alternative. And I hired a functional medicine doctor. And he looked at the whole picture of my life, all the things that I've been through, traumas, surgeries, all my test results. And then we took more tests. And I was able to come and have a sit down with him to go over those results. And he looks at me and he says, Stacy, I think I know what's going on with you. And I think I can help you. You have got severe mold toxicity in your body. And it is poisoning every organ in your system. It was enlightening. And it was kind of like, of course, that makes sense to me. Once I knew, now I had a path. There was a plan that I could actually follow in that. And honestly, once I got the diagnosis, when I think back now, I had already taken a lot of steps forward. It really didn't matter what it was anymore to me. Of course, I needed to understand, like, what steps can I take now? I need to understand, like, how do I deal with this? But ultimately, it was the action steps that were getting me where I needed to go, and that was still where I needed to go. So most of the time, and I believe that when we have a physical ailment that shows, there's always an emotional connection, and it usually happens way earlier than the physical that comes out. So I started looking, okay, what does the emotional meaning of mold? What is that? Well, mold is a hollow container used to shape hot liquids and materials when it cools and hardens. And I thought, well, that doesn't really resonate. But the more I thought about it, I'm like, actually, that does resonate. I was burning up. I was a hot liquid, and mold was molding me into something different. Mold cannot live in light. I allowed myself to sit in the darkness for a long time. And I think it's important that sometimes we do sit in the darkness just to have a better understanding of ourselves, but we don't want to stay there. So not only were these steps integral of having the power of choice to be able to let go of my story, to believe that I could heal myself, to make decisions around it, and then take action, they were also critical in me being able to create my life by design. See, the old me would have just kind of kept going with the flow. When they say if you don't design your life, life will design it for you. And now the words resonate. If you don't make time for your wellness, you will make time for your illness, as my mentor and friend Brian Johnson always says. What did I want to do with my life? I wanted to be able to travel. I wanted to move closer to Texas to my girls. I bought a townhome. I bought a camper van so I can do that. I wanted to sing, so I hired a vocal coach. And I wanted to speak, so I took this course to help me find my voice. See, my purpose, yes, I had this dream of being on a stage and creating one dream, but it was integral for me to let that piece go so I could step on a bigger stage. And in staying stuck in that dream, that actually made me sick. How many of you have loved something so much or held on to something so long that you couldn't let it go, that it made you sick? And I was doing that when I took the inventory of all the people and the places, the things that I was doing. It was toxic to my body. So just remember, if you take one thing away from this experience today, and I hear it in multiple stories as everybody's talking about their story, is that we have this power, this innate power to change our lives. And it's within the choice that you choose. It's in the palm of your hands. You have the power to change your life. Please choose your best life. Fight for yourself. Thank you so much.
Give it up for Stacy Laban, living life by design. She's your architect. Stacy, hey, how are you?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yep, I'm decompressing. That's kind of, part of the process, right?
You did fabulous. It was a great presentation. Tell them those 4 things you said again that you had to do in order to make that choice. The L, the E.
With the power of choice, I had to let go of my story. I had to believe that I could. I had to make decisions, and then I had to take action.
And that is a prescription. That's a blueprint for all of us to learn by whatever we are going through in our lives. Thank you, Stacy, for sharing that information. How can they get in contact with you if they're ready to have a blueprint to change their life?
They can reach me at labanlifebydesign@gmail.com. Otherwise, you can find me at Stacy Wagey Laban on Facebook as well.
Love it. Love it. I know, Anthony, we are just, I know I feel like a proud parent after working with Stacy for so long in the Speaker Academy. Tell her how you think she did today.
No, you did great, Stacy. And, it's funny because I know we told our stories during the actual class, but obviously this is a 20-minute version instead of, the 5 or 10. And it's an amazing story. And it resembles a lot of the resilience stories that we've heard from Marie Cosgrove and some of the other ones before that. And just talking about it's an ability to inspire people to change their life, knowing that people are going through really difficult things. And you did a fantastic job telegraphing your story, probably better than I've heard you do it ever. And it was super super interesting to listen to. I won't say fun because it's not a fun story,
No.
but it's engaging to the point where if people start to feel sorry for themselves, they listen to you and they realize that they can overcome. And I think you did a great job.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for the opportunity too. I'm learning and getting better with every event. And so here's to the first one.
How do you like Texas, by the way?
I love it. I love it. I'm literally in Minnesota right now. I'm going back and forth, but I can't wait to get back down there. And it's calling me. So I'm going.
It's home. It cooled down again too. So we're
That's
not
nice.
we're not at the 180 degree heat anymore. So
Kansas is better. I don't want to hear any of that.
Well, I always drive it, and it's just a beautiful drive. So Kansas is great too.
Kansas is a place you stop at on the way to someplace.
Oh yeah, okay, whatever. But you know what? Me and Stacy got something on all y'all. We're both from West Virginia.
That is true. I am a mountain mama.
Well, I can't wait for all of you guys to make your way to St. Louis, Missouri in October, where you guys get the opportunity to see Stacy Laban in person live on the stage. How do you do that?
Making her debut.
Making her in-person debut. Go on over to comechangeyourlife.com. Get that $250 ticket that's good for today only, and you get the opportunity to see Stacy and learn how to live your life by design. Just go on over to comechangeyourlife.com. Or if you want to have the same experience that Stacy had, you see how she just did, then you want to join us over at BTB Speaker Academy. We got classes coming up real soon. Going over to btbspeaker.com. Thank you, Stacy.
Hey, Stacy, in St. Louis, are you going to be speaking English or your second language? Don't you speak Lebanese? Okay. All right.
No. A little bit of French though.
Lebanese. Okay. All right. Take it easy, Stacy. All right. I'll see you later.
Thank you so much.
Anthony and those jokes, man.
Is that what we're calling?
No, no more of those.
I got plans for days.
So you know what? Instead of having diamonds and whiskey, we could have Marie. We could have Regina, we could have Charlotte, and we could have Anthony. We could have a comedy roast because they're just all jokes.
I do specialize in roast. That's a true story, and they are they're hard hitting, needless to say. But I can do a killer roast, but we might have some HR complaints.
Yeah, we already have that with you, Anthony.
So
before you guys bring up our next speaker, I guess. Man, it's going to be a treat because this guy, he has got energy. He is I'm just going to let you guys tell the story, but he's got some free gifts for you. So make sure you put BTBY in the comments while he's speaking, and he's going to get you some free books.
Sounds good.
So I'm going to let them introduce. I'm going to go to the back, but get ready. I mean, get ready,
You're going to go to the bathroom. Like, you don't need to tell everybody what you're doing.
I've been doing that all morning or all day.
You know what? At BTBY, we just keep it real. TMI at BTBY. You know what, Anthony? I believe that people can introduce themselves far better than we can. As eloquent as you are, as illustrious as I am, we still can't tell somebody else's story better than they are. So we've got a clip for our next presenter. Let's play that clip, and then we will bring him to the stage. Ready?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
It's coming. There
it's coming. It's coming. It's not coming.
There's no audio. You want me to try it?
Yeah, you can try it.
Give me a split second. Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
There we go.
We got 3 things to get accomplished here. We got to believe. We got to prepare. We got to attack. Today is not jokes. Today is not messing around. Today is my day for you. I prepared all year long for this. One opportunity with you guys. We're wired different, and we got to to know why.
You'd be surprised at how many people really identify with this idea of being wired different. It's a good thing to be wired different. It's a good thing to feel good about yourself. You know, I remember growing up, not fitting in. I remember getting picked on and bullied. I remember one time, I'll be honest with you, being held up against a wall as a 7th grader in a middle school by 2 big 8th graders and a guy hitting me in the face. I was helpless. You know, I remember having to go home and explain to my parents what had happened and have a reason for that. And I didn't have a reason. I think it's okay to be vulnerable. I think it's okay to say I might be bipolar. It's okay to say I might be depressed. It's okay. You know, I think we hide and we store these things up and we run from them and we try to put on different face and different masks. When in fact, the wired differently person says, here I am. This is who I am. This is the way I respond. And you know what? I didn't do that right, but I'm sorry for it, and I'm going to work on that. It's okay to screw up. It's okay to get back up. I think it's important that we acknowledge who we are, what we're going to do, what we're going to be, and what we were. You need to be willing, though, to lose who you are to become who you want to be. Why differently people do that? Why differently people take those big moves? Where it's okay to look silly, it's okay to be laughed at, it's okay to stretch ourselves to the point where we might be ostracized, you know?
My job is to inspire you. My job is to motivate you. My job is to love you. My job is not to care about anything but you right now. My job is to show you these things. My job is to make you feel like I'm crazy because I'm crazy about you. How do you get to that point? You gotta live your life like it's forked in one. Forked in one. Because after today, you can't watch something like that and say, hey, I'm just like everybody else. Because you're not. You play at tribe. You play at football. You're gonna have family. You're gonna have life. You're gonna have children. And you can't be quitters. We're not like that. That's the easy way. I hate it. I hate the fact that some of you might walk out here and say, I quit something. We don't quit. We watch things like this and we decide. We decide we're not going to waste the moment. We decide that we're going to be better than whoever the hell they are. We decide when we get up in the morning that our little daughters are going to be safe. And if we're ever called to serve this country, we're going to do it with pride and dignity, and we're going to love our Lord. That's who we are. And I know this is crazy. And I know I'm crazy. But I'm telling you guys, if you feel like this, you got to live like this. And it all starts. Go out there and you play like this over and over and over. I beg you. 4th and 1. The rest of your life. Play like it.
Wow, 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 wow. If you are not energized now, I don't know. You better go check your blood pressure because we are about to bring to the stage a phenomenal speaker. You just heard him. You just saw him. He is clearly wired differently, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to know what that's all about, then you've got to get ready with your pen and your pad and take these notes because Todd Saylor is here to slay this audience this afternoon. He's been married for 34 years to his first love, Tracy. He's the founder of Wired Differently Systems and the Wired Differently Entrepreneurial Coaching Systems. He's going to help you learn how to wire yourself differently, to change your life, to change your perspective, to change everything that you ever thought about in your life. So Anthony, I'm just excited. I don't know about you, but I just got geeked up just watching that video. So I know to see the man, the myth, the legend in person is just going to blow me away. So are you ready for this?
I'm excited. Yeah, I feel like based on what we just saw and what I've seen of Todd, as I did a little bit of research, I think he'd have been gung-ho on my message yesterday. I don't think he's big on victim mentality. I think he's going to bring some heat right now, and he's going to have people step up and make sure that they are wired differently. As an American Football Hall of Fame player and collegiate level, I think this guy is going to bring some heat, motivational change agent. keynote speaker. I think we're ready. You ready? You ready to introduce him? Who wants to get him? Who wants to get him, T?
Let's go get him. Let's go get them together. Bring it to the stage. The Wired Differently systems coaching entrepreneur, magnificent man himself. It is Todd Saylor.
You guys are awful, man. I mean, who can live up to that hype? I mean, I'm going to tell you, man, Terrence and Anthony, you guys are killer. You're killer. And I've had a blast. And I got to tell you, that nice young lady just before us, I wrote down her name. She was awesome. Stacy. Great job, Stacy. And I can tell that you guys have been working with her. I mean, I think I felt like we were almost on America's Got Talent, and I'm giving her 10. You guys are like,
all right.
10.
So that
10, right? You're 10.
That is high praise. Well, Todd, we are going to get off the stage and give you the mic so that you can go ahead and teach us how we too can be wired different.
Well, hang on, guys. There's no real hurry here, man. Because you guys I'll tell you when to get off the stage, man.
Okay. All right. See,
Okay.
he's wired differently.
Out, Anthony out, man, because you guys are fun. I mean, who wants you guys around? Anthony, listen, man. When someone says a roast, I mean, I thought for sure you were talking about doing a pot roast, right? Did I lose you, Anthony? Oh,
no,
man.
I'm here. Oh no, I'm here. I thought you said get out of here. I didn't.
No, I'll tell you. I'm like, I'll tell you guys when I want to get ready. I've been sitting and watching, and I've been hearing about you guys a little bit. And I was just like, hey, I thought Anthony was going.
I'll eat a pot roast any day, Todd. I'll take one down.
Trust me, I would eat his pot roast before he roasts me. So there you go.
But I mean, the roast that I was talking about, Todd, is like, for example, right now I would make sure that I had some tissue and I would make sure to get the shine off your head. That kind of roast.
Ba-doo-ching.
So you know, I have got
there it is.
Right here. Because I'm in Florida, and you can tell I was outside exercising a little bit.
Absolutely.
I will literally do that because I just didn't want to. You know, I didn't know if you were a cop with that mustache or not. What? What? I think I saw you in a couple of movies, weren't they? Oh.
Please don't ask him to put on the other hat.
So do you think it's more of a Tom Selleck, or do you think it's more of a Burt Reynolds?
I thought it's more like a bad movie. I mean, I don't.
And there's the Wired Differently.
Well, man, you went first, Terrence. I'm not touching you because, Terrence, I got to tell you something, brother.
Tell me.
You have a sexy barber.
I do. And we're both in Florida. We might have the same one.
Gillette, we got ourselves.
Absolutely. You know, Gillette with the Duracell battery because we last longer.
Oh, dude. Anthony, you're not even in the club, bro.
Oh, no, I've had 2 hair transplants. Trust me. I could be in the club if I wanted to be.
Really? Let me see those. How'd they work out?
Not bad.
That's pretty
good.
good.
Scar back there.
That's pretty. You know what? I'm proud of you, man, to literally pull that hat off and I think Wired Differently is really, really exactly what you guys represent. I mean, we are who we are, right?
Yes.
God created us like a certain way, and he only made one of us. And I think this whole BTBY movement really lines up with the Wired Differently idea. And I want to talk about that a little bit. And obviously I want to encourage people. I want to grow people. But today I got a little extra time, so I wanted to teach people. And I love having you guys on the screen because you're certainly encouraging. And Bren is spectacular. This lady is wired differently. Did you hear me? She is completely wired differently, man.
Absolutely.
She found me at a conference and hunted me down, put me on TV, and I'm in the grasp of Bren. And so I want everybody out there to know that if Bren has got you on her show or got you watching these speeches or on her Facebook or anything that touches Bren is victory and clearly wired differently. Matter of fact, I've hired Bren to help move our sales process to take this thing nationally. So I wanted to give you guys some good news and everybody out there. Within roughly 30 days, inside of 60 days of hiring Bren, I got a phone call and I put my team together. And I'm going to tell the world right now, you guys are first. I got a phone call from Salem Media and iHeartRadio. And just yesterday, we literally signed a deal Bren's a part of the team, and all of you people that are involved in the BTBY movement are going to be a part of this team as well. But we just signed a 10-week nationwide tour, Wired Differently America, and we're going to be hitting every MSA across the country from Phoenix to Columbus. And we're not only going to be teaching and preaching, but we're going to be teaching Wired Differently, being the best you, but we're going to be teaching people the gospel of God and country. And I think if that's one little term I'd like you guys to understand is not only are we going to talk about God, but we're going to talk about country, and we're going to talk about the things that we can do for ourselves. And so real quick, guys, I want to share that with you. And then I just wanted to teach a little bit. I think that my style is motivational, but it's really the way I teach. And I think if we can lay some things out for people in this arena that's listening to this amazing broadcast right now, I think we need to understand what is Wired Different. And so if you guys want, I'll take it from here and we'll just rep it right on out. Are we good, Anthony?
You are great. I'm good to go. So I'm gonna go hang out and watch.
Yep.
All
got
right.
my pen, got my pad ready to be wired differently. So take it away, Todd.
All right. God bless you guys. Thank you very much. Hey, everybody. My name is Todd Saylor, and I'm definitely wired differently. And I just wanted you to understand that, yes, I am the author of the book, The Brand and the Attitudinal Disorder, Wired Differently. Yes, I said attitudinal disorder, wired differently. I patented the term wired differently, and I'm going to tell you a little story when we get going here, kind of a funny wired differently story. But I seem to find myself in trouble with the judicial system at times because I'm in and out of court all the time, being in the business world and doing the things that I do. And so some of my habits may be that in my first book, I tell a story about being sued and getting on and working through the Wired Differently moment. So I got a little story to tell you before we kick this thing off. But I wanted to let you know, too, that we just not only almost just inside this year, we cemented the brand, right, and the logo, the trademark, and the national mark brand for Wired Differently. Now, Wired Differently not only is a book, but a movement. And I just like to give you the 4 M's. It's the mindset, it's the mission, it's the movement, and it's a ministry, right? And it all revolves around this basically one singular phrase called attitudinal disorder. Attitudinal disorder, attitudinal disorder, attitudinal disorder. We all have attitudinal disorder. It just so happens that high achievers like us on this video, on this broadcast right now, are just a little different, right? Oh, do I know it? We're just a little different. We get up just a little different. We go to bed just a little different. We love just a little different. We cry just a little different. We fight just a little different. We lose just a little different, right? We're just wired differently. We just can't do things the way other people do it. And we're always striving for something more. And I want to give everybody permission. I want to give everybody permission right now. I want you to understand that it's okay to want more. It's okay to go too far even. And I think a lot of us are stuck in what's called a comfort zone, and I call that the land of quo. So I'm the author of the book, The Brand and the Attitudinal Disorder, Wired Different. And I want you to understand that we don't even use the word different. That's an adjective. From now on, all my friends out there, all my followers in this regard, as we take this thing across the country together, the BTBY people, I want you to understand that we use the word differently, right? So differently is an adverb and different is an adjective, right? And adjectives describe nouns and adverbs modify nouns and adjectives. They put action into work, access, and things that we do. So I want you to understand, we're differently, man. We wake up differently. We go to bed differently. We play hard differently. We do everything we do in our life differently. We don't make excuses differently. We don't want to be part of that crowd. We don't want to live in this, what we call the land of quo. It's okay not to be common. It's okay not to be average. It's okay. It's even better to want to win. But we have to win in these 5 categories when you're wired differently, right? We don't want to lose. And what I'm saying about that, it's not a football game. It's life. It's relationships. And I want you to understand and set yourself free. Because if you're uncomfortable with your life where it's at, or you're uncomfortable with the relationship where it's at, if you're uncomfortable where you're sitting right now, you're probably on this trying to be the best you. And that's what I want you to focus on. Because we're going to move to a term called a successionaire. And I know Bryn understands this, and I want to share it with you. But I want you to understand the bandwidth of Wired Differently. I've wrote 2 books, and I'm on my 3rd book. And the first book is titled Wired Differently, Leveraging Your Favors on the 7 Fulcrum Principles. The second book I wrote is called Wired Differently, Drift Again. And that is Supremely Purposeful, 8 Traits of Supremely Purposeful People. And I'm on my 3rd book right now, Wired Differently, Your Will Be Done. I'm super excited about that book, Your Will Be Done. So the first book is What is Wired Differently? The second book is Why Wired Differently? And the 3rd book is How to Become Wired Differently. And so what I want you all to do is, if you're able to watch and write this down, write down my website, toddsaylor.com. toddsaylor.com. Very simple. And if you have a chance, Google me. I'm the #1 Todd Saylor Google in the world. All right, so it's kind of fun. See a lot of background stuff on me, and if you get a chance, YouTube me. And there's over 200 training videos on my Todd Saylor Wired Differently YouTube page, so I could use those subscriptions. But more importantly, if you go to toddsaylor.com, there is Get My Free Book. And I want to clear up something that I gave for Bren to do and to look at for us. Is if you go to toddsaylor.com, click on Get My Free Book, and there'll be a shipping and handling charge of roughly $14. You'll get the free book, Drift Again, but in the comments section of the book, write BTBY in the comments, and we will send you not only Drift Again, but we'll also send you the paperback of Wired Differently, my first book, okay? And I'm going to go one step further, and I'm going to send you the workbook of Drift Again, okay? So it's a massive package, and I want you to follow us and get on board, because come October 17th, we're going to be sending out a new ClickFunnels that's going to literally, I believe, light this world up. Wired Differently America. It's going to have every product we have electronically, audio, and a 15-day challenge to change your life in Wired Differently America. So all that good stuff is coming up. So what is Wired Differently? Wired Differently, I get this question often. I wear my shirt where I go. And Wired Differently basically is this attitudinal disorder that we've all been given, born, or brought into from our environment. But I want to tell you a quick story about Wired Differently, right? And so I want to show you how I literally made $80,000 this week just because I'm wired differently. So I want to tell you this quick little story, and then I'm going to get you into the 5 WT touch points. So here we go. So I want to just coalesce you guys right now. And I'm trying to sell you on Wired Differently a little bit, because I want you to understand who you are, what you are, and not be afraid, right? To change who you are to become who you want to be. I mean, listen to me. Most of us are listening to amazing speakers today on and off in this broadcast, right? But it isn't going to matter unless you are willing to take what Stacy said and the other great speakers and just be willing to do what I've done and a lot of other very successful people. Be willing to change who you are to become who you want to be. What I said, we've got mindset, we've got mission, we've got movement, and we've got ministry. Our mindset has to grasp that first and foremost. I'm not going to have enough time to really teach on all of the depth of this. And this is why Your Will Be Done is coming out. You're going to really see the mindset behind it. But I want you to understand, if you can just write this one quote down for me, do this for me as a favor, just for me. I'm willing to change who I am to become who I want to be. I'm willing to change who I am to become who I want to be. You see, God created us genetically, right? And then we went through a certain phase and we became a part of the environment. And God allowed you to become who you want to be. He gave you free will for that. So anyways, I was in the courtroom again. I've been in the courtroom probably more mediators than I could probably understand. But so I was in the courtroom the other day, and here's how I'm going to show you how I made $80,000 yesterday. So anyways, I'm in this lawsuit that's like ran on for a year and a half. And it was a frivolous lawsuit of some laborer in one of my companies, a staffing company, that didn't like the owner of the company I was serving. And they went after him. But through the leasing process and the sole employer process, I am the sole employer. I defended the owner, and we went to court. The original lawsuit was for $1 million, right? $1 million. Can you imagine that? So we go back and forth for about a year, and pretty much game time is yesterday to speed this up. And after we put ourselves together in this mediation, right? We put all of our case together, and we got our attorneys, and we spent all the money getting the attorneys right. I had made it clear. I had made it damn clear to my attorneys in the insurance company that I was not going to settle this case. This was not going to happen to me. This was frivolous. This was nebulous. It was farcical. It was a scam. And so as this contest went on, started at 8 in the morning and wrapped up at 4 in the afternoon, I had my chance to open up the entire process with everybody in front of me. And I want you to follow this because it's kind of funny. And I want you to understand how we can actually become who we want to be through processes. But this is actually a funny story. And this is how I can make $80,000 for you anytime you get in a lawsuit situation with mitigation. All right, so here we go. So I'm back and forth with this attorneys, our attorneys and their attorneys, and we did it virtually so we would go back and forth in these rooms. They opened up their case and they said, Mr. Saylor, before all these people, would you like to say something? And I was kind of in a hurry, and I threw a T-shirt on before the mediation, and I'm on the Zoom call, right? And I said, yeah, I only have one thing to say to this group. I don't have a problem with this employee trying to get her thing in this life, but this attorney is a criminal. This attorney has whipped this young lady up to believing something that she could get that she doesn't deserve, and he's a criminal. And I think that he should bleed out in a field just like a dressed deer, because I will never settle this case. And if you imagine with what I said to them, they looked at me with these big eyes, and the mediation attorney's name was Tony, said, well, that's all we need from Mr. Saylor. Let's go to mediation. And he clicked that button as quick as he could. He wanted me off that so far, so fast. We went back into our rooms, and my attorney said, Todd, what were you doing right then? And I said, listen, this guy started at $1 million, and I don't know what he's going to come back with out of the gate, but listen to me. It's a crime. Sure enough, they come back. We're coalescing. He says, Mr. Saylor, we came back, and the opening counsel went from $1 million to $90,000. And I looked at my team, and they were happy and everything. What is your counter? And I said, for due process, I would simply ask this. $1,000 is all I'll settle on this, because that's what the first 15 minutes of my time would cost. And they said, Mr. Saylor, thank you for that. And he clicked and he went over to the other side. They came all the way over to the other side. And as this thing progressed, they finally got down to $65,000. And we didn't move anything in 4 hours. So let me get to the point of this story, because I love this story about being wired differently. I love telling wired differently stories. So after the setup, after the situation of being willing to be maybe the craziest man on the planet to make a point, here's what they said. They came back to me at $60,000, and my attorneys looked at me, and I said, listen, Heather, I'm out. We're going to court. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I will never be put in this position again. You attorneys need to do your job. This guy needs to know that we're going to court. And as I started to kind of wind my way out to hit click, Heather played in, who is my partner, and she is my CFO, said, we can handle this, Todd. I said, no, we can't. We're going to court. Heather knew exactly what I was doing. I clicked off the video and I stayed on audio, and she tried to massage the crowd. And this mediator went all the way back to the other side. He says, I don't want to go to the other side. Not even 10 minutes later, he came back after that charade and said, we are now they've decided to move their offer from $60,000 down to $25,000. Now, that's a Wired Differently story for some regard. So anyways, we move our way down, and as the time of this is all over with the antics the way they were, we settled for a meager $15,000 and we moved on down the phone. But that's not the moral of this story. I want to energize you. I want you to understand that life is fun, even in the throes of mediation and the thought of losing maybe $1 million. But if you're willing, right, to change who you are, to become who you want to be, then things like this become an experience, not a miserable piece of moment. So after this was all done, the person I was protecting in the third party, the client, talked to the mediator. And the mediator talked to the client. And the client said to him, why weren't we on this after 8 hours? We sat in the chair for 8 hours. We didn't talk. We didn't have anything to do. And the mediator's name was Tony. He says, well, Tony, he says, well, Mr. Fred, I want to tell you this. For 8 hours, I put up with a guy by the name of Todd Saylor. He says, do you know Todd Saylor? And the third party guy said, yes, I know Todd Saylor very well. And the mediator, Tony, said, well, then if you know Todd Saylor, then maybe this will make sense to you. That guy, 99% of the time, I'll bet you he's on his game. But that 1%, I would never let him near the judicial system. And Ken looked at him and he said, well, I understand that about my friend Todd, and you're probably not the first one to ever say it. He says, Tony says to Mr. Fred, he says, listen, do you understand this guy is an animal? And Mr. Fred said, yeah, I do. He said, I don't think you really do. He said, I think you need to understand we were in the broils of mediation for 8 hours, and never once did he slip. Never once did he falter. He knew exactly what he was going to say and how he was going to play it. And I got to tell you, he showed up in a T-shirt. Can you believe this? This man showed up in a T-shirt. And you know what that T-shirt said? Wired Differently. This guy showed up in the mediation with a shirt that said Wired Differently. What was I going to do with this guy? So listen, I went from $1 million down to $10,000 wearing a simple Wired Differently shirt. I set the stage, right? You can simply buy a Wired Differently t-shirt. Very simple. But the point of the matter is attitudinal disorder. Now, I'm not provoking or saying that you're supposed to be cray-cray. But I want you to understand that life is about living. Life is about putting yourself in a place to win. We're not here just to lose, right? We're not here to be the doormat of society. We're not here to just take what's given to us all the time. Wired Differently people are expected to excel. And if you're sitting here and you're wondering how to do that, that's my job as a coach, to teach you how to be wired differently, to teach you how to feel differently. And this is kind of a cool thing in the coaching brand. When you hire me as a coach, we send you out this package. It's a super cool package. I just want to do a little bit of this. And when you open it up, you got a coaching, and inside the box is a kit of coaching, some cool stuff that's in the box, Wired Differently mugs, and all kinds of the workbooks and everything that we're going to be working through to make you understand how to be willing to change who you are, to become who you want to be. I've listened to a lot of people. I've read a lot of great books on mind and attitude, and from Napoleon Hill to obviously Dr. Daniel Amen. And my job is to gather these things and take my life experiences and to help move you through life, help you cross this bridge of becoming who you want to be by leaving who you are. Now, we're going to mix science, and we're going to mix emotions, and we're going to mix motivational stuff, but we're going to take your attitudinal disorder and we're going to lift you through life in that regard. Just like that attorney. You know, you would think an attorney wasn't going to be much for Stacy, but with Stacy in an attitudinal disorder, wired differently mindset, she is a different person, right? She is that person now. I want to help you with that. So here's the things Wired Differently is going to help you with. One, I'm going to tell you the 5 touch points of Wired Differently. And here's what's different about Wired Differently attitudinal disorder than other products out there or people out there and doing what they're doing. Wired Differently, I'm just going to cut to the chase, is a spiritual term. Wired Differently at the end of the day is this idea of understanding the gospel and how we can touch other people through knowing Christ as our Savior. And my vision is to have a sea of people wearing Wired Differently, understanding that to be intrinsically wired differently, you must know the Lord. And this is how we can move through these things first and foremost. But I want you to understand the Wired Differently movement, the Wired Differently mission, the Wired Differently mindset, right? And all the Wired Differently ministry all works under this term Wired Differently. And we're going to touch one, yourself. I got a lot of trouble with one of my coaches. I listened to most of the things he said, but one time I got up in front of an audience of 400 or 500 people, and he had told me not to do this, but I said, listen, everybody, I want you to understand, before we get going with this message, I want to talk about my favorite subject. And the room was quiet. And I said, me, my favorite subject. And the crowd went crazy and had a blast. And of course, my coach was hiding under the table. I don't know why, but then he crawled out when people kind of understood. Wired Differently is about loving yourself. I mean, God said to love yourself. We can't love others if we can't love ourselves. So we got to start right there. We got to start right there. Terrence would give me an amen if he was on here right now, I can tell you. I'm not sure about Anthony. He's working up some jokes to roast me afterwards. I'm a little nervous about him. But anyways, here's where we are. I want Wired Differently people to love themselves. And I teach and help and abet God and all the things that I can work with you in regarding. First and foremost, we need you to love yourself. The second touch point of Wired Differently is that we need to help you understand others, whether it's DISC personality traits, whether it's the Wired Differently certification, where it's all these understandable things. We have to learn how to communicate not only to others, but our feelings to others. Number 2 touch point. The number 3 touch point of the 5 touch points of Wired Differently, where we're moving all these things together, is relationships. We teach people to understand how we are different, we're wired differently, and who we are and how we're willing to become who we want to be by understanding we don't get there without other people. My dad taught me a long time ago that whenever you get emotional, son, look up, take a drink of water. And, you know, I'm a hyped guy, right? But I don't know what just happened there, right? So I think about relationships. I think about who's made me. And of course, my wife. And that hit me. And of course, all the great people in our organizations. You know, I have the privilege of being here and talking about an amazing brand that's, I'm telling you, is going to storm this world. But it doesn't happen without relationships. Matter of fact, the phone call I got due Salem Media came from a lady I met, Mary Brockett, 3 years ago when I told her no on a radio show that I wasn't ready. She followed me through social media. She followed me wherever she could, and she got a promotion. And she called me when this position came available. Relationships. I met my wife when I was 15 years old. Married her when I was 23. Relationships. My dad taught me things that I can only explain, I guess, over time. Relationships. I have partners in some of the 14 businesses I own, 15 including Wire Differently Systems. And every one of my partners never technically bought in. I've given them equity into the successes of our companies. And they've made them better than I ever could. Relationships. My first company I built, Payserve Systems, I started with roughly $35,000, and I borrowed that. I moved some customer bases around, moved some people around, worked hard. Now it's worth $20+ million. Relationships. Number 3, relationships. Number 4, Wire Differently is going to help you with your business model. You entrepreneurs out there, most of you are entrepreneurs. Most of you, man, you're messed up. You're misfits. You're like me. You didn't fit in. I'm sorry. You wondered if someone would love you. You wondered if you would ever find a partner someday. You went through maybe a traumatic growth period when you were younger. Maybe your parents were divorced like mine. Maybe your father and your mother had stories of certain things and you had to hear about it at school. Maybe you grew up in a single wide trailer, right? Maybe you didn't have running water. Maybe you didn't have a lot of things. Maybe you were picked on and bullied. You know, those are types of things that you have to overcome because you're a misfit. And when you think about that, I want you to understand, after you accept Christ into your heart, you're truly a misfit of this world, and we need to celebrate that. But Wired Differently people grew up misfits, more than likely. Insecure, battled bipolar, battle schizophrenia, battle some health condition, battle some insecurity of mindset, right? These are the things that are proficient in people that excel through the Wire Differently training and this Wire Differently mindset, this Wire Differently movement, and this Wire Differently ministry. You're not alone. These first 3 things, self, others, relationships, but now we put that into a business model. We take your entrepreneurial mindset, your solopreneur, your entrepreneur, whatever you want to be and do. I want to help you do that transformation from who you are to become who you want to be because you're taking it on. You're taking it on and you're putting it into a model that will sustain you. And the last touch point of Wired Differently. I hope you guys are digging this because I don't know that I've been this raw in a while. Number 5 touch point is spirituality. Now, I don't put that last. I put it as first and most significant because I see that spirituality touch point shrouding over all self, others, relationship, and business. And it's the glue that brings us all together. It's that peace of mind, right? When the risk we're taking, when that $1 million lawsuit comes in, that you can sit back, put on a shirt and blow their mind away because you're prepared, right? The 3 verbs I live by, the 3 verbs all wired differently people live by. Write these down. Give me some help on the screen here. Believe, prepare, attack. Now, this is where Anthony and I are probably getting along, because evidently he's an aggressive man, and he was telling me a little bit about his talk or what he was doing before. So give me some love on this, Anthony. We cannot be the victims, right? We need to push back. We need to love. We need to forgive. We need to do all those things. But we also have to win. We have to win. So I want to set you up with a little bit right now. I want to teach you about a word that I've patented, and it's in my 3rd book, Wire Differently, Your Will Be Done, and that's going to come out sometime in January. It's a brilliant book, but I want to give you a head start on it, because the word I want to talk to you about right now, because of this BTBY movement, this is you. I am talking specifically to you. This is a crowd that I've really only first and really introduced this term, right? And I'm going to challenge whoever's running this StreamYard spelling on here. We're going to see how good you are. But the word I want to talk to you about right now, I'm going to teach on right now, because I want you to understand, right? I want you to understand how important it is to see things in a wire differently way. So this is the word I patented. Are you ready? The word is successionaire. Let's see how good you are, and then I'll correct you on the screen. Successionaire, right? So while he's trying to do that, I'm going to just set you up. So what we went through in a successionaire process to literally win the trademark on Wired Differently, we had to take on Wired Inc. magazine, a behemoth in the editorial and social world and electronic media. And for a year and a half, I fought them because they wanted to take the word wired out of my brand. We ultimately stood up to them because I knew where we wanted to go. I knew we would be right. And we won that lawsuit. And so those are the 2 lawsuits that has really set up this shirt, Wired Differently. We own this name. We own this brand. We own the rights to market it. We own the rights to the books, the writings, and even the magazines. So here we are. What sets us apart as Wired Differently people? And I do want to, if I had time, I don't even know how much time I've got, but attitudinal disorder is something I hope I get some time to come back and teach on and talk about the 3 stages of being wired differently. But I want to actually help you out right now. And I want you to understand, if we're willing to change who we are to become who we want to be in this process of being coached, this process of living, this process of being success, I need you to become, watch this, a successionaire. I need you to become a successionaire. And when I thought about what I was going to teach on today, I really couldn't get this out of my mind. And I told Brent I was going to get to this. And it's not going to take long, because I want you to really understand, as I get ready to close out here, what is a successionaire? Why would I spend $3,000 to $5,000 to trademark a word by the name of successionaire? Why would I go through the hassle to spend $60,000 to $70,000 to win the trademark of Wired Differently? Why would I go through the hassle of spending the last 4 years to try to patent this entire process before I even knew if it would catch on? Because I believe, and now I'm prepared, and now I'm technically going out to attack, right, with Salem Media and the podcast and all of iHeartRadio. But I want to shroud this all with this mindset of what a successionaire is. So let me see this spelling here. S-U-C-C-E-S-S-I-A-R-E. Impressive. Impressive. Round of applause. So a successionaire is our word. You're now part of Wired Differently. You're part of a mission, a mindset, a movement, and a ministry. And the word that we own is successionaire. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. But I want you to understand, as I think about the people that are watching this, the BTBY, be the best you, right? And I don't think the best you is always becoming a millionaire. You know, I think it's overrated, to be honest with you. I don't think the happiest people in the world are necessarily millionaires. And I know a lot of people say things like, well, I could be happy with $1 million, right? I could try to be happy. I mean, well, I could try, I'd try it. Well, listen, a millionaire is a mindset, and it's basically a technical word for becoming successful. And I think we need to get rid of that nomenclature, and we need to come into the wire differently nomenclature and understand that we want you in this movement, this mindset, this mission, and this ministry to understand that the pinnacle of your success is to become a successionaire. And so here's simply the definition of a successionaire. Let's see how good my StreamYard friends are. The definition of a successionaire is this: create a plan, execute a plan. Create a plan, execute a plan. Think about that for a second. The only thing I want from you to get to the point of becoming who you want to be is understand that you can't execute a plan if you don't have one. The most successful people in the world, let me tell you something, the most successful people in the world know one thing and one thing only that's never going to stop. The time and end of days is never going to change. And they know this one thing. They know what they want. I've always known what I wanted. I mean, I'm special in that regard. And I'm telling you, but I didn't understand that was why I was becoming successful in the things I was becoming successful in. And the second thing successful people know is how to get it. Desire is the mother of all invention. Want. It's healthy. And if you know what you want, then you know how to get it, then you're going to get it. Successionaires know what they want, and they seek and find a way to get it. Now, I'm not going to get into all the mind travel training right now, but I want you to understand a successionaire simply is this person. A person that knows what they want. They create a plan to get it, and then they execute it. It's that easy, baby. It's just like peanut butter and jelly. It's just like, I mean, it's the simplest thing in the world if you think about it, but we all try to make things so damn complicated that we can't even get anything straight. Most people don't even know what they want in this world. Why is that? Let me help you do that. Find someone to help you do that. Just that one step. If that's all you get from my message is, what do I want? Then I'll call this a victory, man. A successionaire knows what they want. They create a plan and they execute it. Now I'm going to close with this because I want you to understand really quickly. A successionaire is a person who knows what they want, creates a plan, and executes it. Creates a plan and executes it. Creates a plan and executes it. Creates a plan, executes, back and forth. And they do this time and time again. They got the formula. They know how to create a plan and how to execute it. And they aspire to be a successionaire because they've cracked the formula of how to create a plan and execute it. Elon Musk, most wealthiest man in the world, created a plan to go to Mars. A stay-at-home parent created a plan to cook a pot roast like my man Anthony was talking about. Those two plans are equal. Those two execution of those plans are equal. God knows no sin greater than any sin. Plans are plans. Execution is execution. Sin is sin. Sin is sin. My point of the matter is the stay-at-home parent who created the plan for the pot roast and executed the plan and fed the family is just as successful as Elon damn Musk. Elon is a succession heir. That parent is a succession heir. Now, when we stack success of plans, execution on top and top and top, we aspire to be the succession heir. Some people don't aspire to be millionaires, and I think that's just fine. I want you to understand that the level of your success is only the height of your execution and the fact that it's completed. Let me teach you how to do that. Find someone to teach you how to do that. Find someone to give you that certainty. And understand that God has made you spectacularly, unimaginably, Ephesians 3:20, able to do things abundantly than all we could ever think or be or do or think or do, right? He's done all that. He's given us that makeup, that genetic to actually even be successful in this world without him. Crazy. And we'll talk about that some other time. But you are special. You're clearly wired differently. And I want to move you from who you are to who you want to be. I want to do it through self, others, relationships, business, and spirit. I want you to understand that wired differently is not only a movement, but a mission, a mindset, and a ministry. And I want you to lastly, but not most leastly, understand that you are a succession heir. And you need to start thinking like a succession heir. And I think you need to start understanding what you want, create a plan, and execute it. And you'll aspire to be a succession heir. Well, that's what I have for you guys today. I think I ran a little long. I hope Brent has me back, or she continues to help me move my process and products through this country over the next 3 to 4 months. I'm super excited about all that. And I'm hopeful that you guys go to toddsaylor.com, click free book, and then go through the click funnel. It's going to be about $14, but in the bottom, at the bottom where it says comments or someplace to put comments, put BTBY there. And I'm going to send you my first book and I'm going to send you a workbook. So we got a lot of value there. And I'm going to have you in your email address and I can keep in touch with you. And hopefully you can click on and subscribe to YouTube, Todd Saylor YouTube, and even get on my Facebook, Todd Saylor Wired Differently. Well, Anthony, are you there?
Yeah, of course. You know, you said get, you almost sounded like you said, get out of my face book. It was, you know, there was a little play on words. I thought you were talking trash. I was like, all right, you want to bring it? You want to go? You want to go?
No, for some reason, I'm not too concerned. But listen, with that mustache, I understand exactly what you're trying to make up for there, friend. We're good. So I'm over here with Mr. Gillette. Come on, brother. And he's even got glasses. Anthony, I got to go with Terrence.
Yeah, and we're both in Florida. You're just up the way from me. I just passed by you.
Anthony's got the sexy on. Wait, I got to go one hat above you. You ready? Are you ready?
Let's see what we got.
Oh, Lord.
Hats off.
Here we go.
Okay. I'm going to travel through time with you, my friend. I see.
You are officially wired differently. That
Listen, she says I'm wired differently too. Right?
Okay.
How many props does he have? There's gonna be like rubber chickens.
I'm afraid to see what he's gonna pull out next.
Let me see. I got all kinds of whoop. Oh no.
Does she have her own Wired Differently shirt too?
Bren is loaded for bear, baby. You guys want some shirts? You just let me know. You did a good job today.
You did an excellent job. Let's give it up for Todd Saylor doing enjoying the damn thing. I just can't keep it I can't keep it clean. That was just some phenomenal stuff. You know, just going through the 5 touch points.
I gotta put mine on now too.
Talking
Okay.
about wired differently. There was this thing about people that talked about the crazy ones. There was a whole poem about here's to the crazy ones, because they, even though they may be crazy, and even because they may do things differently, they are the ones that change the world. And sometimes in order to change the world, you've got to do things differently. You've got to be disruptive, and that's what I see in you, Todd. I see a disruptive force for change. And you know, to take Anthony's phrase, you will have some blunt conversations, I can see, on helping us think differently, do things differently, and ultimately be a different nation, a different world as a result of that. So
Wire Differently America, baby. Anthony, I know we're equally yoked in this aggressive model.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm eager to meet you guys now. I got to apologize publicly to Bren. So this is how sweet Bren is. I was supposed to be there in St. Louis, and I guess we should just talk about it right now, Bren.
Yeah, go for it. They're gonna see you. They're gonna see you in February anyways.
Okay, so I get to come. So anyways, I had to cancel in October because of this tour we're doing with Salem Media, and Bren was so gracious, you know, and so I really appreciate the love and the support you guys are giving me, and we're gonna do this tour with you, Bren, and you're with this BTBY group, and we're gonna kick some ass and take some names. I mean, I don't know how else to put it.
That's okay. And you just met the other half of the team right here. So
I am looking forward to working with you. I'm looking forward to crossing wires and see how, even though we're wired differently, we can work together to create a charge.
I just don't know what happened in that relationship point. I just about blew the whole stinking speech, man.
you know what, Todd? It proves you are real.
Absolutely. You can be wired differently and still be real. And that just means you're passionate about what it is you're talking about. And the passion could be seen from the beginning all the way through the end. And that's how we know that this movement, this mindset, this mission, and this ministry is definitely going to make a difference, because they've got the massive man himself, Todd Saylor, at the helm.
Well, can I count on you guys? Can I count on you guys?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for this awesome privilege to be on your channel and do these things. Anything else I can do for you, Bren, call me up. I can't wait to meet you, Anthony and Terrence. You know, am I ready to sign off? What do you want to do with me?
You know what? We want to just
for what you asked for.
Make sure that you go over to toddsaylor.com, get that special gift package. And Brenda's even making it easier for you, because if you put in the comments right now, just BTBY, we're going to get your information and we're going to take care of it for you to make sure you get this special
and Todd's going to get that information so he can connect with you.
Yep, and I got stickers for you. I got all kinds of fun. We're going to spoil you guys with this package when it gets there.
Yes. Any final thoughts from sparring partner Anthony?
Oh no, we're good. I'll see him in person. I'll take him down. I'll take him down to Chinatown. I got this.
All right, guys, don't make me get the mama voice out.
Okay, mama.
What? Now he wants to fight me, Bren. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we do a pay-per-view and we box in front of the whole world, and then whatever money is raised goes to the BTBY movement.
I actually love boxing, so I'm down.
So we've gone from Friday, Saturday into a Sunday with the comedy show and the boxing match. This is going to be a
I would never lay a hand on my man Anthony. He is too precious.
Or we could actually do the comedy show while boxing. We could be mic'd up all at the
That's
same
absolutely, because it will be a comedy.
I'm gonna have to work on some of my stuff.
Todd, you've got comments. Yes, you are a disruptive force from change. That comes from one of our great speakers, Isabel Luz Camacho Black. She's she's advocating no boxing either. We'll see. You know, we do things different. Heather David, I believe that's your Heather, said Succession
Oh, my
Air.
Heather, yeah.
Yes.
She's remarkable. Unbelievable.
Yes,
I put her for 15 years and MBA. She's a race car driver, a beauty queen. And she runs 14 companies. Amazing. Hi, Heather. Thanks for watching the message. You're remarkable.
Well, we thank you. We're going to give you the opportunity to give us any closing remarks before we let you go.
Yeah. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
I dig it.
That says it all.
Later,
Way to
brother.
say it.
Amen.
This is Todd Saylor. Give it up again for Todd Saylor on the Becoming the Best You virtual conference. Man,
that was good stuff.
I was going to go on after this, and I don't think so now. So I think we need to bring up Saccone.
What? You don't think you're as
No,
wired
let's bring up
differently?
Saccone.
Oh,
I'm differently wired. That's
There is no doubt about that.
Right.
No
That is a
doubt.
100%.
No doubt. You no doubt. So let's do this. Let's play a commercial, Anthony, while I look.
I got that. You go ahead and find where Saccone is, and I will go ahead and play a quick commercial.
All righty.
You know when you find yourself, pushing and scrunching yourself down, putting you into this small little space instead of freedom and feeling safety and healed like you're doing your best work? Well, how do you get to your best work if you keep having your mind coming at you? At the show, I'm so excited because we're going to be talking about your timeline and how to see how to heal your body, how to heal your mind, and how to stop being a naysayer to yourself. Hi, my name is Rhonda Liebe. I'm a vitality coach for superstar speakers. And before you can get there, you truly want to find the authentic you.
How you doing, T? You about ready?
No, give me that. I'm still trying.
Saccone will be up in just a second.
You know what? While he's finding that, I want to talk to you guys about something.
Talk to us.
Okay,
Well,
Mom.
we've had all
He's
of
wired
these,
differently.
we've had all these people talking about miracles, right? And I just did an event, Safe in His Arms, in June, and I talked about the Israelites, and I want to go there for a little bit because we tend to forget what we have in front of us. We tend to forget. So, imagine yourself. You're this Israelite, and you are a slave to your community. You're a slave to your king, and that king was Pharaoh. And they have this person that comes to them, and they say, "Hey, I'm going to deliver you because my God says I'm going to deliver you." And that was Moses. So he goes to the Pharaoh and he says, "Let my people go." And he says, "No." And these Israelites, and this is just going to be a condensed version, these Israelites decide that they're just going to sit back and watch what happens, right? And Pharaoh doesn't believe Moses. And all these plagues come, these 10 plagues. The Israelites witness this. Pharaoh finally says, "Go on, take them and go." So that on their way, they come across this sea, which is a challenge. And this sea is going to part because God is going to part this sea. And they see this miracle. Not only do they see this miracle, they're being chased by Pharaoh, thinking they're going to die because they can't go anywhere but into the sea. God parts these waters. They walk across it. Not only do they walk across it, they walk across it on dry land. So now they're on the other side. And they forget this miracle. And they're whining and they're boo-hooing and they're saying, "We're hungry. We're hungry." Well, in the wilderness, you kind of got to go get your own food, right? Because this is not in a city. This is thousands of years ago. So there was no big city out here in the wilderness. You had to go find your own food. God feeds them. He provides the manna, wonderful manna, beautiful manna. All they had to do is collect it. Still wasn't good enough. Now they want meat. They want meat. So God drops birds from the sky. They get meat. So all these things are happening and they're still complaining. Kind of sound like our kids, right? We give them the world. I mean, come on, Anthony. How old's your daughter?
6.
Well, what does she want?
Everything.
Exactly. But we tend to forget the things that we have been given, right? So now they're in this camp and God sends, he has these pillars of fire that leads them by night. And I don't mean just a little bonfire. I'm talking from the sky to the earth. And these pillars of fire are guiding them. And in the day, they have these pillars of cloud so they can still go and find their way. And you got to imagine, this was a huge multitude of people, huge. So these camps would be miles long. So these pillars of fire and these pillars of cloud had to be visual from everybody to see. So they're witnessing all of this while they're complaining that they're hungry, while they're complaining that they need more. But they just came from slavery. They were given an opportunity, but they forgot the miracle. How many of you guys are forgetting the miracles in your life, the blessings that you are being given daily? Instead of complaining about it, how about we be happy about it? And how do we take what we've already been given and propel ourselves forward? That is my question to you. How are you going to do that? Are you going to be like the Israelites and forget everything you've seen after you've been given miracle after miracle? Or are you going to accept what's been given to you? Use that to propel yourself forward. Stop making excuses. Get off the couch and get out there and go to work. That's what I want to know. What are you going to do?
Learn the lessons along the way. I like it. Good
Yeah.
stuff, Glenn.
They say life leads seeds, breadcrumbs, so that you can get to your success. But it's up to you to look for those seeds. It's up to you to cultivate those seeds. And it's up to you to turn those seeds into the life that you want to be. You know, God says, I'll give you the manna, but you've got to feed yourself.
You do.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So let's go to our next speaker. Our next speaker. Why don't we do this? Why don't you, Anthony, do the bio, and then I will get the video up on screen. How about that?
Absolutely. We got Sekoni Prince, ladies and gents, highly sought after international motivational speaker, award-winning author, and personal development strategist that helps people take an objective look at themselves. And he's also, by the way, the CEO of SekoniPrince.com, where their slogan is making motivation personal by introducing you to yourself. With an associate's degree and a bachelor's degree in electric engineering, Mr. Prince uses love of learning to continue educating himself. He passes on those lessons to other people. He's always engaging, always fun to listen to, always brings the heat. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Sekoni Prince. There we go. Got his intro screen. All right.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sekoni Prince, and I want to welcome you to my presentation for the Become the Best You event. You know, when you think of the term Become the Best You, to me, it's an invitation. Even the website, Come Change Your Life, it's an invitation for you to come and change your life and make it better. And the title, Become the Best You, you have an opportunity to do just that. You know, so many of us, we spend our life trying to not stand out, trying to fit in. But we are so unique. I mean, our fingerprints, none of them match. None of them are the same. We are all unique individuals. So why should we spend so much time trying to fit in when we're supposed to stand out? You know, I've talked about a car and how there are different parts of a car and how just because something is round doesn't mean it can go everywhere. Tires are round, the steering wheel in most vehicles are round. but you wouldn't put a steering wheel on where the tire's supposed to be or put a tire where the steering wheel is supposed to be. Each part has a different function. And even in the world in which we live, each of us, we have unique roles and responsibilities. The question is, do we really know what it is we're supposed to be doing? Have we really taken the time to get to know ourselves so that we can actually become the best version of ourselves? I remember hearing Kevin Hart saying that his only competition was him, was who he was yesterday. He's not trying to compete against other people that some would call the greats. He's trying to make sure that he's the best version of himself. And so my question to you is, are you doing that? Are you spending time evaluating yourself and going through a process to become better? Now, when we talk about becoming the best you, that means you have to at least look and see where you are right now. I've shared this time and time again. In order for a GPS to work, I don't care what destination you put in, you have to have a starting point. Because if you don't have locations turned on, it's going to ask you, where are you now? And in our life, most of us, we haven't taken the time to do that type of assessment, to understand exactly where it is we are versus where we want to be. So many of us, we see relationships that we want. We see, in fact, the type of physique we want. In fact, we see the type of bank account or where we want to live or a lot of external things, but we never evaluate how far from those we are. Because if you can't measure it, you cannot quantify it. So in order for us to be able to get to where it is we want to be, the first thing we have to do is take an assessment of where we are. In order for you to become the best version of yourself, you have to realize that right now, I'm not there. Right now, there's some areas that need improving. Right now, there's some things I need to work on. And that's true for all of us. I mean, the reality is none of us have arrived. We are still on the road to success. But my thing is this, if you never know where the destination is, you'll never know how far from it you really are. Going back to that example of the GPS, you could be right next to the location you're trying to get to. But until you turn on your locations where you are, the GPS can't tell you. So the first thing we need to do is we need to have an honest evaluation of ourselves so that we can actually see where it is we are versus where we want to be. And I know for a fact that having somebody who's outside of us to actually ask us those questions and hold us accountable, I know just how important that is, because that makes the difference whether or not we go after our goals. Because you can keep stuff in your head all day, but until you actually tell somebody, until you actually put it out there for somebody to hold you accountable, you'll wind up finding all kinds of excuses why you're not where you're supposed to be. So not only do we need to evaluate where we are, but we need to have somebody to help us. We need to have a coach, a mentor, somebody, in fact, that's a counselor or a guide to help navigate and get us to where it is we want to be. Because the reality is, if we could get there on our own, if we could do it by ourselves, we would already be there. But most of the times we find ourselves in a position where we need some help. I remember when I first started speaking, I had done everything I knew I could do on my own. I had done commencement speeches. I had talked at people's companies and businesses, but I knew for a fact that I had exhausted my education. I exhausted my knowledge of what it is I was trying to do, which was public speaking. And I came to a place where I realized I needed some help. And in that moment, in that time, I realized I needed a coach. I needed somebody that was going to come alongside and help point me in the right direction, help get me to where it is I said I wanted to be. And when I got one, I'm telling you, it changed everything about my life, because my coach started challenging me. Not just challenging me, but educating me on the things that I could do. So I'm going to encourage you to actually make that investment in yourself, because I knew I wanted to be a better version of myself. I wanted to become the best me I could be, but I had done all I could on my own. So I needed some help. I needed somebody to come alongside and point out areas that were blind to me. Because all of us have blind spots. There are certain things that we just really don't see. But when you have somebody that cares about you, somebody that wants the best for you, and someone that you are paying them for their time, energy, effort, and experience to help you become a better version of yourself? That to me, it says just how serious you are about achieving your goals, of becoming the best you can be. So first, like I said, we need to evaluate where we are, but we also need to get some help in that process. Because I'm telling you, there are certain things that I was just clueless of. Les Brown said it like this: you don't know what you don't know, but you think you know. But when you are humble enough to come to a point to where you realize I'm lacking in a certain area, this is not a strength for me, this is a weakness, this is not an asset, it's a liability. The smartest thing to do is to get with somebody that can help you in that area. And I'm telling you, that is what all of us need to do, because it's so important for us to get to that place. Because believe it or not, somebody's waiting on us. Even if it's just for us to be the example of the fact that it's possible. Somebody is waiting on our example. Somebody's waiting on us to show up. I tell people all the time, they are waiting on you. You, yes, you. When I show up, they tune me out. They say, he doesn't understand me. He doesn't come from my background, my economic status. He doesn't know what I'm going through. But when you show up, somebody is waiting to hear what you have to say because they can identify with you. So in order for us to become the best version of ourselves, we have to work with other people. We can't just do it on our own. I remember watching a show on Netflix, and one of the characters said something that was really profound. He said, what do you call a person who has all these powers, but they never consult with anybody? The answer was a villain. He was trying to help his teammate understand that, listen, you are on the good side. You are a hero. And you just can't go off on your own and do your own thing without actually consulting other people. Because he said the only person that does that is the villain. And I immediately thought about Thanos from the Avengers, how he had in his own mind the things that he wanted to do. And no one could say anything, could correct him, could try to actually steer him in another direction. That's why he became the villain. So when we consider the fact that we ourselves have potential, we have power, we have all of these things we can offer the world, there is safety and counsel in getting somebody that you know, respect, to talk to help you actually steer and hone the skills that you have. A lot of us, we need validation. We need someone to co-sign what it is we're doing. And I know I'm not everybody, but some of us need that kind of reassurance that I'm doing the right thing. And I'm telling you that how important it is for us to have that, because if you're just doing it based upon what you want to do, sometimes you'll stop. Sometimes you'll quit. Sometimes you'll give up and you'll throw in the towel. But if you know somebody's waiting on you, if you know somebody's looking for you, if you know somebody's depending on you, you'll dig deeper and you'll push yourself a little harder. You'll actually find yourself in a place where it's like, I have to do this because somebody is depending on me. Somebody is looking for me. And I don't even know who they are. Because if I did, I would go straight to them. But since I don't, I have to do my part to actually show up for them in such a way to where they have an example to follow. They have an example to follow. I talk about legacy a lot. And you know, to me, that is the culmination, and I've said this before, of a 4-leg race. Because before you can achieve legacy, let's start at the beginning. You have to be committed. What are you committed to? What are you committed to? Because it's out of that commitment for whatever it is you want to do that you'll have the second leg of the race, which is consistency. You can never find anybody that's consistent at something who is not committed to it. If you're consistent in working out and going to the gym, it's because you're committed to either your health or what your health is going to give you. A long life, in fact, mobility, that you being an asset and not a liability to your family. So your commitment is what drives your consistency. But I tell you this, that your consistency is what drives your success. That's the third leg of the race. The first one is commitment. The second one is consistency. But as you continue to be consistent, you can't help but have success. Because in your consistency, you learn what not to do and you learn what to do. You have failures, but you also have successes. And success is a part. Mickey Rooney said failure is on the way to success. It's a part of the journey. You pass failure on the way to success. So there's no way to be consistent or have consistency and not experience some failure, because even when a failure happens, you don't stop. What? You keep going. You learn from it. And I tell people all the time, either I win or I learn. It's only a loss if I leave the lesson. But there's a lesson even in the loss that you can take with you to your next success, to your win. So consistency is what drives your success. Whether you get it right or get it wrong, whether you do your best or get a B, whether you do your best or get a D, you can actually still learn something. And that's a part of your journey to success. So my question to you is, what are you committed to? And that commitment is going to drive your consistency, but that consistency is going to show up in your success. Now, when you've been successful over time, you become known for something, for your success. That's when you become legendary. That's your legacy. We think of, and I mentioned this before, Michael Jordan. When I mention that name, people think of basketball great. And some would say arguably the best basketball player to ever play the game. But his legacy is in basketball. Why? Because he was committed to basketball even after he was cut from his high school team. He didn't let that failure stop him. His commitment drove him to be consistent, to get better, to keep playing, to keep practicing, to become the best version of himself, to become his best you. And in doing so, he actually started to see success. Out of that consistency, he started to see success in his life, in his career. He started to see success. And then that success over time created his legacy. I've used this example as well. Michael Jackson. I mentioned his name. People think of legendary performer, music artist, musician. Now, again, his commitment to music led and fueled his consistency to music. That consistency gave him success. He wasn't a one-hit wonder. He had a string of successes. That success left a legacy. Now, using those two examples, Michael Jackson and Michael Jordan, if you gave Michael Jordan a microphone, and if Michael Jackson was still here, you gave him a basketball, I sincerely doubt that those two individuals will be as successful as the other one was with what it is they were working on. I really doubt that. I don't know. Michael Jordan, maybe he can sing. I don't know. But he's not known for that. Maybe Michael Jackson could play basketball. I don't know. But my point is, your legacy is based on what it is you are successful at, which is based on your consistency, which is based on your commitment. So if you ever want to change your life, you have to make a commitment to be better. You have to make a commitment to do more than you're doing right now. You have to make a commitment to live a better life and to leave something for somebody else to follow. That's your legacy. But you can't get to the legacy without the commitment. You can't get to the legacy without the commitment, because after the commitment, that's when the consistency comes in. But after the consistency, success, and after success, you leave a legacy. So in order to become the best you, you have to be committed. My question still stands. What are you committed to? What is that thing that you would do if no one paid you? What is that thing that you would do if no one looks, if no one claps? Our coach told us one time, he said, are you down for the cause or are you down for applause? Are you down for the cause or are you down for the applause? Dr. Reuben West told us that. And I know for a fact that I had to evaluate myself, because if I was only doing it for the applause, for people clapping, When they stopped clapping, I would stop. When they clapped, I would pick up again. But because I was doing it for the cause, I had a commitment to the cause, whether they clapped or not, whether they sung my praises or not. I was committed to my calling, to what it is I believe I was called to do. So that's how you become the best you, become the best version of yourself. You do that by making that commitment and finding out what it is you're supposed to be doing. And sometimes you just need somebody to confirm it for you. It's not that you don't know, because to be honest, if you ask yourself the right questions, you'll get the right answers. If you don't ask yourself the right questions, you'll never get the right answers. And you may need somebody else to help you ask you the right questions so you can get the right answers. You know, one thing I've learned is that whenever we're questioned, especially if it feels uncomfortable, we find a way to weasel out of it. We find a way to get away from it. You find a way to change the subject or go ghost on somebody. But if you're truly committed to becoming the best version of yourself, you will work tirelessly to become a better version of you. And it's not that you're always discontent, but the fact is that you have to make a commitment to be better. Now, if I ask everybody right now, by show of hands, how many people want to be better? Most of you would raise your hands. Because all of us, we know that there's something and there's some part of our life that we need help with. So I want to encourage you. You've heard so many amazing speakers. You've heard so many people share their stories, share how they come from pretty much nothing to where they are right now. But they're not finished. They're on the way. But what about you? Where are you in your story? Are you at the beginning? Are you in the middle? Are you facing a hard and a rough patch? Are you experiencing some success? Are you at the end? I don't know where you are, but only you do. But my thing is this: how are you going to finish the story? How are you going to finish your story? In order for you to become the best you, you have to be committed to finishing your story. And for me finishing my story is me leaving a legacy that somebody else can follow. Me leaving on record something that I did to make the world a better place. I have over 500 videos on my YouTube channel because I committed to actually my craft, to helping people, to encouraging people, to being a personal development and leadership development strategist. That's what I committed to. And out of that commitment came my consistency. And you can say what you want to about me. You can say a lot of things, but one thing you can't say is Saccone is not consistent. But that consistency just shows my commitment. And people say, well, Saccone, how did you become such a great speaker? Well, because I was consistent at it. And I really hate that I deleted some of my earlier videos because they were horrible. I mean, they were a mess. I really hate that I deleted them because I want to be able to show this is how I started, but this is where I am. And I'm not finished yet. I'm not done yet. So I know that I'm still becoming the best version of myself. But where are you in that journey? Have you made your commitment? Have you settled in yourself what it is you're supposed to be doing? And if you haven't, there are so many people that you've listened to over these past couple of days that can help you do just that. I'm telling you, somebody is ready, willing, and able to help you to become the best version of yourself. That's why they committed their time to being at this event, to showing you what's possible. And I want you to understand that you can do it. I don't care how difficult or how many challenges you've had. You have everything in you to succeed, everything that you need. The question is, do you have the will? Do you have the will? Once I realized that me succeeding was not just for myself, it wasn't just for me to make a name for myself, I realized that I had to keep going. I used to actually look at the number of views I got on my video. Oh man, this one got 1,200 views. This one only got 600 views. And this one only got 148. Now, if I would have went by the views, I would have stopped when I started getting a look. It wasn't about the views. It's about that person that was waiting to hear me, the person that was waiting for me to show up. And I want you to understand that there's somebody waiting on you. that version of you, that one you have in your mind, that one that you know you can be, somebody's waiting for that person to show up. They're waiting for that person to walk through the door. They're waiting for that person to show up on the job. They're waiting for that person to be at the family reunion. They're waiting for that person to start the business. They're waiting for the best version of you. My encouragement to you, don't keep them waiting. Don't keep them waiting. Hey, look, this is Saccone Prince of SacconePrince.com, where we make motivation personal by introducing you to yourself. And I want to thank you for watching my presentation of the Become the Best You event. And man, you have everything, and woman, you need in order to succeed at what it is you've been called to do. And again, there are people that are willing to help you, and I'm one of them. And listen, we'll talk to you later. God bless. Bye.
Wow, 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 wow. That was Saccone Prince doing it real well.
Doing
Man,
a bit. I think we got a
love
special
it.
guest too right now with us.
You know what? I think through the magic of cyberspace and all things Saccone, we might actually have him live and in person. Hey.
Go ahead and unmute yourself, Saccone.
All right, I was just saying, can y'all hear me? But obviously you couldn't because I was muted. How's it going?
What's happening, man? Welcome, Saccone Prince from SacconePrince.com. You just gave us a powerful, inspirational message. I love it. Commitment and consistency is what drives your success. I love it. I love it. I love it. You've been doing this for a long time. Tell us why it's so important for you and why it's so important that you share with others how that commitment and consistency can lead to their success.
Well, because I see a lot of people that are living beneath their privilege. I see a lot of people that really don't think that they are worth the time, the energy, and the effort to be better. And I was sharing just this past weekend in Kansas City about something that somebody said about me, Miss Judy Lane. She said that I don't have a gospel of salvation. I have a gospel of self-worth. And that really sums it up, because if you don't understand your own worth, that means you will actually subject yourself to things that really are beneath you. But once you truly understand your own value, then, and only then, should somebody get out of your way, because you're going to go after everything you believe is yours or that belongs to you or that you're worthy of. But it's without that self-worth, it's not understanding your own capability and what you bring to the table. Is that lack of understanding that keeps people stagnant and stuck. And I was really surprised. I actually got emotional in my presentation because I thought about the lives that people are living that are beneath their privilege. If they only understood that they have so much more to offer the world, but if they see that they're worth it, they'll put in the work. And events like this, to Become the Best You, it stirs up that possibility of what they can do in order to be a better version of themselves.
Man, that's some great stuff there. You know, if you don't know your worth, then you can never value what you have. And you clearly know your worth. And what I love about you, even though you know your worth, you are more concerned about helping people know their true worth so that they can become the best versions of themselves. I mean, you say it in everything you do. Your slogan is helping you introduce you to yourself so you can understand your worth, so that you can understand your privilege. And just like our previous speaker, Todd Saylor, said, we are successors of our own. We're successionaires. We have that. We are heirs to everything that we have inside of us, but we have to bring it out. And it's with that commitment and that consistency. Man, I'm so glad you were able to show up live and give us those nuggets. He came bringing the heat, Anthony, just like he does each and every time he does.
Like he's like Mr. Reliable. It's always consistently solid messaging. You always know you're going to get something good out of him. It's always going to be a little bit different, a little bit different polish, a little bit different story. It's always good.
Yes, yes.
Never lets me down.
So how can they get in contact with you, Saccone? Not like it's not right there behind you, but how can they get in contact with you?
Well, they can come and see me in St. Louis at the Become the Best You event. I really want to see them there. But they can also follow me on social media in the SacconePrince.com. That's SicconePrince.com. They can search me on all social medias. And I was telling somebody just yesterday, I said, listen, the easiest way to remember my name is to write it on a check. That's the easy way to remember my name. You write it on a check, you're like, oh yeah, it's Saccone. That's it. That's it. But yeah, I'm found on LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Saccone Prince. Like you can search me. And I used to say when I was in middle school, I'm Saccone, the one and only. But you know what I found out? That Saccone is Madonna's real last name, but she spelled her with 2 C's, Ciccone. I found that out several years ago. But yeah, I'm excited to see everybody in St. Louis, for all of those who are going to be there, those who are going to come, those who are going to tune in. Make an investment in yourself. Okay, again, you're worth the investment. And once you do, the dividends will pay off for years to come. And so I'm looking forward to seeing everybody in St. Louis. I'm looking forward to being at the Become the Best You event, because there's something amazing that's going to happen there. I mean, when you have so much stuff that comes against you to try to keep you from going somewhere and getting somewhere, it's because of the destination. It's because of the payback. It's because of the payoff for all of the hard work. So I'm telling you, you want to be in St. Louis. Make that investment in yourself. I don't care if you have to drive. I don't care if you have to eat ramen noodles for a week or two. Whatever you have to do, make it a point to be there with us in St. Louis, because it's going to be life-changing. If you come there expecting it, you will find it. So I'm telling you, I'm encouraging you, I'm pleading with you, because you are truly worth every dime that you spend on yourself. You're paying us, but you're investing in you. I paid my coach, but I was investing in me. Invest in yourself and be at this event.
I love it. I
Heard
love
that.
it.
Love it.
Now, the person you told to write that check to was probably over 40. So you might want to start saying, learn how to type my name on Zelle or Cash App. You know,
yeah, I said that one time, like, what's a check? Like, okay. I have to change it. Yeah. Cash App.
Gotta meet them where they are. Saccone Prince. Come see him. You saw him virtually, now come see him in October. And Saccone, he may not know this, but we did this especially for Saccone. We came up with this special offer because we don't want money to be a hindrance from you seeing the greatness that is Prince. Saccone Prince, that is. So we've got this special that if you take massive action today and today only, if you do it right now while he is on the screen, all you have to do is go over to comechangeyourlife.com and put in the code BTBY. And what will you get? You will get the ticket of a lifetime for the low, low price of what, Anthony?
$250, sir.
In favor, because we know that you want to see Saccone. So for $250, you get to see Saccone again, October 21st through the 23rd in St. Louis. You can't beat that with a stick. That is
Don't be a jabroni. Come see Saccone.
See Saccone. Don't fall for the baloney. Come hear it from Saccone.
You would not believe the rhymes I got as a child. Saccone's a phony. He don't eat no baloney. I mean, so yeah. I've been called everything from Silicon to Psychop, so I've heard it all.
Yeah, they called us and gave that to us, but never mind. Thank you again, Saccone. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Grateful that we know you and grateful that you are part of the BTBY family. And we're looking forward to seeing you again in person in the Lou on October 21st.
Skip to the Lou. Skip to the Lou.
From the Lou, and I'm proud. Run your mouth. Okay, all right. Take it easy, Saccone. We'll see you later. I gotta be honest. I'm a Nelly guy. Like I grew up in St. Louis. I grew up with Nelly. So the Lou is my hometown.
So that's why your shirt's over, because it's getting hot in here.
So take up.
Oh,
I
yeah.
am getting so hot. Okay, I'm done. I quit. What do we got coming up? Who do we have
Wow.
next? We got the
Somebody save
doctor.
us, please. Yes. Is there a doctor in the house? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. This doctor is not only a doctor, she's a highly respected, inspirational keynote speaker, ordained minister, skilled consultant, and hopefully she'll get our wheels back on the tracks here at BTBY. She's affectionately known as Dr. Real Talk, and her mission is to help people around the world through a framework of reframing reality, empowering vision, activating faith, and liberating legacy. Didn't we just talk about legacy? We're going to get it again. She wears many professional hats as she leverages her experience and expertise across the country. As an educational consultant, Dr. Rollins Fells trains and empowers school divisions and social service agencies around the United States of America as they interface with an at-promise population. As an inspirational speaker, she's a passionate presenter who builds the case for walking unencumbered freedom through the real REAL framework that we've talked about before, and she's going to share with you again. So without further ado, let's bring one of our great friends to BTBY up to the stage right now. Is none other than Dr. Jawanda Rollins Fells. Hey, Dr. Real Talk is in the house. What's happening, Doc?
What's up, Terrence?
You got it.
Look, I'm glad I'm in a safe place because I've been watching you guys today, and I promise you, I would have been fired about 3 times because you and Mr. Mustache are hilarious. Okay? Just know that.
You know what? It's a good thing that you have all these things going for on your own right. You ain't got to worry about being fired. You just close the door and just roll with it. And we are going to give you the stage. Oh, God.
I love it. I love it.
Real talk,
You guys are
Doctor.
awesome.
I'm having nightmares. No, save me.
You're enjoying it. You're enjoying it. But Terrence, I do want to say in all seriousness, I'm so glad to be able to be with you guys. And I'm going to just give some of my time just to say thank you to Brenda. Brenda, yes. Woo. I am so proud of everything that I'm seeing, and I'm so glad to be a part of it.
Well, I'm going to jump off the stage and let you bless us with your real talk. Once again, Dr. Jawanda Rollins Fells.
All right. Hello, my Be the Best You conference attendees. Let me just tell you, I hope you have had your pen and your paper throughout the day. Look at all my chicken scratch notes. I have been just taking these nuggets of wisdom for myself. And I am going to tell you that everything that was shared with you today is true. It is consistent. It is real. And for a little bit of time, I'm going to share my story with you and hopefully continue to pay it forward with the goody goodness. So, as my introduction stated, my name is Dr. Jawanda Rollins Fells. And y'all, I'm a country girl from a little town in Bowling Green, Virginia, who has been very fortunate in my life to have some awesome experiences, some great mentors, and an amazing God who I know cares about me just as much as he cares about you. So in my journey, like I said, I come from a little small town, and growing up, we were fortunate to have 5 living generations. That's right. My great grandmother passed at the age of 104 years old. And I can remember one day I met this guy and I really kind of liked him. He was a little bit cute and things. And I was like, you know what? I want to get married. And what she said to me was, baby, we have longevity in our family. Make good choices. That never left me. It was funny. I heeded the wisdom. And that lesson right there is tied to the legacy that everybody's been talking about. In order to become the best you make good choices. You make good choices every single day. And that's some real talk. So not only am I a country girl that grew up with this 104-year-old great grandmother who taught me that lesson about longevity in our family, there was also this great respect for education. And so while we all in my family worked in education, nobody had a degree. And so when it was my turn, my parents made sure that they got the second job, that my mom went to work, that my siblings made the sacrifice to make sure that I had the opportunity to go to college. And so today, this little country girl is sitting before you with a master's, a bachelor's, a doctorate, a national certification. And throughout that journey, I tell folks the one thing that I do know is that I'm teachable, and I'm thankful for that. With this love of education and the service in the classroom, what I began to notice was that we are all more alike than we are different. And when you're working with children, it wasn't so much about the academics as it was about looking into their eyes and encouraging and pulling out of them what they didn't even know yet, where 8 and 9 year olds time hadn't even had a chance to mature these things. I looked at them and I thought, wow, when I'm 104 years old, what imprint, what legacy will I have left in these little kiddos? And so that became my passion. And I taught for 15 years and then transitioned out of the classroom into school board, where even today I continue to serve. So one of the things that I've had the front row opportunity to see up close and personal are some of our most at promise kiddos, parents, and even communities. And so when Brenda talked about being the best you, I was looking at it from all of these different lenses. How do we encourage the little ones to be their best you? And then and encourage these older folks to continue to be their best you? And I said, you know what? You have to keep it real. We have to reframe our reality. We have to empower our vision. We have to activate our faith, and we have to liberate our legacy. And that lesson right there dovetails very nicely into what I've been doing since I left the classroom almost 7, 8, 9 years ago. I have been on a journey of advocacy. I have been on the journey for encouraging small businesses to be the best you that they could be. I have been on a journey to take the faith community and welcome everybody with love and say, guess what? How do we show the example of being the best you? And then COVID came on the scene. And so my story goes a little something like this. In 2020, I'm on Facebook and I'm sharing these words of encouragement for the children, for the parents, for these communities. I find myself in a deep, dark place. And so this particular day, I actually went on and I got emotional. And I wasn't planning on the tears flowing, but they did. Behind this statement, I can do this for everybody else. But now I need to do this for myself. And I don't know how to do it. And I cried. And the world watched me cry. The world, the little world of my friends and my family. And in that moment of brokenness and transparency, I truly realized that I had spent the majority of my life advocating for everybody else to be the best you. And really, I was overlooking me. And it became a stuck place for a moment, a stuck place. You know, the stuck place where you start talking to yourself, and the things that you start saying is, well, you're not really all that anyway. And this really is not what you think it is. And people don't really mean. And well, when you look in the mirror, and I found that all of these things were crowding me out. And I had to put myself in a timeout. And I had to pick up that phone and I had to reach out to someone who is a coach, because coaches need coaches. And I didn't think I needed one until this moment. And what she said to me was, I want you to go in the bathroom and I want you to look in your eyes, look yourself in the mirror. And then I want you to see beyond yourself. And I want you to see your 5 generations. Because when you, as much as you honor your great grandmother, if you quit right here, Look at all the folks that will come before you and after you that will miss the blessing if you quit right here. So cry, it's crying time. Cry. Mope, it's moping time. Mope. And after you finish, you're going to get yourself up. You are going to wash your face off. You are going to stand flat footed, and you are going to be to yourself what you are to everybody else. The next time I got on Facebook, it was not about a pity party. It was about, listen, y'all, you have to do this and just know that today is a great day. So today, just say thank you, hands, for helping me to do the things that I need to do. Thank you, feet, for standing me up today. Thank you, smile, for welcoming and looking back in this mirror at me. I started having little moments where I was like, you know what? Today, how are we going to move past grief today? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? Work with me on this thing. And somebody saw it, made a call, said, I need you to hook up with some folks because I love how you're encouraging and how you're empowering. And that's the person that we know you to be. That one phone call then led to a television deal for me to just come on and do what it is that I was doing. Most folks do not know the backstory of that dark place that I was in and how I was helping and ministering to others while I was ministering to myself. It landed me a deal break that was not on my radar. I wish I could say that I was so smart that my degree set me up for this. I absolutely cannot take any credit for this opportunity that was given to me. What I can say is that God is so truly amazing. I had the opportunity to take my message of encouragement, frame it in real talk, and have my own television show. That was 2020 into 2021. In 21-22, I had the opportunity, like so many of the speakers said, to show that I was going to be consistent, to show that I was going to be committed, to understand that, hey, guess what? It was a lesson in sitting in that mirror, because in media, it's very transparent. You're very vulnerable. Everybody has an opinion. I like your hair. I don't like your hair. The message, I don't know. I couldn't relate to it. I absolutely could. It changed my life. I put myself in a position to understand that this is very visible, highly transparent, and I had to be my 100% self. I showed up, like Sakoni said, in times where, real talk, it wasn't all together. My lights, my sound, it wasn't 100% perfect, but in those moments, I had to realize that it wasn't about me. He just spoke about that. I had to continue to show up because somebody else was waiting on the blessing that I was going to be able to bring either through my guest or through my own message. So that was 2021, 2022. Where are we right now? Where are we right now? Right now, I own my own television network. I own my own radio station. I own my own magazine. And through that journey, not only did I have to be consistent and I had to be committed, but I had to create a movement where we don't compete, we create. So let me help you in my last few moments together with a few tips that I have found in this journey from this little country girl, the journey and some tips that I learned from the character of that 104-year-old great grandmother. Let me share you how my life has been enriched by the people that I surround myself with, that celebrate with me, not just tolerate me. That part. Let me share with you the lessons that I learned by not being down for the applause, as Sakoni said, but being down for the cause. The first lesson that I learned was that we have to get unstuck. We have to get unstuck. I had to learn that it's okay to look at what was going on around me and call out the ugly truth. Just go ahead and put ugly truth in the chat. If you want to get unstuck, like that dark place I was stuck in, you gotta call out the ugly truth. The ugly truth is you have some insecurities. The ugly truth may be that you think that you're not good enough. The ugly truth may be all of these different things. Call them out. We're going to bring them center stage. And you know why we're going to do that? Because we don't want them to have any more power. We're going to call them out and we're going to call them a lie. Because I am made in the image and the likeness of a pretty perfect God, and he doesn't make any junk. So I'm not good enough. That's a lie. No one cares about me. That's a lie. Call the ugly truths forward, and then you put truth to lie, and you help yourself get unstuck. You sit in that mirror like my coach and my mentor made me do, and you sit until you search right into the purity of your own soul, and you remind yourself that I am fearfully and I am wonderfully made, and that I have purpose. I have divine purpose. And because I have divine purpose, I can't get up. I can't get stuck here. Get yourself unstuck. That's my first tip. The second tip that I want you to take from this little country girl who now has this TV station and magazine and radio and all these wonderful things is that you've got to feed your mind and your soul. Feed your mind and your soul. Feeding your mind. What I mean by that is not one person on this earth knows everything that there is to know. So you got to feed your mind. All of these different speakers here today, they have been dropping some books. They've been telling you what they've been authoring. They're telling you the place that it comes from. They're even telling you who their coaches are and quoting the wisdom that their coaches had given them. Feed your mind. Someone earlier said, if you want to figure out what your passion is, what would you do for free? That would just light your soul on fire. Well, guess what? It may be a natural talent, but there may be some things that you need to learn with that. There is no shame in being the novice, and there is no pride in being the expert. So feed your mind. After you feed your mind, I want you to feed your spirit. All that negative self-talk that was whispering and whispering, you have to be careful because you can hear yourself when you start talking. When those negative voices start kicking up, and when you start looking at the ugly truth that you done call forward, and now you've dispelled them, and they try to creep back up and say, "Oh no, I'm not a lie. No, 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 no. I really am the truth." I want you to look at it, and I want you to say, "But wait a minute, I was made for this." God said that He knew me before I was even in my mother's womb. So I'm made for this. I want you to tell yourself, I'm made for this moment. I'm made for this comeback. I'm made for this blessing. I'm made for this achievable dream. Point blank, period. I'm made for this. So, step number one, we're going to get unstuck. Step number two, we're going to feed our mind and we're going to feed our spirit. Just put in the comments hashtag made for this. Okay. Number three, I want you to know that it's never all bad. It's never all bad. When I go in and I train teachers and I train social services, and I tell them when you are dealing with individuals who may be coming from places in life that are not as stable, encourage them to know that it's not all bad. My training is based on the works of Dr. Ruby Payne, and there are different resources that she outlines that have nothing to do with money. So it's not all bad because other than your finances, you have the resource of your health, you have the resource of your mental capability, you have a resource of your emotional place, you have the resource of your spiritual status, of your support system, of the hidden rules, and of the language. And most importantly, as we're talking about in this coaching session and in this conference, you have the resource of role models. And sometimes your financial blessings or your financial resources can be low, but your emotional resources can be high. If your physical health is failing you, and maybe that's coming on down, your financial resources can be high. So it's never all bad. It's all in a continuum. Somebody put in the chat, hashtag be the best you. Being the best you means that you leverage these resources because at no point in time is it all bad, okay? And then the last one that I want to leave you with, and this one, I want you to write it down. It's never all bad, yes, but I also want you to write this one down. It's not about your haters. Let's stop shouting out our haters. If you want to talk about some haters, I want you to go to your Bible and I want you to go to Genesis and find the story of Joseph, where his brothers put him in a pit, took his coat, sold him, and then all of these years later, there's this moment of reconciliation that comes. And Joseph, he could have said, I am the most powerful dude in the land. I'm number two to the Pharaoh. He's looking at the same brothers all these years later, and he could have been consumed with thinking about all of this is about his haters. But instead, he said, don't be anxious and don't be nervous. Don't be upset. It wasn't you who did this to me. It was God who allowed it for a time such as this. So, as I join you today in this Being the Best You conference, where Terrence and Anthony, they done had me falling out today, laughing and just, I've been empowered by the quotes today, and I have just been so proud of Brenda with just her leadership and her vision for this. I just want you to know this: at the end of the day, you're made for this. You are made. You were designed to be the best you. I want you to think about reframing your reality. Anything that looks like it's swallowing you up, you reframe it. I hope that I'm leaving you empowered to know that I am a first generation college grad country girl who has the fortune, the great fortune to travel this country, to own a major network, to serve with so many people. I want to empower your vision. I want you to dream big like I did. I want to activate your faith to tell you you were made for this. Your God design says that you have purpose. And then lastly, I want you to liberate your legacy, baby, because at the end of the day, somebody needs that gift. Somebody needs you to step forward into what you have been called to do, because when you step forward, it opens the door for them. And that's real talk. This is my time. If you are joining today and you need to be encouraged, I want you to check out spiritofexcellencetv.com, spiritofexcellencetv.com, or powerofoneministrytv.com, because it is where I have locked arms with people to my left and my right. They are coaches, they are authors, they are ministers, they are people, everyday people with amazing stories with one mission in common: service to others. So I want you to tune in and check that out, because we are empowering everybody around this globe. And when I say everybody, that's my big vision. Everybody to be their best you. Be your best you today. That's my time. I'm Dr. Real Talk. You can find me at drrealtalk.com.
Oh, I want to come say hi. Oh, I love everything you're doing. This is the lady who has put together our TV show. So we are under her wing for BTBY TV. She's helped us to learn that platform and what's going on there, and love her feedback, love what she's doing. And she's always helpful. Always.
Love it.
I'm
Love it.
so proud, Brenda. This has been amazing.
We
When
got
I
some
tell
amazing
you,
people.
oh my gosh, let me just give you some little rocks. So, because I want you to know, as we're serving you, I want you to know how you and your people have served me. I heard today that you have to work from inspiration and not desperation.
Mhm.
I heard today that you have to hold yourself higher, to a higher expectation than what anyone else has of you. And don't excuse yourself, that to get through it, you have to go through it. And are you willing to change who you are to become who you want to be? And it filled my bucket today. It
Oh,
filled
that's
my
good.
bucket. Mm.
That's good. Well, you filled ours as well. And, we've got an amazing team. I mean, and you're part of that team because you're part of Spirit of Excellence TV, where we do our show. So, and let me tell you, Iris is wonderful. Absolutely
Isn't she?
wonderful to work with. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Shout
Love
out
you
to
so much.
Iris Burris.
Right. That's right.
Well, you know what?
This,
It is good to know that you can rock it in front of the camera just like you're rocking it behind the scenes. You are lived up to your name, Dr. Real Talk, the first, what did you say, college grad country girl. I was like, man, that is deep, and where you put the emphasis, just because you got the degree, you're still a country girl. It's developing and sharing that real talk, and that's what we need in this world. We need people who are committed to liberating legacies by giving us real talk, and I'm so glad you shared that with the BTBY family. Anthony, what you got? Any comments for Dr. Jawanda?
No, Doc, you rocked it. I expected nothing less. Bren built you up pretty big before you went on. She told me about you, and you exceeded expectations. And I love the fact that you've just been feeding off of, on top of what you already spoke about, feeding off of what you've learned throughout the day. And I love when people put in the time to work with us and listen to other people, and it creates community. That's the best thing about in-person speaking events as well as digital is being able to network. And you found a way to network like this, which is even harder. So great job. I love it.
I'm
looking forward to meeting you.
So once again, if you want to get some real talk, then you know where to go. Go on over to drrealtalk.com. And if you want to collaborate instead of compete, if you want to create instead of competing, then go on and have a conversation with Dr. J over at spiritofexcellencetv.com. We appreciate you so much, and we definitely are glad that you are part of the family. And we look forward to sharing our message on your network, and that we can liberate legacies around the world. Thank you so much, Doc.
Outstanding. Y'all take care.
Bye, I'll go ahead and bring her down. Oh, you got it. You got it. All right. We got a couple more, about 3 more people, and then I think we are wrapped for the day, wrapped for the event. As a reminder, guys, of course, go to comechangeyourlife.com and put in the coupon code BTBY. Essentially, you're getting your ticket at our cost this week, or Brenda's cost. So just make sure that you guys, if you want to go to the event in St. Louis, which I highly encourage, as I said, nothing better than networking at events like that, please go to the website. $250 now. It goes up to $430, which is the standard price for that. So please go do it. That's the cost. It's simple. Go to the website. $250 now.
There's
echo.
That's probably Brent. It's so nice. So nice you want to say it twice.
Or it's just the voice. Well, she was talking about my nightmares about my mustache, so that might have just been the pre-dream right there of So
I tell you, we've had the mustache comments, we've had the hat comments. Man, I don't know, whatever. There's still an hour left, so what other comments are we going to hear about Anthony?
Well, watch this. What more could she possibly say?
I don't know. All right. So because just in case it's looking like the traffic is bad to where I have to go, so I want to make sure before I introduce Archivius that I want to just say a couple of things and thank obviously Bren for being a part of it, because I might not be here when you guys get back after Mr. Armstrong. So first off, Bren, as always, and actually not even as always, this one is a little bit better. This ran so smooth. The speakers have all been on point. They've been killer. Great job curating a bunch of people that are truly committed to having a voice to change people's lives and become the best you they can be. People that believe in mindset, on top of it, believe in hard work, and have a similar thought process to how we can be the change we want to be in our own lives and in the lives around us. So great job. And as always, T, for a guy that when I met, I looked around, didn't see until I looked down, and then I saw where you were.
Yeah,
you have such a big heart.
Too. Mm-hmm.
And Brent, I didn't even know you were there. Between Bren and Marie Cosgrove, I'm like, where are they? They're about that big.
I think we could both fit underneath Terrence.
I've got the picture to prove it. But Anthony, I've always looked up to you, even though I couldn't see your eyes above the mustache, but still getting there. You, in all seriousness, we know that what Todd said, we are all different. We are all different individuals. We're all wired differently. We have different thoughts. We have different opinions. We have different ways of doing things. But here's the one thing I know. There is more than one way to get to the destination of unity. And that's it. Above everything else that we've done together, we have been unified in our defined missions at those defined times, whether it's been doing Jeff, or whether you did our Real Men Talk, or whether what we've been doing with BTBY, we have been unified in the mission of bringing the best to the audiences that we serve. So I thank you, as always, for your professionalism. You are a MC par excellence in my
And he
eyes.
delivers every time.
And he's consistent, even though he should be committed. But that's
well, I do want to say, I mean, you did say professionalism, but I gotta clarify. You said something about me, you know, when we worked together, when I did Jeff and when I did the Real Men Speak. That sounds awkward. When I did the events with Jeff, and then
wait, what did you say? It's just how you heard it. No, everybody else got it. It's just how you heard it.
No, as always, T, you're phenomenal at this. You always bring a different pep in the step. You get me actually motivated to do my job better, and you are a phenomenal MC. So thank you, as always, working with you guys. We got a couple more speakers. With that, Bren, again, thank you. I'm going to introduce Arkevius, and then you might not see me again. But thank you both for letting me be a part of it.
Yeah, thanks for spending the last 2 days with us.
No, I was saying, love
put
you.
your crown on.
Congratulations. That's what
Don't put the crown on, Joey Basements. All right, I'll slide you on back. All right, there we go.
Right.
Take it easy, brother. All right, ladies and gents, our next speaker right here at the Becoming the Best You event, Overcoming Challenges. We have got a gentleman by the name of Arkevius Armstrong. He has devoted his life in being a community activist, international speaker and author, personal development coach, mentor, youth advocate. He has beat the odds himself, overcome multiple challenges as a young man, being a high school dropout to here we are right now, many run-ins with the law, and eventually landed this gentleman in prison on 2 separate occasions, which means he's beating Brenda by 1. While incarcerated, he earned, she's laughing in back. While incarcerated, he earned his GED and completed many educational programs. He also received a couple vocational certificates, but he rehabilitated himself while incarcerated. And upon his release, he gained an earnest passion for empowering the youth in this country and motivating them to complete their education. This man is a powerhouse with years of speaking and life experience. It's going to be ideal for anybody out here to hear him speak. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to the stage, Arkevius
Armstrong. That's what I'm talking about, man. What's going on?
What's going on, dude?
Man, I'm alive and well. How you doing?
I'm just living the dream. I can't wait to hear you talk. You're the last person I get to see today. I'll be have to watch the rest from the car. So,
hey, well, listen, they say the best for last, or I guess they say the best towards the last, right?
Towards the last. There you
towards
go.
the last.
All right. Well, the floor is yours, my man. Thank you very much for being here.
Hey, man, thank you guys, man. I got on kind of late, but those individuals that I did get the opportunity to listen to, such an amazing job. And you know, Brenda, I met in Atlanta, and you know, she has an ear, she has a heart and a passion for allowing those like myself and others to get the platform and get in front of people who they can share their stories, their experiences to help other people overcome challenges. But again, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you, Brenda, for this opportunity. I can't help but be humble but appreciative. But like my bio said, you know, the fact that we're always trying to find out new ways, different paths to become the best us. And so given this opportunity, I can't help but show you, teach you, and empower you how I did it. You know, as you listen to so many amazing speakers today, you can't help but realize, okay, what is special, what is unique, what is different about you. But the biggest thing that you got to overcome is understanding who you are, regardless of the speaker you listen to, regardless what podcast you listen to, regardless of what stage you stand on. You have to know who you are. In order to become the best version of you, you have to become in order to become the best version of you, you have to know who you are. And sometimes when we got to find out who we are, we got to dig deep. And sometimes when we dig deep, are you afraid of what you will find when you dig deep? And some of the things that I had to overcome as a young man, as my bio said, you know, I had multiple runs in with the law. So real quick, I just want to just give you a backstory of who I am. Arkevius Armstrong, author, motivational speaker, community activist, youth advocate. But one thing I have to tell you is that it didn't start this way. I don't have the educational background. I don't have all the lavish titles that I can add to my name yet, as of yet. But, you know, I had to struggle with some things coming up. I went through foster care. I went through the group homes. I went through detention centers, training school, state prison, and federal prison. My mom was a heroin addict, a crack addict, as well as my father. My father later on committed suicide from depression. So here it is that a young kid like myself who had to experience, witness, and had to deal with some of the things most people in America go through. But I had to deal with it. I had to embrace it. I had to internalize it. I had to understand this was a part of my life. I thought this was it. And one thing that stood out the most about what I'm about to share with you is that so many people saw so many great things in me, but I didn't see in myself. So many people spoke life in me, but there's the things that I didn't see that they saw. So as a young kid, I dealt with a lot of abuse. I dealt with a lot of trauma. I dealt with a lot of things that most kids shouldn't have to go through. By the age 11, I was molested 4 times by 2 by men, 2 by women. And I told myself as I got older, I would die with that. The abuse that I dealt with my father, the beatings, the things that he used to do to torture me, I told myself that I would hate this man for the rest of my life. I would die with that. And all of these things that I had to deal with, had to experience, I held on to it. The purpose of me telling you my story is understanding that we all have a story. But in order to find the best you, in order to become the best you, you have to peel back some layers. So what I want to teach you today is not only being okay with peeling back the layers, identify the things that you have to focus and tackle, but also understand that in order to find you, you have to heal first. So what I was wanting to share with you also is that as I got to a certain age, I started using drugs at 12 years old, 13 years old. By 13, I was sitting here doing cocaine and marijuana. At 13 years old, I was facing 24 years to life. 24 years to life at the age of 13. They kept me as a juvenile. They ended up sending me off to a youth prison. And I served 4 years, came home at 17 years old. No structure, no guidance, no direction, no resources. I was dumped back in the same environment with no help, no nothing. You already know the outcome to that. So yes, I got back around the same people. I started doing the same thing, but it was 10 times worse. So by the age of 19, here it is again. I'm facing another 35 years of life for another attempted murder charge that I committed where I shot a person point blank range, right? I'm not just sharing you I'm not telling you my story just to share with you to wow people. No, I'm sharing with you to show you that the things that you have to focus, the things you have to identify, the things you have to tackle in order to become the best you. So as I became 19 years old, and here it is again, I'm facing another horrific crime, charges in my life. But one thing I knew, I understood, I just knew this is what my life was panning out to be. At this time, I have brothers in and out of prison. I'm going in and out of prisons. I've got cousins. This was my life. So they gave me 10 years. I did 8 years in prison. I was in federal prison when I had to start working on me. How can I become the best version of me? How can I go out not the same way that I come in, right? So I found something that I was never introduced to. My mom didn't go to church. My grandmother didn't go to church. So I was never introduced to God, to Christ, to the church. But there was a lot of people, like I said earlier, in my life growing up, there was a lot of people always saw something different in me that I didn't see in myself. A lot of brothers used to come to me and ask me, Brother Armstrong, come to Bible study. I would decline. Brother Armstrong, come to Sunday service. I would decline. But it was till that one day I decided to go to Sunday service. And that's when I gave my life to Christ. That's when I gave my life to Christ. That one day I made that choice and that decision. That one day I said yes to God. And that's all the permission he needed to enter into my life. And from that point forward, from that moment forward, my life turned around. But did the trouble stop? Did the challenges stop? No. So this is what I want to talk to you. I had to give you a little piece of that, the reason why it makes sense to my presentation with you guys today. I have 6 things I want you to take. If you got a few minutes, I want you to write this down. The first thing I want you to know is that, are you afraid of what you will find once you start digging deep? The molestation, the abuse, the emptiness. I'm talking about the trauma, the abandonment, the hatred. Are you afraid of what you will find if you start digging deep? Come on, somebody. This is the very thing why so many people don't tap into that new thing. This is the reason why so many people don't take that step forward. This is the reason why so many people stay the same. But it's that very thing that you have to dig deep, and it's going to hurt. It's not going to feel good. You listen, digging deep may even make you feel like you're taking steps backwards, right? And understand this, when you dig deep, you'll realize that there is some unresolved things that you need to face and focus on. I'm going to say it again. Once you dig deep, there are some unresolved situations that you're going to have to face and focus on, because it's so hard to become the best version of you when you're still holding on. Come on, somebody. It is so hard to become the best version of you when you still haven't let go. And I got to share the story with you guys, because it wasn't until I was 35, 36 years old when I forgave my mom. Again, I was almost 40 years old, and I'm going on 41. So that was just recently. I held on to some of that pain. I held on to that hurt. I never forgave that woman. Come on, somebody. We want to become the best version of us, but we cannot step into the new us. We cannot step into the new realm until we understand that the things that we're latched onto, until we understand the things that we're holding on to, until we understand the luggage that we are toting are holding some of the things that we need to unpack. Don't be afraid to dig deep. Don't be afraid to unpack. The second thing I want you to write, please write this down. Are you afraid that you will fail when you're trying to find you? Whoo, come on, man. Are you afraid that you will fail if you're trying to find you? What do I mean? Not feeling that you're enough. I have to be transparent with you guys. Again, you guys have heard for the last 2 days, I'm sure, some amazing stories, right? I'm sure you heard some amazing advice. I'm sure you have a lot of notes. But listen, the true reality at the end of the day, if you can't be real with yourself, listen, I don't care how good you sound when you talk. I've met some amazing speakers, and they still battling some of the things they struggle with when they was a kid. I met some amazing people who are sitting on the pulpit still holding to some of the things that they're struggling with. Are you afraid that you will fail when you're trying to find you? Because there are going to be some situations and some moments and some times in your life you're going to feel like you're not enough. You're going to feel like you're not good enough. Because my father dropped out, because my father ran out my life, because I don't have the relationship that I want with my mother, just because I didn't have all the things other people have. Maybe you didn't go to college. Maybe I'm not going to have the support. Maybe people are not going to root for me. Listen and understand what I'm trying to tell you, that you're going to fail while you're trying to find you, right? You're going to fail your way into success. You're going to fail your way forward. I'm encouraging you. It's part of the territory. It's part of the process. And I'm telling you right now, it's okay to fail. But I'm telling you, in that failure is where you're going to find you. In that failure is what's going to discover that very thing that God has already planted in you. I gave you my story. You heard my bio, right? Come on, somebody. I'm an author. I'm the first one in my family to write books. I'm working on my third book. I took my story and created a documentary. I literally travel around the world and use my voice. I found out how I can give back to the community. Now I mentor, I do life coaching, I put social development programs in the community, in schools and jails. But I had to be real with myself. I had to face that person in the mirror. I had to understand that there is deliverance in forgiveness. And I couldn't hold on. I couldn't latch myself to the things that already hurt me. See, understand why hold on to pain when it has already caused the pain. It's time to heal, somebody. Can we put in the chat, it's time to heal. In order for something to heal, in order for something to grow, it has to be torn away. It has to be detached. It has to be ripped. It has to be stretched. God want to stretch you, but like I said, and I always say this, God want to stretch you, but he can't because you connect to. You connect to your past. You connected to your past. You connected to the hurt. You connected to the things that did so much trauma damage to you. He said, I can't stretch you because you connected to. I can't take you because you're holding on to. The next thing I want you to write down is have compassion for yourself. Come on, have compassion. What do I mean by that? The best version of yourself is not about nobody else. It's about you. Understand that. I had to become who I am today. Slow down. Write that down. Please write that down. Have compassion for yourself. The reason why so many, I heard the gentleman who got on here, so many people want to do this. So many people want to be on the stage. So many people want to be speakers for the attention, for the accolades, for the notoriety, for the popularity. Like, no. Listen, this is not about nobody. This is about you. You making the changes in your life is about you, because there is somebody right now that needs you, needs your strength, needs your word, need to see and know, how did you do it? I can remember the day I talked about the molestation, right? I can remember that one person that stood in front of me, maybe it was as a 16, 17-year-old young man. He said, how did you heal from molestation? How did you heal? And the thing is, I cannot explain this to people. When I gave my life to Christ, it seemed like he cleaned my plate clean. He wiped everything off. I cannot explain it. But have compassion for yourself, because the best version of you is not for nobody, it's for you. See, the problem with so many people, you're afraid to grow, you're afraid to change, you're afraid to step into that new, because you want everybody to give you approval, right? You want everybody to give you the yes. You want everybody to cheer for you. You want everybody to give you validation. You want everybody to say, that's what I want to see. That's what I know you can be. Listen, scratch that. What you got to do is do it for you. This, who you see today, Arkevius Armstrong, is a household name. Arkevius Armstrong has changed the game. Arkevius Armstrong is a brand. Arkevius Armstrong is hope. And I did this for me. I needed to do this for all the young men that has grown up without a father. All the young men who's probably dealt with abuse. All the young men who had to go through what I went through. I did this for me so I can be strong for the next. I did this for me so I can be who I need to be, because God called me to be for the nation. So have compassion for yourself. Don't look for validation in others. The next thing I want you to write is be willing to shed your old identity. Understand that. Be willing to shed, get rid of, take away, remove. Be willing to shed your old identity. What do I mean? You have to understand that the resistance, the urge of clinging onto the familiar, the urge of staying the same, the urge of afraid to try something different, comfort zone. You are okay with being where you at. And the problem with so many people, that they are so attached to the old them, that's why they can't become the new them. You can't become the best version of you. You can't become, listen, like the event, it says, listen, become the best version, be the best you. The fact of the matter is, you don't want to be the new you, because you're still connected to the old you. You're still connected to what people remember you as. See, the reason why you still around the same people, the reason why you're afraid to break away from the family, the reason why you still connected to the old relationships, because you are okay with how people view you. You don't want them to see the new you. You don't want them to see what God is trying to take you. You don't want them to see what God is trying to do through you. I'm telling you right now that you got to break away. You got to let go. You have to shed your old identity. One of the things I got to tell you, my nickname used to be Kevis. My family still call me Kevis. Those who grew up with me still call me Kevis. But one of the things I used to hate, I promise you, I used to hate when people used to call me by my first name, right? Like, I felt that was like a level of disrespect. Like, back in the days when I was running the streets, like when you said Arkevious, I like, man, don't play with me like that. Don't play those games. But listen here, let me tell you something right now. See, right now I sign autographs. Do you hear me? Right now, Arkevious Armstrong is a brand. See, right now, you can't call me Kevis. You better respect the name and respect the person, because who I used to be is not who you see today. What I used to do is not what I do today. What I used to be involved in is not who I am today. Come on, I am Arkevious Armstrong. Respect that. Now you got to respect that. The old me must, listen, the old me had to die. I said you have to be willing to shed the old identity. The old me had to die so the new me could be resurrected. Do you hear me, somebody? I'm trying to talk to somebody right now, because you're still holding on to the old you. You're still holding on to old relationships. You're still holding on to old habits. You're still trying to go into the new realm, to new levels, to new things. You're trying to hold on to the old things. No, you got to let those things go. You have to let those things go. You have to stop resisting and the urge of clinging on to the old things. You can't call me Kevis no more. It's Arkevious, Mr. Arkevious Armstrong. Understand the game and understand what God is doing through me. And you got to understand people ain't going to respect that. Right to the next one. Write this down. Develop a growth mindset. There are only opportunities in improvement. You have to want to improve on a day-to-day basis. How are you improving yourself? Are you surrounding yourself around the right type of individuals, right? Are you connecting yourself to the right type of individuals? Are you reading the right type of books? Are you meditating? Are you separating yourself? You have to, listen, you have to develop a growth mindset. Nothing stays the same if you change. I mean, nothing changes if you stay the same. I say that all the time. Nothing changes until something changes. Change the way you think, you can change your life. When I say change the way you think, that means change your mindset, right? That's growth mindset. I am not who I am if I would have stayed the same. I had to change this. Yes, we could talk about my past. We could talk about the crimes that I committed. We could talk about the prison sentences. We could talk about the abuse, but you got to respect the game of who I've become. Author. I went back to school, got a degree. A father, a community activist. You cannot, I don't care how much we talk about my past, you got to respect the person that you're listening to today, that you see today. You got to respect the person when he stand on that stage to speak, because you can't see no but transformation. I came the best version of me because I changed this. Right along, last but not least, you got to stay positive. Yes, they're going to laugh at you. Yes, they're going to mock you. Yes, they're not going to support you. Yes, you're going to get people that's going to shut the door in your face. Yes, people are not going to give you opportunities. A lot of people ain't going to believe in your dreams and your visions. Look at the obstacles as an opportunity instead of defeat. Stay positive. Look at the obstacles as the opportunities instead of defeat. Understand, you got to stay positive. The process is where you grow. The process is where you learn. The process is where you become who God has called you to be. And God has called you to do and be the person that he sees you to be. And you can be the best version of you if you understand that you have to remove, you have to separate, and you have to face your past and your fears. Y'all, thank you so much, Brenda. You guys, y'all been amazing. I really appreciate you guys.
Well, that was awesome, Arkevious. I can't wait to see what you're going to do in October. He's got a breakout there. He's coming into the Lou to help you guys out.
St. Louis.
Yes. If you
they
want,
need it in St. Louis.
Man, don't they? Yes, we all need it, but yes, they need it. And he's absolutely right, guys. Did you hear what he said? Respect the man that he is now.
Come on now.
He doesn't live where he was. That's right.
Come on.
And too many people want to keep us where we were because they only knew us from where we were then. And, you know, there's that crabs in a barrel mentality. They want to keep you down because they don't want to go up. But you just got to stay positive. And I love what you said. Look at the obstacles as an opportunity. Don't look at the obstacles just as something that you have to to look at and stay at. Look at it as something that can allow you to change your mind and set your mind on a new path and a new direction. That's
better
what
say
you gotta do. I love it. I love it. I love it. And you know, we ain't gonna make the mistake of calling you Kevious anymore. Say my name. Say my name. Archivious.
Put some respect. Put some respect on my name, man.
Put some respect on that name. So speaking of respect, how can they respect you, get in contact with you, have a deeper conversation with you, and collaborate with you on all these phenomenal things that you're doing in the community?
Man, listen, they can find me on all platforms. If you're on Instagram, it's Ark Inspire, it's ARKINSPIRE 81. If you are on Twitter, it's Ark Inspire 17. If you're on Facebook, it's Archivious J Armstrong. If you're on LinkedIn, it's Archivious Armstrong. If you want to go to my website, please visit www.arkinspire.com. That's ARKINSPIRE.com. And you're just, listen, man, go on there, hit contact. You know what I mean? You want to support one of my books. Go on there, purchase that. You want to support, get some apparel, or order the documentary, or however you want to do it. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. You know, I'm doing great things, but, you know, ain't nothing separating opportunities but air. So if you want to collaborate, I'm going to tell you the honest God truth. I ain't into all the lip boxing. I ain't into all wasting air. If you ain't serious, hey, just like one of my videos and keep it moving. Oh, I forgot about YouTube. That's Ark Inspire too. I mean, Archivious Armstrong as well.
Well, there you have it, guys. He's everywhere.
Everywhere.
Also, you can hire him to speak.
Hey, yeah, go to book, and you'll see where you can actually book me to come to your next event. It has a list of everything that topics and events that I do. Again, man, if you enjoyed this presentation, I promise you that you would definitely enjoy it in person. It is actually what you see on this computer, you're going to see in real life, probably even better. I do hold that passion, that conviction, because the things I speak on is real. It's not script. It's not nothing that I read. It's not nothing that I got from nobody else. Real life results came from real life experiences, and you hear it when I speak.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's been a pleasure having you. Can you give us some parting words of wisdom?
Come on now. Listen, again, I want to tell you guys right now that, again, God is wanting to stretch you, but we got to let go. We have to let go. And I'm real big on that, because regardless of me elevating, I was holding on to so much. Regardless of me walking into my purpose, I was still realizing that there were still some things, there's still some layers that I was still holding on to. And regardless of how good I look in the public's eye, regardless of how good you try to make up yourself, regardless on you putting on that mask every single day, when you take it off, the true reality, you still haven't dealt with the truth. Deal with the truth. Deal with the truth, and the truth will set you free. There is healing.
God's word says it, and it is the truth. That's right. I am a firm believer in that.
You know, and there is healing in the truth. There is forgiveness in the truth. There is deliverance in the truth. There is also, man, it's just so much, Brenda. It's so much. And I promise you, it feels good to be delivered and healed from all the things that I experienced and went through. So I want to encourage the person that's watching this. It's time to heal. In order for you to heal, you have to face it.
That's right.
You have to
face it. Don't hide behind it. Don't use it as a crutch. Face it and move. Use it as a step to get out and over it.
Yes, it is.
Well, thank you, Archivious. I appreciate it. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I can't wait to see you in October. Plus, you got your TV episode coming up soon.
Say again.
You have your TV, your BTBY TV.
Yeah, I'm waiting on it.
That's right.
You know, I like to put that content out there, man. So that was a great interview.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of that, hang on a second. I got somebody that you might want to see.
Who I got on here? What's up?
What's up, man? How are you, Mr. Archivious Armstrong? How you doing?
Man,
in English today.
In English. Man, I can't help but laugh, bro.
Let me go on the thigh.
A lot of
That's
people
an
ain't gonna.
inside joke.
A lot of people ain't gonna get it. They ain't gonna get it. You had the VIN right there to see.
If you know, you know.
Exactly. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. I'm doing very, very well. And I thoroughly enjoyed what you just spoke about.
Hey, man.
I think that honestly, a lot of people needed to hear that. And just the thought that a lot of people carry that weight with them, that unforgiveness spirit, and how you're teaching them, you need to let that go. Because the only person you holding back is you. So that, if no one got anything else out of what you said, they needed to take that away right there.
Come on, Prince. Hey, man, we was at that room. Hey, that fire was in there. Prince, hey, I think Prince is off the phone. Prince like, man, I couldn't even finish on my phone. Like,
I was just like, yo, man, this is good.
He said, man, I wish my grandmother was right.
Prince has got some grandma stories. He's probably got
Yes, I do. Y'all know she old.
Listen,
That's all right.
That's number wisdom right there, man.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And y'all will both be able to
man.
meet up in St. Louis. Both of you will be there.
Again.
Yes.
Again.
That's right. Again.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Man, I appreciate you guys. I gotta run. I got an event tomorrow.
No, you're good because I got to introduce this guy with some big hair and this big person.
Oh, you next, Prince?
I am.
Oh man.
You know, it's gonna be a tough act to follow now. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, so you just mopped the floor. And now I gotta come in and I gotta try and at least grab their attention now, man.
Hey, your personality is enough. And I think that's what separates you from so many people. And I just thank God too, man, that that he allowed us to have our own separate identity.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I think again, where you win people over and what makes you get in a room faster and stand in your own space is that your personality, because there's 1,000 of me. There's 1,000 of me out here.
It's only one Archimedes. It's only one Archimedes. I'm just saying.
You're right. It's only one me. But man, I again, like I told you when we was in Atlanta, man, I love your spirit, bro. I love your energy, man. Like that's something that's separate. Like that puts you in your own space.
Mm-hmm.
That puts you in your own space, and like I said, man, and we all in our own space. You do what I hate that I promise you. I was in my car about to leave, and I'm like Central standing. Then Brenda like, "Are you ready?" I'm like, "Ready." I'm like, "Oh my god." Like,
dude, I'm in Cleveland right now, so I get it. Trust.
and it's coming all together. But listen, I appreciate you guys, man. Hey, Prince, are we following each other on social media, man?
Don't make me lie.
Okay, we're not. We will.
Honestly, because remember we sat there and we started talking because remember I wanted to introduce you to the reset coach because she's in North Carolina, Tracy Randolph.
Yeah.
And we started talking about all of this other stuff. And honestly, I don't even remember if we followed each other or not. So I'm just gonna be
do it right now. You on IG? I'm gonna do it right now before Brenda can introduce
I
you.
am. Everything is under I am Prince Michael. Everything. That's Facebook, that's Instagram. And Instagram is private because Brenda knows that my Instagram had gotten hacked prior. So
you and Brenda, boy.
Man, listen, that's another story right there. But everything is under I am Prince Michael, my website, my social media pages. I stay true to brand. So everything is I am Prince Michael.
So he doesn't have to repeat it. All right, Archimedes, I'm moving you to the back. Thanks for joining us.
I got you. I just did it.
All right, awesome, man. I'll follow you.
All right, Prince, are you ready? Man, guys, you are in for a treat. This is a best-selling author. He's got more than one book out. I'm sure he's going to talk about it, but he's also a flight attendant. Man, does he got some stories? And you know what? You might be in one of them, so you might want to listen. You might have been that passenger on that flight. It's always a pleasure. He has been with us since the inception of BTBY. He did our first virtual. He started out of the gates with our promos. He's been in person. He's been on our show. He is Prince Michael, and I mean that with love because I just love his personality, love his willingness, always wanting to help. You gotta know who this guy is. So I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to let you have the stage, Prince Michael. Woo! Ha! Shocked you. Are you
It's
really ready?
technical difficulties. It's okay. I
No,
get
it's
it.
called Brenda Wood is working the scenes, and that doesn't go too well.
It's fine. I get it. Trust. I
Okay, you
get it.
ready?
Yes, I am. Go right ahead. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Brenda, for having me. I am so excited to actually be here on today. I know that a lot of times because yeah, I know I'm about to run off, right? I'm really about to run off. A lot of times what happens is that when things come your way, I've had a lot of speaking engagements that I have actually had the opportunity to speak at, but then there are others that I've actually declined that are others that are outside of the country and things like that. But there's something about this one that I absolutely love because I really do believe that everyone is looking to become the best version of themselves. And that is one of the things that I absolutely love about this platform. But enough about that, y'all. I am the Prince Michael, okay? So I am a two-time international best-selling author, and I also have a podcast, but I'm going to jump into what we're going to be talking about. How many of y'all have ever, and I want y'all to speak as if y'all are actually in person with me, okay? How many of you all have ever been in a vehicle? I know that y'all are probably all like, yeah, everybody has been in a vehicle. I think everyone has been in a vehicle. Everyone has used a Google Maps. Everyone has used MapQuest. If you in my time zone, you've in my time frame, you've used MapQuest. You've actually used a GPSing system. You've used something when you got in the car. And the one thing that you are looking at is how long is it going to take for you to get there and the directions on how you're getting there, right? No, we're not talking about GPS, but what we are talking about is stay in your lane. That's what we're going to be talking about on today. So I'm going to give you guys a real quick story, and then we're going to jump into what I want you guys to take from the conversation. All right. So I remember back in, I think it was 2017, I was living in Elizabeth, New Jersey. I was right by the Newark airport, just like Brenda said. I'm still a flight attendant. I've been a flight attendant now for almost a decade. However, I also am a speaker, entrepreneur as well. So I was on my way to my brother's house. He lives in Easton, Pennsylvania. If you know the distance, it's about 50 minutes to an hour to get to Easton, Pennsylvania from Newark, New Jersey, Elizabeth, New Jersey, whatever you want to call it. It's the same difference. It's right there, right? So MapQuest is ancient. We don't even use that anymore. But I want you guys to just follow me here. So fast forward, we go ahead and I'm driving. I get in the car, I start driving, and I'm on my way to my brother's house. I got my Madonna plan, and anyone that knows me knows I absolutely love Madonna. One of my favorite songs by Madonna is Dress You Up. And, I want to dress you up in my love. So I had the music all the way up. I have it bumping. And anyone that also knows me knows I have horrible road rage. Oh my gosh. Do not jump in front of me. If I'm going 50 miles an hour and you jump in front of me and you start doing 40, we have a problem. I'm going to say a whole bunch of stuff to you. I'm going to honk the horn because, baby, I am a horn bandit. Okay. Well, at least I used to be a horn bandit. Baby, you jump in front of me. I am like, get out the way. You going too slow. You need to move. Okay. Anyway, so fast forward, I'm on my way to my brother's house. I am bumping, and I'd already typed into the GPS how to, the address to get there. Now, I knew how to get to my brother's house. Now, I don't know if you all have ever done that. You know how to get somewhere, but you still type the address in because you want to see how long is it going to take to get there. I didn't care about the tolls because I knew what exit to get off. I didn't care about anything else. I didn't care about the traffic. I didn't care about any of that. The only thing I cared about was how long is it going to take for me to get to my brother's house, because my nephew Rain is waiting on me to take him to go and get ice cream. Okay. So I'm driving and I'm having a blast. I'm listening to my music. I'm just bumping, right? I'm still driving. All of a sudden, I noticed that this police officer gets behind my car. Then he gets to the left side of me and he drives up, and then he looks over at me, and then he slows down. But mind you, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he's doing that. I'm just like, whatever. So he drives up, he looks at me, then he slows down, he gets behind my car, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, okay, well, what's going on? Why am I getting pulled over? I have no idea of why I'm getting pulled over. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't make an illegal lane change. I didn't do anything that would warrant me getting pulled over. I'm going to put a pin there for a second. My father was a cop. So I am fully aware that there are over 100 and something things that an officer can pull you over for. Okay. So the officer comes up and he says, license, registration, and proof of insurance. And how ironic, I'm on the phone with my father. And he goes, well, where exactly are you headed? My dad goes, oh, you don't have to answer that. And he's asking me all of these questions. And my dad goes, you don't have to answer that, kid. No, you don't have to answer that. No, you don't have to answer that either. So I said, Pops, let me call you back, because the officer wasn't being mean or anything like that. And I'm fully aware of what I can answer and what I don't need to answer. Okay. So anyways, so I give the officer all of my info and I said, if I may, why am I being pulled over, sir? And he says, you failed to maintain your lane. I said, okay, well, I was in the same lane like for a while, so I don't understand what. Okay, you know what? Let me not argue with this man. I don't want to make it harder on myself. I know that I'm clean, so I know that the only thing he's going to do is go back there and come back and give me a slap on the wrist. I already knew that, so I didn't want to make it worse for myself, but I'm still sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, what do you mean I failed to maintain my lane? But I let him do whatever he will. So he comes back, he says, hey, I just want you to take this and just, follow this, stay in your lane. You'll be okay. Just stay in your lane. I'm going to let you off with the warning. Have a great day. And I sat there and for a second, I still, and even to this day, I still don't understand, because I said, I didn't do anything wrong. So why did you pull me over? But I wanted to put that pin right there for a second. How many of you all have failed to maintain your lane? See, in life, what happens is we sometimes fail to maintain our lane because we like to look to the left. We like to look to the right. We see the cars going by us. We see, oh, that lane is moving faster. Oh, that lane. Well, you know what? I'm a speaker. You're a speaker and your lane is moving faster. So you know what? I'm going to jump in your lane. You need to stay in your lane. Arkevius says something before he got off here. I don't know if you all heard what he said. And he says there are 1 million Arkevius. Actually, there's only one Arkevius. The same way that there's only one Prince Michael. You can go out and do the exact same thing that I'm doing. You can write the exact same book that I wrote. You can have the exact same content that I have. However, guess what? You are still not going to be able to have the success that I would, because it's for me. What's for me is for me. The same what's for him is for him. There are people that gentleman will be able to reach that I'll never be able to reach, and vice versa. There are people that I'm able to reach that he'll never be able to reach. You have to learn how to maintain your lane. Just because a person may seem as if they are moving further along than you, that does not necessarily mean that you are getting left behind. How many of you all have, and just like I said, y'all got to make sure that y'all are giving me energy wherever y'all are, okay? How many of you all have ever had a situation where you're trailing someone and you're going out of town, right? And you're saying, hey, you can follow me to get to Tampa. We're going to go to Tampa. You can follow me to get to Tampa. And then all of a sudden, y'all start at the same time. Y'all leave the house both at 3 o'clock. One car is in front, the other one's in back. But slowly but surely, you start to realize that car starts to fall further and further and further behind. You're looking in your rearview mirror. You're like, where are you? That is the same way that life is. When you start out on your journey, you start out sometimes with some of the same people. And then you look in your rearview mirror, you look and you go, wow, where are they? Just because you may seem like you are further along does not necessarily mean that you are. You have to just stay in your lane and stay the course. But when you're in that lane, I'm going to tell you a few things that happen. You may start with someone that's running with you that may be in that same lane, but they may start going a little bit too slow. It's almost like going to the gym. Every January 1st rolls around, everybody has a New Year's resolution that they are going to lose weight. That's one of the biggest ones that we see. People won't say that they want to lose weight. I'm going to get healthy. They wait till January 1st because they feel as though January 1st is a reset. January 1st is one of those things where they say, hey, I can start over. If you want to learn more about that type of stuff, you can actually hit up the Reset Coach, Tracy Randolph. She'll tell you all about actually getting into shape and all of that kind of stuff. Okay. But anyway, people want to start over on January 1st. But what happens is they start with these people, they all start going, and then slowly but surely, you start noticing that the people start falling off. Some people may start going, every, 2 days a week. Some people may start falling off, start going only 1 day a week. It's the same thing when you're in your lane. When you're in that lane, sometimes what happens is you're behind somebody and they are going so slow. You going 60 miles an hour. The speed limit is 60. You going 60 miles and you looking at them like, you need to move. I have somewhere to be. I was at an event this past weekend and I heard something that was the most profound statement I have ever heard in my entire life. Okay. In my 25 years of life. We're going to just stick with 25. Okay. But I heard one of the most profound statements. It was by a gentleman. His name was Corey the Builder. I don't remember what his last name was, but he goes by Corey the Builder. Right. And he made this comment. He said, success is not a marathon. Success is a sprint, and you have to sprint every single day. I wanted to pin there for a second, and I wanted to ask you, how much time do you think that you have to be able to be successful? And mind you, success is different for every single person. Success may look different from you than it is for me. Okay. So success for me may be, I want $10 billion in the bank, but success for you may be, you know what? I just want to be able to make it home at least 3 days a week to be able to have dinner with my family. Success to you may be able to say, hey, I just want to be able to visit home every single month, just to be able to say, hey, I was there with my family. So success looks different to every single person that you encounter. So when I think about success, I think about this one thing. You don't know how much time you have in order for you to be able to have your dreams come to pass. I'll give you this example. Last September, my brother went to sleep and he never woke up. When we were kids, my brother would always say, I am going to be a millionaire. And I'm like, I'm going to be a millionaire with you, but I'm going to get there first. I'm going to get there first. I'm going to get there first. So it was like a game for my brother and I. My brother ended up getting, and he was incarcerated for 57 months for a crime that he did not commit, but that's neither here nor there. We ain't going to go that far. He got out of prison and he hit the ground running. He started looking for jobs. None of these jobs wanted to hire him. He's looking around and he's just like, okay, well, how am I supposed to get back on my feet? How am I supposed to pay restitution for something that I didn't even do? But anyway, so he's looking for a job, but guess what? None of these people actually want to hire him. If you want to learn more about that, you can hit up Brenda, honey, because Brenda could tell you all about that with her book and restitution. Anyway, so he started looking and he's like, okay, well, how am I supposed to get back on my feet if no one actually wants to hire me? So fast forward, he says, you know what? I'm going to do what I know I'm good at. He goes into getting a job at construction. Now, my brother has always been very, very good with his hands, and he's also been very good with numbers. Now, in school, what ends up happening is in school, he was labeled as he was not academically inclined because there are subjects that he had no interest in that he did not want to study for. So, of course, by school standards, he was not the smart kid. However, he was very smart. So anyway, so fast forward, he goes and he gets a job at being a construction worker. He's so good at what he does. They say, hey, you know, we're going to promote you. They promote him once and then he gets promoted again. He gets promoted to the point where he now is the person that's hiring people. Okay. Then he says, you know what? This is beneath me. I'm actually going to start my own construction company because I can do this, blah, blah, blah. They ended up telling him, yeah, you can't do that because you are a convicted felon. Okay. But guess what? My brother still stayed in his lane, because it was the lane that he knew. It was the lane that he knew that he was going to have the most success in. A lot of times we change lanes when we think that we're going to have more success, because I look at someone and I go, oh, well, you know what? Terrence just got, booked to speak in Africa. He just got booked to speak in London. He just got booked to speak in Ethiopia. Oh, no. I'm going to get in the lane that Terrence is in, and I'm going to see what I can do over here. All the while, the lane that I'm in, if I would have just stayed in just 10 more minutes, I would have actually reached my destination. Anyway, so my brother decides that he's going to start his own company. There is a gentleman that actually looked at my brother and said, you know what? I believe in what you're doing. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use my name to get the license for us. He started the company last July. My brother, before he went to sleep, he had signed his first, and I'm pretty sure it was going to be the first of many 7-figure contracts, all because he decided to stay in his lane. He stayed the course. He followed his direction. If somebody got in his way, he got out that lane and sped up and got right back over, and he stayed the course. That's what you have to do when you're looking at your life, when you're looking at getting to your destination. You have to do the same thing. Sometimes people will be in your way. Sometimes you have to get out that lane and you have to jump right back in it. Sometimes you have to just look at the destination and say, okay, it's going to take me 50 minutes for me to get from point A to point B, so long as I go 50 miles an hour and I stay at this speed. As long as I'm not deviating, I'm going to get to where I want to go. Oftentimes what happens is some people don't want to sit for the ride. Some people don't want to actually sit in the vehicle for that long because they look at the time and they're like, oh, I don't know if I could actually do that time. I don't know if I can actually sit there and, I can't do that because that's too long for me to sit. I don't know if I have that in me. I remember I drove from Daytona Beach, Florida, all the way to Philadelphia. It was 13 hours. I had to stop a few times so I can get gas. But aside from that, I just kept it trucking. I kept it trucking. I looked at the GPS. I said, okay, hey, it's going to be 13 hours for me to get here. Okay, by the time I go from point A to point B, then I know I'll actually be able to get to my destination. The only thing what I want you all to take from this point forward, if you don't take anything else that I've actually said on today, because I see that my time is actually starting to wrap up, I want you all to take this and think about it. If you follow your course and you follow what you're supposed to do, you will always reach your destination. The biggest lie that we tell ourselves is that we always have more time. The only time that you have is the time that you have right now. And you don't believe me? Think about this. How many times have you said, oh, I'll do that tomorrow? Oh, I'll do that later. Hey, go wash those dishes. Oh, I'll do it later. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go get the car washed later. You only have the time that you have right now. You don't know if you have later. You don't know if you have tomorrow. The only time you have is right now. Make the most of your time. Be the best you can be, because if you want to be the best that you can be, follow your own course. If I tried to give you, in the space that I'm in right now, we have Lisa Nichols, we have Les Brown, we have Grant Cardone, we have all of these amazing speakers. But if I tried to give you Terrence, if I tried to give you Mr. Archivius, if I tried to give you Grant Cardone, if I even tried to give you Les Brown, I would fail miserably. Why? Because I'm not any of those people. There is something that I was given that they don't have, and that's I'm me. And they're them. If I try and be Terrence, guess what? I'm going to fail. If I try and be Miss Tracy Randolph, I'm going to fail. If I try and be Brenda, I'm going to fail. You have to know that what you have is special. What you have is special. What you have is greatness. What you have, nobody else have. So if there are 1,000 people that are watching right now, 2,000 people that are watching right now, if you look in the mirror, guess what? There is something that you have that we do not have. You are special. But, I'm trying not to run off too much because I got to wrap up. Just remember this. Potential is nothing except potential. Everybody has the potential to be great, but it is what you do with that potential that actually matters. And this is the last thing I want to tell you. Abundance is your birthright. Go claim what's yours. That's my time, y'all. I want to make sure that I'm respectful. That is my time. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to come into your homes. Thank you so much for allowing me to come with you. And that's all I got, y'all.
Beautiful.
Beautiful as always. Fantastic. Let's give it up for Prince Michael.
Awesome.
Prince, yes.
You know.
And the crowd goes wild. You know what? I love it. I love your energy. You are always vibrant. You are always outgoing. You are always positive in your message. And you are the epitome of when people say, thank God I don't look like what I've been through.
Come on.
Because you never let us see you sweat. You let us see you glow, but you never let us see you sweat.
Child, I'm sweating real bad right now. I'm sitting down here fanning myself.
That's because you brought the fire, my brother. You should just turn the temperature down a little bit. But no, you can only be you. And thank God there is only one you, because you are special and you follow your own course. You
I do.
stay. You not only stay in your own lane, you create the whole highway, Prince. That's what I understand. And we
You know, honestly, Terrence, I just learned that a lot of times what happens is we have so many amazing coaches like yourself, like Brenda. We have so many amazing coaches. But what happens is sometimes we want to emulate what they're doing and replicate and duplicate what they're doing when it is a guide for us. It's not meant for us to duplicate what someone is doing. It's meant for us to see what they're doing, say, okay, this is what they did. I don't need to duplicate this. I just need to see how I can make this my own. And a lot of times people don't make it their own. They just duplicate.
Absolutely.
Exactly right.
Imitation. They used to say imitation was the greatest form of flattery. That couldn't be farther from the truth. don't imitate me. You can emulate me, but don't copy me, because I'm an original. And that's what you have to. That's what each and every one of us who's watching this right now. That's what you need to be. The show is called Becoming the Best You.
Come on.
It's not become the best me. It's not become the best Brenda. It's not become the best Prince, because that is not possible, ladies and gentlemen. But what is possible, what is completely 100% within your control, is the ability to become the best you.
Come on.
And if you just maintain your lane and stay the course, you will be on that path to becoming your best you. Because Prince Michael said so. And
that's right. It's like what my grandma used to say. Grandma, why you want me to do that? Because I said so.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell it to my kids and my grandkids. I'm gonna tell it to you.
Sometimes do as I say, not as I do, makes the whole lot.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Prince, you know what? I'm glad I got a chance to hear you from the very beginning. Arkevius blew my power out, so I missed a part of what he said. But how can they get in contact with you? How can they reach out to you if they want to learn a little bit more about how they can maintain their lane, not get that ticket, and be able to stay the course?
So the easiest way is to reach out to me via social media. My website is up now, y'all. Okay. My website is up now. Okay. So everything is I am Prince, Prince, and then Michael, Michael.com. But all of my social media is on there. If you go to that website, all you have to do is just go there and click on any of the social media links. The ones that I actually use are on there. I don't really use Instagram as much anymore because a private account really doesn't serve me, so to speak, and it also does not serve you. And I just got on TikTok, y'all. It's I am Prince Michael, and baby. So if you want to be inspired, darling, then make sure that you go ahead and check out TikTok, okay? Because TikTok is fabulous, and I post on TikTok every single day, like every single day.
World.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Prince. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Fantabulous. Thank you, Prince Michael. Go check him out at IamPrinceMichael.com. You'll be glad you did. Stay in your lane, maintain your lane, stay the course, and you will be on the road to becoming the best you. All right. So, Brenda, we are coming down the back
We
stretch.
have 2 speakers left.
And we're not dropping the power just because we're coming to the end. The power is still coming on strong.
It's still coming.
Absolutely. So don't put that pen down just yet. We got a little bit more for you. So coming to the stage next, Brenda, you want to introduce this person and then I'll introduce our last person? Or you want me to do both?
Actually, I'm going to let you introduce them both, but I'm going to say a little something about this young man that's coming up.
Say something about it.
Yeah, he is my youngest son's age, and he has a vision. And he went after that vision, and he put it into play. So he literally, at this youth age, I say that because he's my son's age, so I can say that. It gives me that right to say that. He is making things happen. Every speaker that has said something throughout these last 2 days, I see him doing in his life. So imagine if you could start right now at whatever age you are, if you were to apply the things that you're hearing right now, what your life's going to be like in just a short time. But can you imagine what it would be like if including myself and Terrence, if we just started doing some of this way back when we were this young man's age?
Yeah.
Where life could be. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and you guys, I hope you enjoy.
Yeah, and the good news is, as Brenda and I both can attest to in our book, it's never too late to get started. So if you haven't done the things that you need to do, then you're, again, in the right place at the right time to hear from this young man. This young man's name is Michael Green, and he's a real life cowboy, y'all, who's been riding horses for as long as he's been walking. He spent much of his early life riding saddle broncos, working at the family ranch, and winning rodeo championships. But at the age of 18, in the middle of a rodeo, he suffered a devastating back injury. Much to the dismay of his doctors, Michael was back in the saddle, and before you knew it, he was back there before it was probably safe for us mere mortals to do so. Shortly after that experience, he went through the loss of the family ranch due to financial hardships. And I know many of us can relate to those financial hardships these days. But his mission is to revive the family ranch, a task that has led him into the world of business and entrepreneurship. And after being introduced to the world of direct selling, he has been able to accelerate through the ranks and build a sales organization responsible for multiple, hear me, y'all, multiple six figures annually. Michael, he's developed a burning passion for introducing people to the best version of themselves through their encounters with the horse. He believes that no matter what you're going through in life, if you dare to get back in the saddle, you can tackle anything. Through his brand, Art of the West, Michael curates motivational equine experiences for those ready to take their business to the next level. So if you're ready to get back in the saddle, if you're ready to start right now to go into the next level of your greatness, then you got to get your pen and your pad ready, because we are bringing to the stage Michael Green. Hey, Michael, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Terrence?
We are doing fabulous. Thank you so much for being there. Thank you for your patience. You know, I wish that that Anthony was here, because y'all could rock your cowboy hats together. But we're just gonna let you do it. Little bit of feedback going on. Want to do another mic check? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you okay, or can you hear everything okay? I might have to move this. I'm at the ranch right now, so I don't have the best setup behind me or anything. I'm in my
the setup is fine. I think we hear it when you're trying to move the camera. So once you get stationary, then I'll give you the stage, okay? Mic check, mic check.
All right. I got it all set.
All right. All right. The stage is yours. This is Michael Green.
You hear me okay? All right. Well, guys, thank you so much for having me on. I'll be honest, this is kind of my first time doing anything like this before. So I'm a little nervous, but I usually know when I get a little bit nervous, that's when good things are about to happen. So you kind of got to push through it and do it. And so that's what I'm doing here today. And I just want to first start off by thanking Brenda. Gosh, she's such a wonderful woman. Is doing big things in the market right now for so many people. And I just want to give a shout out to you and a shout out to Terrence, man. You guys are crushing this deal. And I'm absolutely excited to be here with you guys tonight. And honestly, I don't have a stick to hold against any of these folks that have just spoken this last couple days. And I'm from the country, so I say these terms. What I mean is you guys are a bunch of badasses, and I love it. So it's going to be hard to follow up with Prince and all the other people that were here. But I'm grateful, and I appreciate you guys for allowing this old cowboy to sit up in here and maybe give you a few lessons. So I'll get started. So like Terrence and Brenda said, my name's Michael Green. I am 28 years old. I grew up in a town called Easton, Kansas, where we had more cows than people in our hometown. So if you can imagine that, that's where I grew up. And I was always a dreamer because of my mom, because of my grandpa. They thought outside the box, and they believed that, you know, you can do what you want to do in your life. You can achieve the things. If God had planted the dream inside of you, it's in there for a reason. So it can be achieved if it's here. And so I always believed that, even at a young age. You know, when I was younger, I had a speech impediment where I couldn't talk clearly, and I had stuff going on in my ears. I don't know the scientific term for it, but I had some issues going on there. I had to go through speech classes. I couldn't pronounce things the right way. Shoot, I still can't pronounce things the right way, and I think it's just because I'm from the country. So some of my verbiage is a little different than others. But I'm so excited to be here. You guys are amazing, and we're going to get into this really quick, and I won't take too much of your guys' time, but I'm going to share a quick story with y'all. So I grew up on the ranch. My grandpa started the Walking Sea Ranch back in the 60s, and I grew up around it. And then my mom, she took over the ranch, and I turned the age of 18, and I said, I was so focused on my rodeo career and other things that were happening in my life that I was just like, I don't know if this is where I want to be or where I'm called to be. And unfortunately, what happened is they financially, we could not keep the ranch. Things weren't really looking good for us financially, and so my parents sold the ranch. And one of my dreams was to bring that back. And I found different ways. You know, I want you guys to write this down in the comments right now, if you could, just so I know who's paying attention and listening. But I want you to write this down. Sometimes you got to move differently to get differently. You got to move different to get different. You know, if you have a dream or a goal in your heart and it's not been happening in the last couple months or a year, you might need to switch up your routine and need to switch up some of the things that you're doing in your life to be able to conquer and achieve that goal. You got to move differently in these seasons. You know, the economy's changing. Social media changes every single day. You got to keep up with that. And so you got to move a little differently. You don't ever lose yourself or your purpose or your dream, but you gotta navigate it a little bit differently. And so when I was at the early age of 14 years old, I told my mama and my family, I said, I'm going to start rodeoing. I'm going to ride these saddle bronc horses, and I want to be really good at it. And what ended up happening was amazing journey of learning how to rodeo, learning how to never give up and really get my ass kicked a lot of the times. But what happened is I learned that rejection comes, but if you can overcome the rejection, the glory and the win is on the other side. And so it took me 60. I don't know if any of you guys have been to a rodeo. Just comment down below like a cowboy emoji. If you guys have been to an emoji or been to a rodeo, comment down below. But what took place and happened was it took me 60 horses, 60 bucking horses, and not bucking horses. Okay, sometimes people switch those letters out. It took me 60 bucking horses before I ever rode my first one for 8 seconds and won the rodeo. It took me a long time to conquer that and achieve that. But at age 15, 16, I started winning, and I started developing the skill to be able to be really good at what I was doing. What took place and happened after that was when I was 18, I had just won one of the youth rodeo championships, and I had a scholarship to go to college to rodeo, and I had broken my back. I got bucked off, and things were not looking good for me at all in the rodeo world. And I had a real big decision to make. Do I quit when things got really hard and when life got really crappy for me, or do I get back on the horse and go after what I had in my heart? And what took place and happened was I was in the hospital, and I remember the doctor was telling me, they were like, you're never going to be able to ride a horse again. We don't want you on horses, let alone we don't want you rodeoing and getting on these crazy bucking horses. And I remember hearing that, and I got really pissed off because in my life I've always been talked to and taught to listen to what God put in my heart, not to listen to what people are saying to me, but listen to what the purpose is in my life. And at that time, that was my purpose. That was something that I got really offended at when someone else spoke something into my life and told me what to do. I got really upset. And so I got out of the hospital that night. And about 2 weeks later, we're at the ranch. And my mom, this is the first time my mom ever was like, I'll do chores. You don't have to do anything. Just sit back. Just relax. You are good. Just relax. You need to heal up. And so I grabbed this old horse and I was like, I need to at least just get back on. My grandpa taught me this. He said, when you get bucked off, you always got to get back on because it just proves that you're not a quitter. You're not going to stop just because you got rejected, just because you got told no, just because someone or something didn't agree with the purpose that you have in your life. You must get back on. And so I'm over there in a cast, and don't tell my doctors, don't even tell my family this, but I grabbed that horse and I said, I gotta just get back in the saddle. If I could get back in the saddle, I'll prove to myself that I'm not a quitter. I'll prove to myself that no matter what the outside world tells me, that I can conquer what's inside. And that's what I did. I got on and it hurt like hell. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not the best medical advice to give anyone, but what took place and happened was this just amazing belief came over me, and I said, I can keep going. After that, I was able to keep riding, and eventually my heart just kind of went a different direction. I was like, I prefer to make money instead of getting beat up every morning. So I still had that dream of bringing back my family's legacy, to bring back the ranch. And in 2020, a couple of years before 2020, I had recently got divorced. I married someone that I thought was it, and it just wasn't. And I was going through a really dark time in my life, and I was like, man, shoot, this sucks. Like everything that I was doing in my life, I thought I was doing it the right way, but now I'm back to square one, and I've lost the ranch, I've lost my businesses. Things just weren't going really good in my life, but I realized, I said, I gotta move on something. I gotta saddle up and do something again, because if I don't, then I'm gonna stay in this complacent mindset of life happens at me, not for me. And I really believe that. I think people need to realize that there's going to be negatives, there's going to be positives, but if you repeat this to yourself, life doesn't happen at you or against you. It happens for you, for a purpose, for a reason, for you to get back up and prove to yourself and prove to others that you are a winner. You are someone that is a conqueror. And after the divorce, after realizing like there was no chance of reviving this business, COVID happened. And I was like, I'm going to do something crazy. People need to get outdoors. People need to relive kind of the Western society. And so what took place and happened was we started the ranch in Kansas City. Things were amazing. People needed it. The market needed it. And it took fire and it blew up. And before you know it, this last year, our family was able to bring back the ranch to Leavenworth, to our hometown, to where my family's legacy was started. And that's what brought me to bringing the art of the West into the world, where I said, if I could teach others that their life isn't done just because of something that happened in their life, their mission isn't done here on earth just because something negative happened to them. If I could just dive deep into those people and help them realize that your mission is not over, I said that's where my calling's at. So the ranch is alive and well today. We do so many trail rides. It's so beautiful to see the people out here, anywhere from 100 to 200 people a weekend, and just the beautiful faces and the art of the West. And so I tell you guys this is because there's times in our life where things happen to us and we get bucked off, right? I'm going to use this analogy. We get bucked off in a situation where maybe someone told us no, someone said your idea is not going to work, someone's not believing in everything that you're doing. But I want to tell you, every time that you saddle back up and ride is a win. Every time you get out and you show up to your responsibility and your goal, that's a win. And eventually you're going to get out and ride out in the sunset, and it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful journey. You're going to go through some highs, you're going to go through some lows, but no matter what, if you just have this mindset of saddling back up and riding again, those things slowly go away. So it's been a beautiful journey, and I hope this added some value to you. But I wanted to close out with something for you guys. What Brenda and Terrence, and I apologize about this. I believe it's Anthony. I'm so new to this, so please see my heart in this. I'm not. I don't remember everyone on this screen, but what they're putting together with this deal, these events that they're having. Like in St. Louis, I know me and my good buddy Brian are going to be going out there. We're so excited to pour in and to just get connected with these bright souls. I want to encourage you guys, if you're serious about your goals, if you're serious about the dreams that you have in your heart, if you're serious about making an impact on the market, these events are, to me, like non-negotiable. Being around the people person to person, being able to learn from their experiences and the things like that is non-negotiable. I would say get plugged into it. Go to St. Louis, get plugged into these events, show up, get your tickets, because what's going to take place and happen is, can I say something really quick? Gosh, I'm from the country, right? Listen, y'all, I'm from the country. I pee off my front porch. Okay. That's how simple of a life I live. And I unfortunately taught that to my son, but it's all right. I'm pretty proud of him for it. I realized very quickly, if I can surround myself with people that are better than me, that are going places, that have more than what I have, if I do that, if I surround myself and I'm the person in the room that's learning, that I'll be able to achieve the things that I want to do. And that's exactly what Brenda and Terrence and them are doing with the event in St. Louis and these events that they're putting on. So I highly suggest, this is me closing, Brenda. I hope I did okay, but I pray that you guys get plugged into those events in St. Louis, and I hope to see you guys there and hang out with y'all and maybe share some cowboy experiences.
You did awesome. Yes.
Dude, wait, Brenda. He pees off his porch. We're country.
Yeah, well, I live in the country too, and it's
I
kind
pee
of
off my balcony every chance I get. It's beautiful, man. Michael, you fabulous. Give it up for Michael Green, dropping nuggets. We've said throughout this that some of the best speakers make the biggest impact with the least amount of words. So we didn't need you to hit us with all the words. We just needed you to hit us with your words, and that's exactly what you did. And we're not going to sleep on the rant. Because here's the one thing we know: there is richness in the rant. Those 100, 200 people that come every weekend, they are coming for the richness that can only be found in the art of the West. It can only be found by coming to that place. People can tell you about it, but until you experience it for yourself, you will never understand it for yourself. And that's part of what this journey of becoming the best you is all about. Being able to experience it for yourself so that you can truly appreciate it. So thank you for sharing that. How can people come out and experience the Art of the West at your ranch?
Yeah. So I'll give out my number. I give it out all the time, and people think I'm crazy, but I love connection. I love being able to be available for folks. But one way you can get a hold of me is 913-683-1298. And if you guys want to comment that down below, you're more than welcome to. And then I'm also on Facebook. I suck at Instagram. I'm like the worst millennial ever. I can't do it, but I love Facebook. So you can find me on Facebook at Art of the West, and then also Walking Sea Ranch. And we can comment that down below as well. But yeah, have my number, reach out to me. I'd love to get connected with you all. It'll be fun.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. We're going to make sure that we get that into the comments. Brenda, any final thoughts for Michael at Art of the West and saddling back up?
he needs to keep doing what he's doing. Can you imagine if you stay on this path where you're going to be?
Absolutely. I mean, just look at what you've been able to do in a decade from that from the time of that accident.
You've got some feedback back there and you're freezing up, so we're going to go ahead and let you go. But Michael, it is, and enjoy the journey. Enjoy the journey.
Thanks,
Thanks for
Michael.
coming, Michael.
That was great.
Yeah, he did a great job for his first time. And let me tell you, though, we have a speaker coming up now, though, that we both met for the first time at a conference. That's how important conferences are, because you get to connect.
Absolutely.
You people.
You never know who's in your own backyard. Right. I found out he's just literally up the street from where I am here in Florida, but he's got a powerful message. So let's bring him in as we introduce you guys for the first time on the BTBY stage to Abdul Muhammad II. He brings over 20 years of experience as a brand growth strategist, a digital marketer, an executive coach, speaker, and mindfulness facilitator. We're talking about the mind again, been talking about it for the past 2 days. As MDM Ventures founder and chief growth officer, he specializes in business and personal growth. For nearly 30 years, he's also championed the Quality Life Center of Southwest Florida, an organization that provides at-risk children with the tools they need to make a difference in arts, characters, and education, otherwise known as ACE, with new and expanded programs for community engagement, including mental health and wellness, entrepreneurship, and workforce development that make up the 3 key tiers of the QLC, Quality Life Center mission. But he's more than that. He's also a certified breath work coach. I'm just out of breath saying that. A martial artist and yogi. He delivers a unique mind development mastery practice that provides a transformative lifestyle resource for those seeking personal and professional growth via mindfulness. He's also a partner and chief growth officer for refreshmen.co, leading advocacy and delivery of mental health and wellness services led by melanated people. I love this. I love this. And last but not least, he co-founded Ready Made Entertainment, a tech company and lifestyle brand that leverages blockchain technology and exclusive NFT access experiences. So guys, if you don't understand by what I just said in all this bio that this is a powerful gentleman that you need to know, man, then just stick and stay, because as we bring him to the stage, we know that he is going to light a fire under you to help you continue to become the best you. So without further ado, let's welcome to the BTBY virtual platform, Mr. Abdul Muhammad. What's up, Abdul? Unmute yourself.
What's up, Terrence? Thank you so much for that awesome intro. It's amazing. Great to see you guys. Bren, awesome to see you. It's been a minute.
Yes, it has. We got to make this happen more often.
Absolutely.
Well, you know what? We're going to give the virtual platform to you. Take it away. This is Abdul Muhammad II.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you to all of you that are tuned in. I know it's been a long day for you. I know it's been days of learning and soaking up the knowledge and wisdom of all of the amazing speakers. And I just want to acknowledge you all for being here, for being on the court, playing full out and doing everything it takes for you to absorb information, for you to upskill, for you to grow, for you to expand, for you to really reach in and tap into all that's there for you. And this is all about becoming the best you. So I'm going to talk today a little bit about my story, share some things that I've gone through and some lessons that I've learned that I have sort of incorporated into a practice that I use daily. And this practice I call mind development mastery. And it's the synthesis where I've taken everything in my life. There's no separation between work and family and these type of things. I know it sounds crazy. But I mash it all together, right? So that everything is aligned. Everything is aligned. It makes it super easy for you to make decisions. It makes it easy for you to have your energy focused on what's next, right? So I want to talk a little bit about becoming the best you, and 3 things that I want to share for you all today that I used. 3 things. The first is self-discovery. So that is the number one way to have access to tapping into becoming the best you, self-discovery. The second is your belief system. Second is your belief system. So we'll talk a little bit about that, your belief system. And the third is really focusing on being the creator and taking complete ownership of everything you have in your life. Everything that you have in your life. Taking ownership of the world that's around you, the world that you've chosen to live, and the world that you're manifesting every second of your life. And so these are some things that I want to share. Just three things today in this short period of time. Mind development, mastery, and 3 things that we focus on. And so I want to start my story. You know, I know Terrence shared a lot about me, and I won't get into a lot of that stuff. I'll kind of hopefully touch on a few things. I was born in New York City, in Harlem, New York. We're talking about Harlem back in the 70s. It ain't the Harlem it is right now with Whole Foods and Safe and all of that stuff. I'm talking about Harlem, New York, where, you know, nobody who I knew who lived in Harlem wanted to live in Harlem. It was all about survival and getting the heck out of Harlem, New York, right? And I know now New York, you know, is popping. Well, actually, Miami is the 6th borough of New York. Everybody's migrating down here. But anyway, that's another story. So back in the early 80s, when I grew up in New York, it was ghetto AF. I mean, hardcore. And, you know, I am a short man, maybe 5'6", 5'7", when I'm, you know, breathing in. And back in the day, I wasn't as confident as I am now. And in Harlem, New York, it's rough. It's rough. I lived on 147th Street between 7th and 8th. And yeah, at night, the soundscape that you heard was gunshots, sirens, and yo, hell was out there, you know, it was nuts. And one of the things I learned early on is self-discovery. I was so blessed that despite growing up in Harlem, born and raised, my early years, I had parents that cared about me. And despite poverty, and despite my environment, and despite my economic condition, and even what some call today systemic, right? Racism, especially back then, right? You could argue the same thing now, here, there. All of these things, conditions, environments that would have most people say, right? But this process of digging in and understanding who I was, that was, how do I say, I was fortunate enough to have parents that despite those conditions had this belief system that we were here on the planet, we were here to do something great. This is important. This is important. This is connected. A lot of times we hear about purpose, right? What are we doing in life? What makes you get up? What's your, you know, a lot of times you hear about success, people equate it to money and success and everything like that, but there's something greater. Everybody who is seeking money and going after all of the success, they're doing that for something, right? All these rich people with all of that money, you know, a lot of them, they ain't right in the brain, right? And they're giving away all of that money in order to seek something, right? That's greater, right? So these are the things that I was blessed early on. Regardless, you have that. This is the self-discovery, right? This starts with this belief system that you have everything it takes. You have everything it takes inside of you, right? To be wildly successful. You have to believe that. This can't be something that comes out of you. This can't be something that you hear in church. This can't be something that your mom or your daddy tells you. This has to be something that you choose powerfully, above all else. You choose. And this is about being the best you. The first step of being the best you is discovering that you are the one that's in control. There's nothing external happening. There's nothing external happening. And in this exploratory of self-discovery, you choose to live your life in an empowering context or not, period. There's nothing complicated about it. It ain't easy. There's nothing complicated about it. It just ain't easy, right? Live your life in an empowering context by setting up your belief system that believes that you have everything it takes to be wildly successful. Just like that seed that you find when you're crunching on that yummy, delicious apple. I love these Honey Crisp apples, and I heard that those aren't good because they're genetically engineered. It broke my heart, but they're so good. They're delicious. Honey Crisp apples, but they have the seed inside of them, and you plant that seed, and what comes out? You don't see those leaves. You don't see the bark. You don't see the tree. You don't see that juicy, ripe, crisp apple, but you see this brown little seed, right? That's who we are. This journey of self-discovery is everyone's choice to align themselves with the seeds that will then flourish to determine who and what you'll be. So first, in this self-discovery, I call this the 9 seeds. My 9 seeds, right? And everybody has to choose and go through this self-discovery. My 9 seeds happen to be fully self-expressed. I live my life fully self-expressed. It doesn't matter whether I'm talking to my mama or I'm on a business meeting. I live fully self-expressed. No one can take that away from me. It allows me to be fully powerful, right? That's my first 9 seed, full self-expression. I encourage you all to take this on, right? This allows you to align with your purpose, right? My second seed is empowered. Empowered. I live life in an empowering context. I love what Michael said earlier, right? He said that the life, so I apologize, I'm paraphrasing, but it's like, life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you, right? Something like that. Life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you, right? So when you live life in an empowering context, regardless of what happens, right? You have the ability to create something powerful from it. When I was coming home in 3rd grade, I got jumped. I got jumped on a corner by 5 dudes because I was small, right? And they wanted my stuff. They wanted my little candy, and I wouldn't let them. And this little brother, right? And they jumped me on the street, beat me up, got my behind whooped, went home snotty, bloody, dripping down. I have my fresh new white shirt on. My Adidas, back in the day, we used to wear A-Dogs, Adidas, and Izod shirts. We used to look fresh like Run DMC. You know what I'm saying? I used to rock that, baby. And blood all over my shirt, brand new shirt. Went home, snaggletooth. I used to have a Gap. It was all crooked and everything. I was just jacked up, and I just hated myself. And I said, it's because I'm small. It's because I'm short. I got punked, right? And I went in this inside. I went in this hole, because I'm short, because I'm small. I will never, ever, ever be powerful. Because I'm poor, because I'm Black. I will never have what all of these other people have, right? It's a belief system. But what I did when I got home, thank God for my dad. He's also short too. That's why I got it, genetics, right? But my dad, he served in the Army. My dad went to Okinawa. My dad is a 5th degree black belt. Yeah, that brother might be short, but don't nobody mess with my pops, right? He's like Mr. Miyagi. He's the Black Mr. Miyagi, right? And so this is how I grew up. So when I got home and got my behind whooped, right from there, my father taught me immediately how to live life in an empowering context, right? Shifting your focus, your mindset has to shift. What is it that you can control? That is the only energy that you put on, because I was spending a lot of energy about, damn, I'm stuck being 5 at the time. Now I'm 5'6", 5'7". Probably back then I was probably 4'11" or something like that, right? I don't even know, right? But I couldn't control that. And that was holding me down. The energy was pulling me down, depressing me, right? You have no growth when you're there. There's no growth there. I had to shift my mindset to an empowering context. My dad said, you know what? You are short, just like me, right? But what you can control is how fast you are. What you can control is how strong you are. What you can control is your technique. What you can control is how you deliver, right? And then all of a sudden, whoa, instead of focusing on the one thing I couldn't control, which is my height, right? Can't do nothing about that. I all of a sudden got empowered by just shifting my focus to the things that I could control, right? And 3 months later, your boy got tough. I started practicing my martial arts. I started doing my burpees. I started doing my push-ups. I was able to do 200 push-ups 200 push-ups in a day. A little short rip. They used to call me Abs Duel. Then I went and I found those dudes, 2 of them, both bigger, older than me. And I tried them. I said, you remember me? You know, come on, just try that again. And I proceeded to show them how when you focus on the things that you can control, the outcome is very, very different. And from that moment on, even though I've always been short, there hasn't been any person that has ever physically intimidated me in my life. I train martial arts. I work out. I'm 47 years old. I do breath work. I focus on all of the things that I can control. And I live my life empowered. Someone steps up to me 6 foot in the club when I was in college. I didn't even have to fight. That's how powerful I was. I just looked at them. And they were like, oh, yeah, they thought they were going to mess with me because I was short. But because of who I am being, right? There's a difference in the way that most of us live life talking about doing. What do I need to do to get this? What do I need to do to be this? What do I need to do to have this, right? Shift a little bit. Yeah, there's doing, but there's a yin and yang of things, right? And the yin and yang of things says, stop focusing so much on the doing. Hustle, 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 grind, 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 right? Yeah. What about being? When you start from a place of being, get this. This is crazy. When you start from a place of being, the doing gets real easy. It almost unfolds for you. It's amazing. And so I encourage you all, as you go into your discovery of becoming the best you, breathe in and let out the things that are holding you back from being your best you. And how do you know who your best you is? That's self-discovery. And so I shared 2 of what I call 9 seeds. These 9 seeds that you breathe in as a way of being, and you let out anything that may be in your world that's holding you back from being that powerful you. It ain't about anything outside. It ain't something your mama gonna give you. It ain't some video you watch gonna get you. It's about you deciding once and for all, period, I am living in an empowered context, regardless of the environment, regardless of the conditions, and then start to be a creator, right? So full self-expression, empowered, inspired. I live an inspired life so that my purpose and work and everything that I'm doing, right, it aligns in an ethos, right? I also live my 4th seed, which is infinite love. Infinite love. Yeah, infinite love. I moved in Harlem and my parents got divorced. My mom, she said, I don't want my son getting beat up, raised in the ghetto with crackheads on the street anymore. So when my parents got divorced, she decided to move to New Mexico. New Mexico, to a little old town called Abiquiu, New Mexico. I couldn't even pronounce it, Abquiu. I was like, what? We were from Harlem, New York to Abiquiu, New Mexico. So Michael, yeah, I know we went from cowboy to city slicker, but I actually, when I went to New Mexico, I was in 4-H. I learned how to ride a horse. So I was on saddles and all of that stuff, shooting guns and all of that. So, when I shifted there, that's when my heart started to fill up because I started to be around people who didn't look like me, who didn't share the same background as me, but opened up. This allowed me to continue explore who I was in relationship to the world around me. So once you uncover who you are as a way of being, you get to show up for those around you in a different way to impact their lives. Yeah. So as you move through these 9 seeds, the next one for me is ultimate fun, right? We get all serious and we take life serious. We take our lives serious, right? But you got to have some fun, right? This childish connection. Remember when you were little, you'd run and I scream, and there's this energy that comes, this elevation, right? It releases these chemicals inside your brain, right? That click, and it starts to create what's called neuroplasticity. You all know a little bit about the brain. Now, Terrence let you know I am breathwork and neuroscience. So there's 4 pillars that I practice, right? One is neuroscience. Neuroscience is the study of the brain. Study of the brain. Very, very critical when you understand the brain. This is part of the self-discovery and becoming the best you. Understanding this machine, right? A lot of you breathe. It's the one thing that if you, even the baddest Olympians, deep divers, it's a matter of minutes before they die, right? But you could go long time without drinking water or food, right? The most important, vital, critical thing to your life is breathing. Yet and still, right? How many of you practice intentional breathing during the day? Breathing manipulates the gases that are in your blood, which allow you to shift your brain and the nervous system, right? From parasympathetic to sympathetic. This is critical, understanding the science behind it. It's not just mindset, get out there and hustle and follow, right? But when you understand and get into discover becoming the best you, you got to understand this machine and what fuels this machine, right? There's three parts of the brain I want to talk about. The first one is the prefrontal cortex, the biggest part. You know what happens in the prefrontal cortex? It's where you solve problems. It's where you analyze. It's where you compare things, right? It's where solutions are made. It's where you connect at a higher level, right? It's the wise owl, right? We like to call it. Then you have the amygdala. The amygdala is the oldest part of the brain. It's the watchdog. It's the one that keeps your ass safe. It's the one that says, if that somebody, when I was in the hood and them boys came and I was like, oh, whoa, right? It's that fight or flight. And what happens is that the mind shifts, right? The amygdala tells you, fear, take care of yourself. So the blood in your body shifts. It moves so that the muscles in your body are active. It moves and it shuts off other parts of your body, like digestion, right? Like your immune system, right? Like your ability to access your prefrontal cortex. This is critical. Understand your mind and you get to become the best you. Get that? So if you're always in a state of stress and fear, right, which we were living in the hood, scared as hell all the time, scared, poverty. When's my bill going to get paid? A lot of you living that way, paycheck to paycheck, or even when you got money, right, even when we make it, we scared to lose it. Scared, worried about the fact. You know what this does, right? Your brain, your body is in a constant state of stress. You're releasing cortisol, which is a stress. It's reducing your ability to actually access your prefrontal cortex, where analysis and forward-thinking action takes place. So understanding your best you and becoming your best you, understand your brain, how it works, and how by breathing allows you to access and manipulate different parts of your brain. Then you have the third part we'll talk about today, which is the hippocampus, which is where you store memories and files, right? And when you understand those three parts of the brain, when things come up in your day that stop you from staying positive, from that forward momentum, take a break. Don't keep doing and hustling and go, go, go. Whoa, like all of these people out there trying to tell you. Don't buy that bullshit. Don't buy it. Do not buy it. Take a deep breath, breathe in, let out, and create. Breathe in, let out, and create. And what happens is your brain shifts your nervous system, and then you have full access to your prefrontal cortex, and then you're empowered to bring everything and nothing, so that you can then be versus do. Be versus do, which allows you to be empowered and see things in an empowering context where you're in charge and control, and you bring your attention and intention only to the things that you can control. Only to the things that you can control. And what is it that you can control on a daily basis, right? You can control your thoughts and your actions, right? So a lot of us, we're looking at the gram and you're looking at what everybody else is doing, how much money they got, the car, this, that, and the other, and you're feeling like crap because you ain't there, you didn't get it, or you're not as accomplished as a speaker, or you didn't do it that way, or this, that, or the other, right? Waste of time. Train your brain that the moment you think about stuff like that, understand, put your attention and intention, your focus only. That's it. There's the power right here. You want to become your best self? Focus. Put your thoughts to where your thoughts and actions. That's it. That's what you can control. What you give your energy to. What are you giving your energy to? I'm giving my energy to you. You giving your energy to me right now. So right now we're both winning, right? You all are providing me contribution to pour out something that the universe put me here to share, right? And hopefully you all are receiving something with that intention, and we are co-creating, not telling you anything that you all don't know. I guarantee everything I told you today, you all know. It's like that little seed that we talked about earlier. It's already inside of you. It's just waiting to be shined on. It's just waiting to be watered. It's just waiting to be nurtured. And that's what we're doing here, engaging in this conversation. That's what Bren and Terrence have done here by creating this platform, by bringing all of these speakers, by constantly reaching out. This is why at FTX, at Dr. Delatoro's conference, where like-minded people come and share a similar ethos. There's this powerful thing that's going on that's greater than all of us, that's calling all of us to be unique, for all of us to become our best you, for all of us to be exactly who we were supposed to do. And can't nobody else do it but you. And the moment that you go inside and stop worrying about things outside that you can't control, like what other people think, what other people do, what other people think about you, right? How you all are receiving me right now, right? Oh, that guy's energy. Oh, it's Friday night. Oh, I'm tired. He's talking too much, right? Can't be concerned about that. Yeah, not at all. Live your life in an empowered context. Live your life being fully self-expressed. Live an empowered, inspired, infinite love, ultimate fun, wealth, and abundance will follow. Yeah, that's the 6th seed. The 7th is gratitude. Gratitude. Because as you're building up and you're going in and you're discovering this beautiful body, this amazing mind, right? This heart, right? And who you really are inside of that, because you ain't the mind, you ain't the heart, you ain't the body, right? You're just an agency of it. You have been blessed here to take care of this, to reach the fullest potential. The only way you can reach that potential is by spending more time with yourself. Powering yourself. What is the plug? When you plug your laptop in, you're plugging into something. Where are you getting that juice? The human juice is the breath. Yeah. That gratitude allows you to be in integrity. You stand in integrity, which is the 8th seed. You stand in integrity, you have the power to create. And that is the 9th seed. And I encourage all of you to find out who you are so that you can choose to live life powerfully and take ownership of your agency by understanding this machine that you've been blessed to be a steward of. And then breathing in, letting out, and creating the world around you by focusing your attention and intention on the things that you can control and letting go of all of the things that you can't. Yeah. And so that's all. I think I've talked my time out. So I didn't get a cue, Terrence. You didn't stop me now. You guys just let me roll. So
We can't stop what's great, right?
Absolutely. You know what they say, never give a speaker a mic because you'll never get it back. But this is good stuff. You know, the 9 seeds. I love how you even title it, the 9 seeds, because if you plant those seeds, if you plant the seed of gratitude, if you plant the seed of forgiveness, if you plant the seed of intentional breathing, if you plant all those seeds and then you cultivate them, if you focus on them, you concentrate on them, you practice them, then those seeds, they grow into the person that you want to be. And I want to tell you, brother, just because you are small in stature doesn't mean you don't have a great package that the world is seeing. And that's what I love about it, from one small brother to another. You know, good things come in small packages, and Brenda know that too.
Well, I'm smaller than both of y'all.
These are the things we had to overcome, right? This is like this is why you were here like that. You gotta go through it.
Absolutely. And it's, you know what? And I love how you said that, because I used to think that my height was something that I had to overcome. And for any short statured person out there, let me break it down so that it will forever be broken. It's not something you have to overcome. It's something you have to embrace.
That's right.
Because God don't make no mistakes.
That's right.
And just because he created somebody else 7'2", that means there was somebody up there that person has to talk to.
That's
But
right.
there's other people down here that need to be nourished, that need to have those seeds sprinkled in their universe, that needs to have someone that can talk to them. Watch me now, on their level. And that's what you are doing, Abdul. You're speaking to the people you were assigned to speak to on your level. And that makes you bigger than any other person on the planet. So thank you for sharing those nuggets with us. Once
a great
again,
way to wrap it up too, man. It just kind of
absolutely
brought everything together. It couldn't have, even if I'd have said that's what I wanted you to do, I don't think it would have been any better.
No,
I'm in your head, Brent. I'm in your head. I told you we're good. From the moment we met, we shared that ethos, that vibe is going.
It's lovely, lovely, lovely. So, Abdul, with all the things that you do, I know there's probably 10,000 different ways that people can connect with you. But tell us how you want our BTBY family to connect with you, to tap into all the other things that you're doing, from the nonprofit to all the other things that you do.
That's great. I really appreciate it. So for the nonprofit, which is what I do everything for, and that you can follow, or you can find information at www.qualitylifecenter.org. qualitylifecenter.org. qualitylifecenter.org. And
it up for you.
And my father started that over 30 years ago in Fort Myers. And I'll never forget when I was going to University of Florida, he was trying to convince me to come into the nonprofit world. I said, Dad, I ain't going to be poor like you. He loves to say that, and it's just full circle, right? I went off and did my thing, and you come back. It's like, it doesn't matter about the money. It's about the impact. And it took me a little bit of maturity to get that. And then now coming back full circle, I couldn't be happier to champion and grow and take it to the next level and provide more impact. In regards to my social media, I'm on Instagram, which is probably my most active channel. Instagram and Twitter, I would say, are my most active channels. And you can find me at Abdul _ABDUL _ Muhammad MUHAMMAD _ the second. So like the numerals right there. And I just small plug, because it's all about lifestyle synthesis, right? So when I was younger, my dad told me, you better not be a rapper. We got you out of the ghetto. You ain't going to go be a rapper, boy. You better not be a rapper. Anything you do, you're not going to be a rapper, right? So anyway, fast forward. I had always been passionate about it, but from a positive standpoint, not, and so I had an opportunity to live my passion and start an entertainment tech company. That was the way I did it. If I'm going to get into it, it's going to be passionate. I'm going to be positive with the message, even though I like that hardcore, rugged ghetto stuff. We're going to bring some positivity to it. And so I'd love for you all to check out www.readymade.media. readymade.media. And it's our new company. You get to see me, and I'm not a professional artist, but we've been getting great rave reviews. We got artists that we bring, creators, and we're working on NFT, blockchain, in order to reduce violence and drug dealing on the streets. Check us out. We've got music that uplifts, and we're working on NFT blockchain communities for anybody who's a creator or who is really into social impact or entrepreneurship. Check us out. We've got music, art, fashion, NFTs, and an amazing community that you can participate in. So thank you all. Appreciate it. And look forward to connecting with any of you and sharing more of the 9 seeds and mind development mastery with you.
And if you like what you saw, hit him up.
Absolutely. And if you check him out on his IG page, you can see he was rocking the mic last week out and doing his NFTs and doing his thing. I saw you, brother.
You saw it, huh? All right.
I saw it. I can't wait to connect with you in person. We can't let the fact that we are so close together in distance down here stop us from connecting and making some universal connections going forward. So we appreciate you, brother. We put the information in the comment section. So go check out this brother. He is Abdul Muhammad II. Thank you, my
Thanks
friend.
for coming.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Well, that about wraps us up for a wonderful 2-day event. I just can't believe the knowledge that has been shared.
Yes, I mean, you know, I was taking notes, and luckily the beautiful thing of being able to work the back room is that you can keep the notes up. I you know, going just from today when Michael Green said every time you saddle back up, you're going to win. And that's so true. Every time you get knocked down, if you get back up, then you're one step closer to winning. And then taking Prince Michael, stay in your lane and stay the course. And then powerful people ask powerful questions. So Arkevius asked us, are you afraid of what you will find if you start digging deep? Deep question. When you answer that question, you're well on your way towards becoming the best you. And
it's a necessary process.
It's a necessary process. Dr. Jawanda told us that no matter what you're going through, it's never all bad. And if you call out the ugly truth, you'll get unstuck. And there was just gems like that was just dropping all day long today, all day yesterday. So my heart is full, and I know I have made some steps towards becoming the best version of myself. How about you, Brenda?
Oh, absolutely. And you know, I'm never going to stop learning. I'm never going to stop being teachable. Because when you know it all, you fall. And I've been there, and that was not pleasant. So I'm telling you, open your mind, open your heart, and receive what's out there, because it is wonderful to do that. There is always something new that you can learn.
Absolutely. Well, listen, we can't be remiss without reminding you guys about of the next coming events that are coming up. So we're going to do these 2 quick commercials, and then we are going to wrap it up.
And if you liked what you saw here, it's just a taste. It's just the appetizer.
Yes.
What's coming in St. Louis.
Absolutely. So go get your tickets right now. You've got till the end of the day to put that special code in, BTBY, to get your specially priced ticket at $250. As we've been saying for the last 2 days, don't meet us there, beat us there. Go on over to comechangeyourlife.com. And on behalf of the entire team that has worked on putting this together, I just want to say thank you to the visionary, to the professor herself, to the light that helps us all become better versions of ourselves. And that is you, Brenda Ringwood. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this journey with you and to be one of your hosts along with Anthony Russo on
And my pleasure to work with you guys. It is a team. We have a team.
Yes, yes. And if you want to be the part of the team, there's room for you to become the best version of you. Until next time, as I always say, wherever you are in the world today, you know what I say. Don't just make it a great day. Go out and work on becoming the best version of you and make it an unstoppable day. Take care.
Bye, guys.